It's a day where esports is happening across the globe, and yet this is the place to be, in the Alienware Arena with my man Tiz. It's time for the second Rocket League House Cup.
Yeah, week 5 in the Alienware Arena, sponsored by Telstra, supported by Alienware, and there's no place I'd rather be. I'm with Formless, my first time ever meeting you in person, plenty of casts together, and I am so excited to get this underway.
Yeah, I mean, look, being with me up here on a stage, pretty special, I understand. No, this entire arena, this entire event is pretty special, and I've been waiting to get up here behind this desk, calling some action. I'm sure these players are going to be super excited as well, because compared to last House Cup, this talent pool, a little bit different, more opportunities for new players to shine.
Exactly right. We're going to have so many teams that are going to competing for such a good prize and see if they can make it through the way. We've got 2 different qualifiers going ahead, and it's going to be really interesting to see the new talent and see the players that are going to emerge from that victorious.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's similar to the last House Cup where we're going to be playing several best of 3s to determine 2 teams from this qualifier, 2 teams from the next qualifier, and then having our best of 5 finals, semis, all of that good stuff. So it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a fun night here at Fortress. And Tins, initial thoughts coming into this one right now, because again, there's a lot of events players can choose to be playing in. We've got a special group of players here right now. What should we be expecting from these guys?
I think we're going to expect some great talent. I've been out there and we've had a talk to a few of the players, and I'm going to be really hanging to see them perform on the big stage. And we just got to remember, it is a brutal format. Single elim best of 3. These players are going to be fighting for that spot in that playoff bracket.
Yeah, there's really not many second chances that you can have in a best of 3, let alone single elimination on top of that. You kind of have to show up with the sauce, otherwise you're going to be sent packing quite early. Granted, here at Fortress, you know, if you do get knocked out early, you've got a lot of different things. There's a sweet pub downstairs. You can get some drinks. You can play some other games. Watch the CSGO that's happening down below as well. I mean, this is really the place to be right now.
And not only that, but you can watch the rest of the competition. We got such amazing arena behind us, but we took a little bit of a tour before and we got to see the facilities here. The Tavern downstairs with so many games, so many drinks, everything that you can be having. And so many, I don't think I've ever been in a room with this many PCs. We got 48 PCs up here, and downstairs you couldn't imagine how many you could see.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely packed downstairs right now. Pretty crowded here. I do expect to see more and more players coming in, especially when we start looking at that second qualifier. But for this first one, 8 different teams of 3 will be competing. 2 of them, as mentioned before, will be going on to the next stage of the event, where you can see right now that's just one of 3 games that are being played this season. This is the second time we've seen Rocket League. Tetris Effect, that happened earlier. Those 2 events have come and gone. And then in a couple weeks' time, Apex Legends will have their second event as well.
Oh, and that's going to be amazing. We were supposed to be, finishing this one off with Rocket League, but the fun's never stopping. We got the Apex you can watch. The Tetris Effect has come and gone, but absolutely amazing to have that. And you've got to play for your house. We talk about these houses. There's 4 that you can be. Top 16 teams, weekly score, will earn the points for their house. And it's going to be very exciting, because we did talk about the houses. Me and you did have fun. Having the quiz to see which one, and I believe we both did get the same.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was hoping to get into the Vela house because they're kind of crushing everybody right now. I did the quiz. It put me in Boots. Boots is in last. Now I guess I have to try and support them, try and rally them back on into this event, but it's not just that. It's also for that $1,500 cash prize pool being played for today, $700 in for number 1. That's a pretty big prize right now, and I think that's a big reason why a lot of these players are here. So hopefully they will be able to show up and make that deep run. Soon we will be getting into our game, so I do believe we're getting ever closer to that. That said, once again, though, as we take another look at the prize pools, those aren't the only prizes you can win here, Tins.
It's exactly right. We got spot prizes for Play of the Day, Alienware MVP, and the Jester. And that is one I'm looking a lot of fun, because we talk about Rocket League. Anything can happen. Own goals, missed open nets. We're talking about a bit about it before, and I'm really excited to see some of those plays really come through at the end of the day.
I do worry about that Jester Award, though, because we already have a front runner in this one, knowing some of those players. I know I wasn't supposed to call them out, but Riv already gestured on you, all right? By saying, no, I won't play with you, playing with others, I don't know. He's leading that Jester charge.
I had the absolute pleasure to play in the last Rocket League Cup with some teammates, and yeah, I did ask Riv, but I got turned down, and he's here today to play, so had to call that out. But absolutely love those guys. Really looking forward to see them come through, and hopefully we see them on the main stage.
Yeah, I think we'll see them in a match time, hint, hint there, but not for our opening match, which will be coming up quite shortly. Let's go into the nitty-gritty of a best-of-3 right now, because traditionally Rocket League, more of a best-of-5, not a best-of-3. You have a little bit more wiggle room. How different is that mindset when you know you have many less chances?
Well, we always talk about in best of fives. If you lose the first game, that's fine. It's when you get on that losing point where you're one game away from being out of the bracket, that's where the most pressure is on. And you could have that after the first game. If you don't make it through in that first game, get the win, you've put yourself in such a hard position. And that's where, as you said, gets really nitty-gritty. Those teams are going to have to really fight to get back into it and hopefully sustain their run in the bracket.
Yeah, that said as well, for a Fortress House Cup, where we do welcome players of all varying, skills and experience coming into play this event as well, knowing that you have less chances, I feel like can sometimes add a little bit more pressure, not necessarily for the less experienced, but for the more experienced players, because you don't know what you're coming up against, and then you don't get that second chance. I think that creates that upset environment.
Exactly right, and if you look at your bracket, you look at where you're going to be playing, most other tournaments, you can understand who your teammates are, how they play. You kind of know what to expect, but you're right. You're completely going into this blind. You get into the game, find out who you're playing, and you're going to have to play in a best-of-3, try and get that win. I'm really excited to see some of those players, maybe we haven't heard of too much, really come out and show their worth.
Yeah, there's going to be so many opportunities to step up tonight and really make that mark and, possibly walk away with a pretty significant cash prize. Hopefully, we will be getting into these matches. I'm too excited, all right? It's been a long, long while since I've been at a LAN event like this, since I've had a desk set up like this as well. This is what it's supposed to be. This is what esports is supposed to be, man.
A terminology people are very familiar with. This is Rocket League. This is so good that we get to be here in person with so many people behind us, all trying to achieve the same thing, fighting out in an arena face-to-face with your opponents, and I'm so excited. This is my first time, so I'm really excited to be here and be able to present you some of this action.
How hungry are you?
I'm hungry for some Rocket League.
I'm getting hungry for a meal as well, because we're taking a look at our first two teams right here. Parmesan House and the Little Chippies are going to be going against each other, and Little Chippies might be representing our house in boots, but I don't know. I got my mind on meals all of a sudden.
Food against food, battling out here, but that depends though. It's Parmesan House. Are you more of a Parma or a Parme? I think this has to be said as we're getting into this match.
Are we gonna open up with that debate? I believe there was, what was it? Parme became the official definition because of something, and it might have had to do with Bunnings. I'm not too sure. I'm not going to go into that. Game number 1 underway. Parmesan House are in blue. Little Chippies will be in orange, and already Parmesan House, they got a goal on the board.
Boy Scallop already coming out with a dub, and that's just amazing to see, and it shows that aggression coming out. I'm loving these names. I'm loving the house names. I'm loving everything about this. Already, that's pretty assertive. You're coming into a game 4 seconds in. You're just saying, we're here to play. We're going to put this one away.
I didn't catch who it was on the Little Chippies, but someone went for the play and just straight up missed it as, whoa, Moist Scallop already trying to do what looked to be a 360 musty, so Parmesan, they've got their eyes set on that play of the day.
Well, it's one thing, if you don't know how far you're going to go in the tournament, you can secure a dub already. You can get those play of the days, you can get those MVPs at any point. So that is maybe something these players are looking for.
I think they're just happy they got that first goal. Usually you wait a couple more before you start to go for the freestyle shots like that. However, I'll always pop for a freestyle shot. I won't pop as much had that one got in. Good save, though, by, I believe that was Paddle Pug on the goal line.
It's very good save there coming in, and it's really good to see because we don't know what to expect just as much as these players. You're coming in, we don't know what skill level, what's going to happen, but both teams getting some really good shots on net, hitting those saves, and I don't think this is going to be an easy series for these guys.
We'll see. I mean, my initial take has been Parmesan House looking a little bit better, and Kurdo is going to help emphasize that point. 2-0 lead.
Is that a cast curse? I just speak about it and now they go up to we've already got, hey, it's out of the way early, you know what I mean? We've got the cast curse out of the way early. You see the players there, they're rearing to play, they're so excited. And a lot of these players, it also might be their first LAN event, so how are they going to handle those kind of nerves coming into this one?
Yeah, how are they going to handle us yelling at them all night long? That is a very important question. So far for the Little Chippies, it's been a little rough. Still looking for their first shot on goal. They're going to have to get it out of the defensive side at this stage. As we do watch Kurto with an attempt to center, winds up missing it, so Going Shrew has a chance. No! Well, good news, Riv. Moist Scallop may have just taken the lead for Jester.
Oh, it's not what you want to see, but if you're an OCE player, you're going to see this a lot. We are well known for this mechanic. It's called the own goal. Unfortunately, found themselves in the firing line, couldn't get out of the way early enough. 3 goals to Parmesan House, and we've already got our own goal on the board.
I was expecting it to happen later in the night. I wasn't ready to open game 1 less than 2 minutes in. Thank you, Lil Chippies, though, doing the Boots House proud.
And they're going to keep trying to get this going. Parmesan House, they're not stopping this attack, trying to... I'm loving this play. The ceiling shot almost on net, but couldn't quite put that one away. Buzz is going to walk away with this one, trying to go off the ceiling, finding a teammate in, but doesn't have enough boost. And the triple save coming out to make sure that doesn't find its way in the net.
You might say that's an overcommit. I call that synergistic teamwork. I also don't think it's going to be very effective the later we get into this event, but for right now, Parmesan House, again, they're on that same page. They've been doing a good job controlling the boost and the ball. They are still looking like the stronger team.
Yeah, but coming into this, I'm seeing so many good mechanics, so many good saves coming out from Little Chippies as they're trying to just clear the ball, give themselves some breathing room, but I'm seeing so many good takes from them on the defensive end, but we need to start seeing them get on offense. There's 2.5 minutes left on the clock and 3 goals down. It's not looking too good.
There
Opportunity though, Forge puts it away.
Yeah, you can see that setup happening. An open backboard taken advantage of by the Chippies, and a very strange overcommit actually coming from Blob Skirting Bob. We're just going to call them Blob. Blob, oh, it's Blob Cernob. Ah.
Come on, you can't read that. Of course it's what it is. I've got to say, I said at the start, I'm loving these names coming out. Makes us, our jobs as casters a lot more exciting.
Makes it more difficult, but I'm glad you appreciate it. Either way, Little Chippies do get themselves on the board. Paddle Pug, a chance to center it. Actually, it gets dunked on the tail end. A pinch, though. Able to find the gap. A demo as well. Ball's in a dangerous spot. Buzzard unable to get there as the ball bounces back to the orange side of the pitch.
Had a good opportunity there, a high flyer, but couldn't quite secure that one. In the goal square now, but a good clear coming out from the side of Little Chippies. They're finding themselves in the attacking end, exactly what we wanted to see, but now it's just about securing. Minute and a half left, they're running out of time to do so, but right now just looking to try and get that clear. Kurt doing a really good job of controlling the midfield, looking for the pass, but no one there. Gonna take it all the way, but will be saved by Little Chippies.
That was a very nice pass to himself, actually. Like, you know, he threw it downfield, was able to get underneath it, found that next touch. As we do see another centering attempt, this time it will be the Shrew who will clear it out of their goal, tries to follow it up. Kurt that little bit faster, still sitting, well, empty on boost now. Centers the ball, Paddle Pug able to bring it back around, double commit, keeping the attacking pressure in favor of the Parmesan House. That opened a doorway for Blob, who misses the ball. Kurt misses it out of the ball. No one's hitting the ball!
2 players are hitting each other instead in the midfield. That was a good opportunity. All players committing on that play, but they weren't able to find the ball, instead finding each other. 49 seconds to go. That might be a shot on target, but Kurt all the way back, not letting that one go in.
Rocket League's a difficult game. For those who don't know and might be watching this for the first time, wherever you happen to may be, Rocket League is a more difficult game than you'd have to think. So when you see situations where 5 people commit and no one hits the ball, just remember, they have put in many hours, many long nights, being able to be fast enough to have an attempt at the ball for their opponents. It's a difficult game.
I've had plenty of people pick up Rocket League and in their first 10 hours are barely able to hit the ball. So this is absolutely amazing from these players, and even more amazing from Parmesan House. 2-goal lead here, clock is winding down. Looks like they might take the first game here for the Fortress House Cup.
Yeah, it will be going to the Parmesan House. Early offense, and Well, it never really stopped. That would have been a 4-1. Instead, they'll have to settle for 3. But the most important thing, 1 victory in the book.
Exactly, and I'm loving these player cams. You can see the exhale of relief when they finally get that first win. You're at a LAN environment, so getting it out of the way nice and early is going to be key, and they can finally rest a little bit easy knowing they're 1 game away from already finding themselves in that upper bracket.
Especially in a best-of-3 single elimination format, when you come out there, put that right foot forward, get that first victory, get that first goal realistically in the first 10 seconds, as it were. Like, this is a team that started off hot, and because there's only 8 teams in this first qualifying heat, you only need to win 2 to get to the best-of-5s, to get to the final stage of this event. This is a very strong start for the Parmesan team.
Yeah, not only to get to that main event, to get to that prize pool that we've talked about before. So these players are going to be competing at their highest level, and you're right, just getting into that next stage, huge for these players. And the further you go, the more games of Rocket League you get to play. But there's plenty of PCs here for everyone to kind of have some fun. But we're into game number 2 already. Can Parmesan close it out now, or will Little Chippies be able to bring it back?
I think a big thing Little Chippies needs to do is find stronger first touches while on defense. They've definitely been struggling to get those clears. At that same token, Parmesan House has left them opportunities. A good pass back actually nearly leads to the shot. Paddle Pug will be denied. I feel like Parmesan House, if they play a calmer game, they should be perfectly fine. If they start to double and triple commit like they were doing a lot in that first game, Little Chippies will find more opportunities.
Yeah, and that's definitely something to look at from Little Chippies. Whenever they're putting a shot on net, we're finding 2 players or more from Parmesan to jump at that ball. So being able to just keep that pressure going, keep putting shots on target, you will eventually find yourself with an open net if they do continue to double commit. But right now they're doing well on defense, able to stop that attack. Now looking for a few midfield passes here, but not too much boost as Moist Scallop's going to take it away.
Paddle Pug, though, will keep the ball on the blue side of the pitch. They try to get it through the corner as well. A little bit too high as Moist Scallop tries to cross up. A midfield read, though, turns into a shot on target. Kurt has to make the save, yet Little Chippies, they're doing a very good job at controlling the middle of the field, or at least they were until everyone started missing the ball again.
We've seen that, a story as old as time. We've seen that a few times, and it's just players maybe not nerves coming in with the comms, I reckon, not knowing where people are and exactly what kind of play you're going to go for, because you don't also know how much these players have been playing together, if the synergy is quite there, as Battle Pug now gets the lead for the first time for Little Chippies.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice shot right there. They were able to find that pass across the middle, get that goal in, and I think for Little Chippies to be able to strike first, get the first goal in this game, after what happened in game number 1, let's fast forward a little bit. It's now been 2 unanswered goals for the orange side. It feels like momentum has finally gone back in their favor.
Yeah, I think they've finally gotten that warm-up time that they needed. They maybe calm down a little bit, know what they need to do. And one thing I love, yet again, player cams, you see them getting around each other. They are hyped to be here, and if they can keep that level of excitement, they're going to be unstoppable.
However, you can't get too excited. A double commit right there on the goal line might lead to a counterattack. Moist Scallop has a chance to really set up the rest of Parmesan House. No one goes up to challenge, however, Little Chippies. They're still playing reactive on the blue side.
Yeah, they're trying to get something going, and you see another double commit out there. That's going to be dangerous if they can turn it into a quick counterattack. They have the midfield pass, goes long, but Blob able to play it aside. That doesn't mean this attack is over yet. Another opportunity, good play. Bill now finding themselves on the attacking end, but what a good 50. Might find itself in an open net. Who can get there first? It's going to be Paddle Pug, puts it away. 2-goal lead to Little Chippies.
I feel like there was a little bit too much overthinking going on in Blob's head as they were trying to race it down. They wanted to get that perfect angle to maybe pinch it off the backboard and clear it back, but wound up missing the ball completely. And at that stage, Little Chippies, they're just able to chip it in. 2-0 lead right now, and if things continuing as they are, we're going to get a Game 3 in our very first series.
Exactly. And it's always good to see Paddle Pug just padding the stats right now. Goal after goal, looking to get on that scoreboard, make up for the previous game. But I just want to say it's exactly what we talked about. We're finding the double commits. We're finding the triple commits for the side of Parmesan House. Can they work out how to get back into rotation and work well with each other to stop that? Because it is going to be detrimental to them.
That kickoff didn't look promising to me, Tins, unfortunately. That was one of the tightest cheats I have seen in a good long while. Another double commit as well will leave only Moist Scallop back on defense. Here comes the shot. Well, it would have been the shot had there been contact made. A couple unforced errors keeps the ball out of the net for now.
Yeah, and they're trying to get a shot on early, trying to catch the other team off guard, sending one long downfield. Good clear by Blob, but it's going to go straight for the side of Little Chippy's backboard. Reed paddles up for it, couldn't quite find the angle. Difficult shot, but it doesn't matter. It's straight back on their net. Buzzard now getting on the scoring end.
Yeah, that was just, if you can't score the goal, you have to at least get that ball up high enough to turn it into a setup for the next member, and that was something that the Chippies did quite well in order to set it up right there. Buzzard, all they had to do was come straight at it, and again, Parmesan House, it's their inability to commit defensively at the right moment that's been holding them back this game. Kickoff, though, looks good. Oh, that second touch looked better, and Blobs finally gets the Parmesan onto the board.
Throwing the defense off completely with that touch. Gets a nice soft one to bait out the defense, and they're finding themselves back on the end. Can they continue this going? But still, 3-goal lead for Little Chippies that have been looking so much better this game.
Yeah, it's been a good turnaround from the team in orange, despite giving up that last goal. Already a hat trick for Paddle Pug right there. True, 2 assists, helping out the team where they can. Pressure, though, is coming from the blue side with 100 seconds left here in our second game. Oh, defenders bumping into each other. That could open up a doorway. Blob shot is high, and Paddle Pug was able to find the gap in the offense.
Kurt trying to get the follow-up, but not able to, which means they will have to give up the offense just for now. They look to get another clear, 1 touch downfield, but it doesn't matter. The side of Little Chippies, they're securing that midfield line, and they're not going to let you get back into their goal square.
And I don't want to sound like a broken record right here, but the big difference right now between these two teams has been sort of that rotational play and the spacing. Parmesan House with the double commits, but, well, they're playing as tight as they are, have been having struggles as Buzzard Aardvark just got gifted a second chance in that one right there. But Little Chippies, whenever unforced errors are made, are going to be the faster team to the ball because they are deeper in their rotations, because they have more time to adapt. I want to see Parmesan House really spread themselves out a little bit more.
Yeah, and I'm really looking for Little Chippies. They're causing panic on the defensive end. They're not worried about, going for the amazing mechanical plays. They're getting that powerful shot on target, forcing a weak clear, and then getting that follow-up, baiting out as many defensive members from the side of Parmesan if they can, and it might lead to an open net now. Buzzard gets their second, and completely different turnaround from the previous game.
I mean, Buzzard knew as soon as that clear was coming through, yeah, we got this goal, and that is not one I can be too critical of. Late in the game, down by 3. Yeah, Parmesan House is going to have 3 attackers forward. Unfortunately, no one was able to get back to that midfield mark, and now this game is well and truly out of reach. Good news is we're getting a game 3 in our very first series.
If I believe the last game is correct from the previous Rocket League tournament, I don't think they saw many game 3s. I think a lot of it was best of 2s. So it's very interesting to see. We're already going to that game 3. We get to see these two teams go the distance. Now, we had one game where it felt like Little Chippies needed that warm-up, and now they have. Are Parmesan going to be able to get back into this one, figure out what they need, and really start, I think, trusting in each other as a team?
Yeah, exactly. That trust is what's gone missing, it feels like, because if we go back to game number 1, they never really had to have strong rotations. They never really needed to trust each other because they were winning a lot of, I don't want to call them bad beats per se, but there were a couple unforced errors on Little Chippies, and we saw Parmesan House capitalize on them, and it was a lot of one-man forward scoring the goal. So we never got to see their rotations get challenged. This game, the rotations got challenged. We saw Little Chippies control the middle of the field. We saw them get more consistent touches, and Parmesan House, as you said before, they panicked. They started double committing. They were throwing themselves at it, desperate to try and get Little Chippies off their game, and that just played right into the orange side's wheelhouse.
I'm really interested to see how they come out next game, because you're right, we saw a lot of overcommits from the side, but I do love the play style that Little Chippies are playing. They're playing deep, and they're happy to stay on the defensive end and wait till you start creeping up as the third player, and that's where they're going to attack. We saw a few times, yet again, Paddle Pug playing very deep, able to get that clear, forcing Parmesan to really have to keep this ball close if they want to continue in the game. But it doesn't matter. They're not going to keep the ball close. Blob is just going to send it long, gets the first goal.
A bang. He knew that was a mortar shot right there, perfectly arched and into the goal. The Parmy House. I'm going to go Parmy, not Parma.
No. You're going to start a debate. You're going to start a debate with everyone.
Well, what side are you on? What side are you on?
I'm Team Parma. That's all I've ever known. So I'm going to have to be on the Team Parma.
Okay, well, I'm definitely on Team Parmy because I need to be right. It looks for another goal. No! Oh, the Shrew misses the open net. Paddle, though, nearly posts it in. Third member will put it through as Buzzard Aardvark makes it a tie game.
That's the second time we've seen that. not being able to put on the shot is fine, but they're continuing the pressure. They're hitting the ball into the backboard, forcing out a player in net. And then the third player is just coming in saying, yeah, I'll take this open net. I'll just slot that top bins. And they find themselves in another tie game. Still plenty of time on the clock, though.
Double commit on the kickoff from Parmesan House. That could leave them exposed, and it does. Paddle Pop retakes the lead.
So quickly from the kickoff. We've seen a few kickoff goals happening here, but just an awkward challenge from the side of Parmesan House. We'll send that into the back of their own net. Will they be able to continue this run? We're kind of seeing previews of what happened in that game.
It was the awkward double commit at the start, the awkward challenge follow-up. That's why you only send one player realistically to go for the ball in and of itself. So thank you, Parmesan House, for reinforcing, you know, an important lesson for up-and-coming Rocket League players right there, especially in that team environment. Make sure you know who's going for that kickoff. Little Chippies now. We're still early in Game 3. It's only a one-goal lead. I feel like they won't be comfortable until they get a couple more points.
Yeah, this definitely isn't over for any team just yet. And I do want to talk about that challenge game again, because we are seeing Little Chippies, their first player is sending at the ball. They are 100% of the time going to be going straight for that ball, forcing it and trying to get that challenge. And it's resulting in a lot of dunks that are leaving Parmesan in an awkward space. Whereas you look at the other side, Parmesan, their challenges, they're keeping another player close. They're trying to get these follow-ups, but it's not going to stop the hard dunks that are coming through from Little Chippies.
Yeah, Little Chippies have just had stronger reads, I feel like, on the play, and are a little bit more confident in straight-up 50-50, something which we didn't notice in game number 1, but has become more and more prevalent as they adjusted more to the LAN environment, playing on the stage itself. Little Chippies has done a great job turning the series in their favor, and this could be another threatening play again as well. Paddle Plug actually conserving so much boost and still finding that second touch. A couple unforced errors will eventually see Blob clear it out. The net looked open. Paddle Plug was able to rotate back, and it's another 50 going Chippy's way.
Paddle Plug has been in so many defensive situations, being able to get up to that ball quick, do the good aerial, and kind of send it completely out of the way. Going now on the board, trying to secure this victory.
Yeah, that is a big 2-goal lead in favor of Little Chippies. They've gotten that momentum. They've been continuing to find those 50s in their favor. The late touch obviously was a stylistic point, but to go back to Paddle Plug, hat trick in game number 2. Already in this game has been coming up big, but it's Curto off the kickoff to get the Parmesan House back in it.
They are finding what they need to on kickoffs. They are able to get, I believe, their second kickoff goal so far, and it's always come at a really good time. The first one, securing them their first goal of the series, and now getting it back in this game. We are neck and neck here. Both teams not wanting out of this tournament yet.
So I have a theory right now, Tins. Parmesan House, if they win a series, they have a choreographed victory dance. I feel like they have something synchronized. It might not be some big long thing, but it'll be some quick move. I mean, we see it every time they score. They've got something planned. If they get knocked out here in this best of 1 in the first round, and we don't get to see that dance, I'm going to be a little disappointed.
I'm hoping there's something, because I think we've only ever seen that from one team in Rocket League history, at least in OCE, doing that little, you know, you get your moment in the spotlight after you win a game. You get to be able to do whatever you want for at least 5 seconds. I'm with you. I'm hoping they have something planned, like a jump or flip or something for us.
I want to see it win or lose. That's my point right now. So we'll see where we go from here, as Blobs just going to take a shot in. Double commit from the Chippies. However, the positioning from Shrew was strong enough that they could have found that second touch in the corner. As it stands, Blob still has a chance to bump away. Sets up Kurt. Big save on the line from the Shrew.
So close, but yet so far. They still have an opportunity here, and Little Chippies are just scrounging around trying to get this clear. They need boost.
Wow.
And they do have it to try and get it, but long ball in the midfield. Moist Scallop is up for it first. Off the backboard. Is any player there? No, couldn't quite puts it. Sends it up high. They're trying to keep this alive. Can they get the ball, or will it be sent down the other end?
Yeah, they just weren't able to find that shot, unfortunately. A lot of pressuring around it. That best moment came from we saw 2 members of Chippies without boost, but Parmesan House was also in the process of rotating back for their own boost. That's a big whiff. A little bit unfortunate. Curtis going to try to recover, instead throws it straight over to the Paddle Plug, who makes it a 2-goal game once again.
My heart was pounding there. I was nervous. I was looking at the right side of the screen, and I saw Little Chippies boost. They had nothing. They were completely boost starved, and they managed to get that clear. They managed to get the goal, catch Parmesan cheating way too far up the field as they have in previous games, and now they've got that safety net. They've got that second goal.
Question is, how many holes are in the net and how wide are they at the moment? Well, it's actually starting to look like a pretty tight net, which is what you would be hoping for. Maybe there's something up above, though. Placement is perfect, and Blob takes us back within one.
Great mechanics here off the side of the wall. Being able to get to that one, just putting it far side, throws off the Little Chippies defense, and they are not ready to give up yet. 51 seconds left, goal down. Will we see our first OT in our Series 1?
I mean, Parmesan House is going to be hunting for it. That is for certain. Kurt with a chance, tried to take it themselves. Moist Scallop didn't like that angle. Is going to start to rotate back. Oh, another swing and a miss. Actually was recovered. Still, though, ball in the box, threatening for that goal. Kurt wasn't able to cut it off in time, and Blobs actually has an awkward read. Ball gets behind Parmesan House, and now they've got to find this goal starting from their own end.
Just enough to clear that one. A double miss might give
Oh!
Moist a little bit of time. Is it going to find its goal? No, it's just off. It's rolled up. Can they get back to it in time? It's still in the goal square. Battle Pug, the defensive legend for this series, is back at it again. Double commit in the corner, though. Might leave it open, but a good 50 will send it out to midfield. Can they bring this back? They've had their opportunities. Shot on net, but it's too high. They're there for the follow. Moist puts it away, and they are able to get back the lead. Going to overtime, possibly, still 4 seconds on the clock.
What was crazy about that goal was it was almost the teammate that made the save. We're going to put that aside right now, though. Tie game, 3 seconds left in regulation. Next goal wins this, whether or not we go to overtime. I have a feeling we will, though, Tins, because that ball's staying on the ground, and we get a Game 3 OT.
Already, and the tournament's just started. We're already finding ourselves here. Let's see if there might be a kickoff goal, as we have seen a few already, but no, both teams are able to secure the double touch. Coming in, no, it's not in. It's been saved. Just off target. That has got to be heartbreaking.
Another shot also is going to go wide. Kurt with the chance is going to wind up keeping that ball in the corner. Buzzard will eventually clear it back out to safety. Shrew following it up, backboard setup, will be put back in the corridor again, and it looks like we were jammed there for a little bit. Still some pressure coming from Chippies. If Parmesan House don't find a way to win this game now, that is going to be a haunting moment.
In tournaments like this, you have moments that's crossed the net but couldn't quite put it away, but an awkward touch will send it back to their own net. But there are moments time and time again, and that is one that you're going to be remembering. It's a hard shot, but almost pulled it off. Now high off the backboard. Blob might be able to, but Paddle Pug, time and time, great backboard read.
No! It's
on the net! Paddle Pug! I can't believe what we've just witnessed. How has this happened? That is the way that we end our OT. Paddle Pug with the hard backboard read save into a goal.
No one can believe it right now. I'm just seeing various degrees of shocked expressions on everyone's faces, not just on the stage, but I kind of feel like in the crowd as well. If you want an introduction to like what Rocket League can bring and what an environment can be like, that series pretty much covered it all.
Oh, you had everything. You had the classic OCE own goal. You had a Game 3. You had an OT in Game 3. And you had so many moments that were so close to being greatness, but just taken from the players at a moment's notice, but able to get that win. They're staying through, and they're going to find themselves still continuing on in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Little Chippies, you take that win and you run with it, right? Like, you got it. It's in the bag. You've made it to the next stage. Do not look back, because that kickoff, that double touch, 9 out of 10 times goes in.
That was heartbreaking to see. And I talk about moments that happen throughout a tournament, and that is going to be one that you remember. It is heartbreaking. We talk about how difficult it is to just hit the ball, let alone hit a shot like that. So all credit to the player, but that is going to be a moment that you're just going to remember.
I mean, there were a fair few moments as we're going to take a look at some of these highlights right now, though. Kind of going through it. Game number one, I'm going to be quite frank. It looked like game number one was just going to be like all Parmesan House.
They came out so strong at the gate, cementing their ability as 4 seconds into the game with a goal. And now being able to secure that game with an easy win before going. They did show moments towards the end of that game. So we talk about warm-up games. Maybe that's exactly what they needed to be able to get themselves momentum. We saw the excitement coming out of the players every goal that was scored.
Yeah, that we did, and we also saw our first own goal of the event back in game number 1 as well. Little did we know, it was the own goal that would start to get little chippies moving forward. Game number 2, it was all paddle pug, hat trick to get the momentum back on the orange side.
Having the hat trick, but I just wanted to say again, and I've said it before, Paddle Pug's defense, the amount of really difficult backboard reads they would get from jumping out of net, it's not a hard game to read. Sorry, it is a hard game to read, and Paddle Pug able to do it with perfection, and the amount of times those touches led to open nets from the overcommit of Parmesan.
I mean, there was just a lot of, overcommits, a fair few unforced errors on both sides, unfortunately, which I still think has to go from a little bit of nerves playing on this stage, not necessarily used to having to play at an increased tempo. Yeah, there we go. That was the mortar shot going through. True. Oh, that was painful. But, hey, Chippy's recovered in the end, as we see right here.
Yeah, time and time again, they just kept going. Not able to get the shot, but able to continue the play by getting that backboard read, forcing out some of those errors and being able to secure it for this game 3. Seeing that OT, they were down 3-1. They were able to get back in it. They had the hype, they had the excitement to be able to send that to overtime.
I mean, they were down, 4-2, under a minute left. Parmesan House, most teams would be dead in the water right here, but Blob was the player taking their game to the next level. This is where it was big time seen right here. Final seconds of the game, Moist Scallop finds the equalizer off the setup, and then comes this.
My heart is breaking for that shot. Such a good one. We talk about, we have plays of the day. We have moments that you can also compete for prize winnings, but unfortunately couldn't quite secure that. Paddle Bug, huge defensive clear into the goal, and they are able to secure game series number 1, and they find themselves still continuing.
Yeah, and they are going to be, again, when you win a series like that, don't question it. You take it, you walk away with it. Heart goes out to Blob because they played an amazing series. Like, you could tell they were the focal point of the Parmesan House. Like, they were the one, momentum-wise, he was the guy psyching the rest of the team up. He was the one making those big plays. These are the type of players I'm looking out for here today, even though we won't be seeing more from them, because there's a lot of names that we might not be familiar with when we look at sort of the larger, oceanic scene as a whole. These are the ones who can make that big impact. However, this next matchup has a lot of players we recognize.
Yeah, we were talking about this one before. We got Chugga Wugga, and I've already told them every time they score, it's just gonna be a Chugga Wugga big red car. I need that from the audience or someone. But also Weedon Platts, we noticed a name on there that actually used to play previously with a member on Chugga Wugga. So I'm really hoping to see some competitive spirit of both those players going at it.
Yeah, look, they might be friends outside of the game, but within the context here of, the Alienware Arena, this is a grudge match all of a sudden, all right? This is personal. Someone kicked someone else's pet and things got violent. We're not going to go too much into that. All I'm going to say is Toledina and Riv for the next 10 to 15 minutes will not like each other.
No, it is all for one and one for all going forward. It's going to be interesting to see as we talk about some of the players. I'm really looking forward to seeing the mechanical ability. We haven't seen Riv in a while, but he's assured me that he is still playing at peak form. We've got other players like Lethal Vive, who were here in the last one as well, did make it pretty far. Unfortunately, just fell short, but definitely a team to be looking at.
But at that same token, Weedon Platts, yes, Tolentino is kind of that name and that face we should all be looking towards. The other two players might not be as known, but you have to trust Tolentino would surround himself with strong players as well.
Exactly right, and that's what we talk about not knowing these players, is if you look at a name, you might be able to gauge how it's going to be or what you're going to be. You look at Talendina and you say, okay, we're in for a little bit of a match here, but you see the other two players, they might be absolute superstars. We're not too sure. I'm really excited to see how they round out the team, as this one is going to be a battle to see, yet again, that first round. Who can make it into round 2?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting to watch out for. To be honest, though, like we can talk about Riv versus Tolentino. We can talk about learning about Quaint Crocodile and Spanish Soul. My eyes, though, it's on Vive. Vive has someone, last time there was a LAN sort of experience, the Commonwealth Games qualifier, was essentially the star of the Dire Wolves in that situation, and they were coming in as a sub. They looked like one of the strongest players. We're in a LAN environment again. Vive is back on a stage. I feel like he can step up and carry.
Oh, we're talking about that experience, and Vive definitely has it. So I don't really think we're going to see too many nerves as Riv from a pass, trying to put that one away, couldn't quite. But Vive, been a coach in Rocket League for so long, I'm really looking to see that experience come out and really look to even lead this team.
But we also can't talk about coaches and ignore Lethal for Life.
Did we have to?
Mindfreak. We do. He won a regional.
He did. He has the titles, I'm pretty sure, to prove it. So Lethal, definitely one of those players to look out for.
Yeah, like this is a very intelligent team. Don't let the name Chugga Wugga fool you. This is probably the smartest team in terms of game sense playing in this event today, as Vive is going to beat all 3 defenders and get that first goal.
And you see him there, fist bumps being handed around. Great pass there. And I was really looking forward to this shot. It's a goal. I was going to talk about it, but I do have to talk about the fact I just saw Lethal for Life in a Scarab.
Yeah. Look, I was doing my very best to ignore what was in front of me. Like, the brain synapses were flaring, red flags waving. Oh, it even sounds like he has one of those terrible engines. No, Vive! No! Oh.
I thought we were going to see an own goal just for fun there, but it's weird. Scarab, it has the same hitbox as most of the other cars that people main. As a double touch coming out, Vive couldn't quite get there, but Lethal for Life leading the way.
Hold on, I want to see the replay of that. How did Lethal get that goal? Vive set it up, Ribbon. Oh,
no! Talk about a goal steal. They're there. Lethal was supposed to be the last player there, securing the back line, but they say they don't care. They're just going to send all players forward, try and put that one away. Diving in front of the net, gets a touch.
Can you ever trust a Scarab player? This
No.
is why you can't trust Scarab players. Lethal also connections with the APAC region. That's a very APAC goal. Riv, though, will do it all themselves. That's going to be a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, when Riv jumps in the Dominus, that's where you've got to look. And he's going to be scary moving forward, but not quite the Dominus flick that I thought we'd see. For players that know the Dominus, when you go for that flick, it's going to the moon 9 times out of 10. Controls are well enough to get the goal. 3-goal lead here already.
So I want to compare Riv's style to a player, and feel free to tell me if I'm completely wrong and off on this one, because I often am. But I see Riv, and I see him as a very similar player to Cabo, actually. Is that accurate to say?
Well, we do talk about the fact that they used to team ages ago. A few years ago, the Cabo-Riv Sprat duo did make an appearance, and maybe they learned a bit off each other in that time.
Okay, because when I'm saying that, and I'm thinking back to Riv back in his prime, was someone who could get the ball in midfield and either play it forward and get some big mechie play, or just as likely get a powerful shot from at that midfield line and drain something, that's a little bit unexpected. And I feel Cabo is that same sort of midfield threat. Plus, they both drive Dominuses, and that kind of makes me go in Dominus brain. But in that regards, I always felt like they've been similar players.
Yeah, I definitely see that as well, and I believe the card that people choose actually determines the type of style that you like to play. I do think Dominus players can be very mechy, but they're able to get such a power on the ball with every touch that it forces that midfield. When you've got a player with the ability to be able to do anything with the ball at any time, whether it's just bang one top ins from midfield or be able to take that solo play, as now might be leading into an open net, Talendina is going to get the first goal for Weed and Platts, and they find themselves on the board.
And I'm happy Weed and Platts has finally punished Chugga Wugga's triple commit. Like, I understand trains can only go in one direction, but they eventually loop back around, and I'd like to see a bit more of that coming from the Chugga Wugga side.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how to learn rotation here. So the way that Chugga Wugga, what they're doing, they're sending that first player on the ball. Second player is really looking for that midfield pass to be able to support. And the third player usually hangs out on the other team's backboard from what I'm seeing from the side of Chugga Wugga. But Talendina is going to get a nice goal, and they're not stopping here.
Talendina was that other player we were going to highlight out. Good setup, though, coming from Quank Crocodile, taking advantage of that exposed backboard. They're able to find the pass. Talendina's going to hit those shots, and just as quickly as we saw the 3-0 lead, Weed and Platts back within striking distance.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit of a wake-up call from Chugga Wugga. They've been able to get a few shots on the board. You're now in a near-tie game if they're able to get one more. And maybe start to thinking about your playstyle a little bit more. Look, if I know these players, I'm not going to say that they're going to start taking it 100% seriously, because Lethal's still in the Scarab, and it doesn't matter what car he's in. If you know Lethal, you know he can musty, and he's proving he can do it in any car.
I've never seen a Scarab musty before. That was actually a first for me. I've never seen it.
It had the perfect roll too. That's what I love. And for those who know Lethal, definitely a player that always loves to do the musty mechanic, and to see that in the Scarab, I'm near disgusted, I gotta say.
I mean, the only thing I can think of that would be worse would be a Battle Bus musty, but even then, that at least has a lip, right? That at least can scoop and shoot. I don't know, man.
I don't want you putting any ideas in this person's head, all right? I don't want to see next game what's coming out. A shot opportunity, but couldn't put it away.
Oh, that was almost a double reset from Riv right there. Vibe with the bump barely sets up Lethal. Tolentino has to pinball his own teammate, throwing him into the demo zone, was able to get the save. Still needing a goal, though. Dem Platts, it's going to be crunch time for them. Can they find the equalizer? Only 20 seconds left to do it.
Yeah, Vive's going to keep that pressure alive. A double commit will give time on the ball here, but they are going to find the way. They get past one to beat. Lethal, awkward. Gets the touch midfield. Talentina's there, but couldn't make contact. It's not over yet. Crocodile trying to put in the midfield. Talentina going for a redirect. Couldn't find the angle. Lethal just going to put that one down. A lot closer in the final few minutes there.
No 8s in that game for the Falcons fan. It was just a 2-3 as opposed to the 28-3. And that, unfortunately, is going to be a loss for Dem Platts. Chugga Wugga Choo Choo takes game 1.
Chugga Chugga Choo Choo, big red cars. We see the players there. They are got that first game, and we talk about that first game time and time again. Their nerves are down. They've been here for a while. They've been warming up. They've finally got that first win on the board. And now, Talendina, one more game, and they might find themselves out of the bracket.
Yeah, the big thing for me, though, is can they stay focused for an entire game? And with a lot of teams, I would say, oh, yeah, easy, no problem. With this team, yes, talent-wise, they might be one of the best here today, but can they go an entire series?
I'm curious to see what Lethal was playing on, because they were saying that they can do it all. They can play on controller, they can play on keyboard. They'll just go with the flow. And right now, Flo's going out in the midfield. Up first, he's going to be a Spanish Soul, but it will be taken quickly by Riv. Plenty of boost to work with, and when I see Riv near a wall with boost, I'm looking worried.
Exactly, as we do see that ball get to the backboard. Lethal with the chance. Won't be able to beat out the Quaint Crocodile, who, you know, I want to give Quaint Crocodile a little bit of the spotlight and a little bit of attention right now in this series. They've been doing a fantastic job defensively, finding avenues to get passes, usually to Tolentino, but they've often been that first defender, and they've been doing a solid job.
And a really good solo play coming out here. Can they get the flip reset? No, couldn't get all 4 wheels on the ball. We'll have to play that one to the corner, and it's definitely good to see from these players those clears. Spanish done a few as well. Crocodile has those moments of being able to beat out that defense, get the ball into an opening where Talendina can follow up. So really good kind of synergy coming out from these players as Crocodile now looking to try to mid, but couldn't quite. Vive looking to take it the other way.
Vive actually is going to try to play off the bump out of Lethal as well. It's Quaint Crocodile who centers it. Desperate touch off the backboard, gets the ball back within Quaint Crocodile. Nice flip to avoid one attacker. Spanish now with the shot. Vive will make that save off the line, and not too surprising to say Vive with strong defense. I mean, after coaching the Direwolves for how long he did, defense has always been their especial.
Exactly right, and showing it here in this game, and such, I just want to give credit back to that flick to beat out 2 defenders in the midfield and get that opportunity. Unfortunately, couldn't find it on that one, but plays like that are just going to set you up for good momentum and possibly a goal moving forward. As a shot on target, nice and strong, but it is going to be cleared away.
And so well placed again by Vive as well. Not only do you make that last second save, but you put the ball that's in a difficult spot for the Dem Platts to continue the attack. Now, Chugga Wugga wasn't the fastest on responding to the touch, however, and Dem Platts was able to keep some pressure into the corner. Eventually, though, that had a chance to be broken up. Lethal gets it over the top of Tolentino. Now ball's in a more dangerous spot. Riv actually might have the reset here. No, can't quite get the dunk.
Riv, we talk about those mechanics, and they're almost coming to fruition there, but not on that attempt.
Oh, no.
2 players going up for that one to try and stop it, but Riv trying to keep this ball alive, keep it in the play with minimal boost as look to move forward, get the flick. Good challenge by Crocodile. Will give time for Dem Platts to get some resources, get back, and look to start their attack yet again.
That's a good pass. Riv, though, too far back, not able to take the shot. Demo from Vive will quell some of the offensive pressure, not all of it. Tolentino wanted the double, wasn't able to get themselves behind it as Riv slows it down, gets past the first. Didn't get the pogo, but still was able to set up Lethal as they throw it right back to Riv. A chance to throw it back down. Late flick doesn't lead to the underneath dunk.
This is what they need to do. These early challenges, they're stopping the plays in its tracks early, not allowing time on the ball, which is what you're going to have to do moving forward. And they're doing great at it now. Riv looking to play downfield. Vibe for the follow-up. Lethal actually fakes it, but it doesn't matter. They're not falling for this one. Spanish Soul now looking to get the clear downfield. Riv with a good challenge, beats out one. Good 50 there by Talendina. Now looking to send it into the dangerous zone of the goal square. Shot opportunity off the backboard. Couldn't find the angle.
Yeah, that was dangerous. Good save by Chugga Lethal, again, leading the charge. And so far in this game, I feel like Lethal, not just because of the Scarab, but because of the playstyle, has been the most annoying player right now on the pitch. All I'm seeing Lethal do is come at either the ball from odd angles or just demo hunting.
I think that's what we've seen from Lethal plenty of times. He's going to be in your face 24/7. He's going to double commit, which will force out really awkward plays. And he's just going to jump at everything. It doesn't matter what happens. Now Vibe looking to send it downfield. No goal yet in this game number 2. A bit of a turnaround, but can I stop caster cursing? I've done it twice already on this stream. Riv puts one away and gets that goal. 47 seconds left.
But again, it comes from a super strong and smart first defensive touch out of Vive. They found the gap, they found the clear, they did so while conserving enough boost to follow it up, get that pass. Really well done by the Chugga side. Less than a minute to go. We dem Platts running out of time right now. Keep our eyes on Talendina. If anyone's going to make that big play to get them back into it, it's going to be him.
Yeah, and possibly might be now as Vive in an awkward position does manage to get the clear there, but definitely going to be interesting to see. Can they bring it back? This is match point for Weedham Platts. Not too much time to try and clean this one up. Looking for the midfield pass. Vibe with good early challenge. Going to stay on this one, and all they have to do is keep momentum with boost. Keep the ball out of possession of the other team, and maybe even score another one.
Yeah, but that was the third member. This actually could be dangerous. 10 seconds to go. Weedham Platts gets shut down in the middle of the field. One last chance to get that ball up, and Riv may have shut it down and done so with style. There was a demo, there was keeping the ball alive, there was lifting a lifeline to Talendina, who tries to slow it down. It's caught by Crocodile, but no! Not able to get the shot, and Chugga choose their way to the group final.
I thought we were going to be worried there. Bit of a previous from the last series, almost find that goal in 0 seconds, but it doesn't matter. They looked very good all series long, able to get that series win, which I think, if we talk about that rivalry, I think Riv now maybe even going up to Talendina saying, hey, yeah, it's still me, I won.
Yeah, and I think Talendina is going up to Riv and saying, how did we get you in the first round? That is what they would be asking, because on paper, these are probably two of our stronger teams in this event. That match, you could see the difference, I think, between that match and the first match in terms of the confidence and the willingness to go for plays and make things a little bit silly, a bit more intentionally in that one. However, Chugga they're still so good once they start to piece, their mech together.
Yeah, it's getting onto that field, and when you see the players in the other team, it's not one you want in the first round, but Chugga, they are able to make it through as we see the replay. Only goal in that first game, complete turnaround from what we saw, now starting to fire on all cylinders. Getting that second goal there, and I'm loving the high fives. I'm loving the energy from these guys. They're all mates, and they're just here to have fun in a Rocket League tournament.
Yeah, dude, when someone takes a goal away from you like that as a teammate, you have to have a little bit of a sippy sip of whatever you happen to be drinking at the time. Look, Chugga, they're still going to be a favorite in this one, but the big concern I have is, how straight-faced, how serious can they kind of keep things through? Now, I look to Vive to be the mature one of the team.
I think
and for those in this, yeah?
I was going to say, I think it's almost the blind leading the blind. I think they're all just going to, they're all going to talk each other up, get around each other so much that they're going to have too much fun.
You can't say it's the blind leading the blind when we have two RLCS winning coaches on this team.
Yeah, but it's easier to tell someone else that they need to get their act together and start playing seriously. They're going to have to try and do it to themselves than each other.
All I'm saying is I saw two coaches and I saw Riv scoring all the goals. So I think the coaching is working.
Well, no, actually, Riv didn't score that first goal. It was actually Lethal, as we've said time and time again, from diving in front of the net. But such a great series there, and that is almost a series that you think we would see in the playoff run or in the grand final.
I mean, we still very well might see something similar to that. Again, I know some of the names that are going to be coming into the second qualifier, so there's still some pretty strong names to come. However, 2 matches already in the books. We saw, Lil Chippies get their win. We saw Chugga Wugga get that win. Still 2 more matches in this group, and now is when things get serious because we're about to move into those qualifying matches to get to the best of 5s, to get to the prize pool. This is where we know, that first series is always going to be pressure, but it also gets harder from here.
Exactly. The first game is pressure because you're just trying to warm up to the fact you're in a LAN environment. And then after that, you're like, okay, well, if we win our next 2 games, we win money. We're in the prize pool. We're able to, really get something out of this tournament, make yourself into that playoff run, which is going to be absolutely huge for these players. And that is where I believe that level of play is going to pick up just longer and longer as the
I mean, I do have to agree with that. I do think we are going to be seeing some elevation in play, and I think we're going to start with this next series as soon as, everyone does get ready and set to go. It'd be a little bit frustrating to get so close to the money matches and then fall up that short. So obviously, this is where, we're going to be seeing some things. I believe this is just a guess. I don't have any idea, though. But I want to go back to Lil Chippies. I want to talk about them a little bit more right now because when we watched their matchup, I think their biggest problem was the slow start and the unforced errors. Those were the 2 areas where we're going to want to see them improve. And even though they're not going up against Chugga Wugga right now, let's just play, matching and like what fantasy matching. What would have happened if these 2 teams played together? Because I feel like those unforced errors are something that a team like Chugga Wugga would just walk all over.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. And you think about Lil Chippies, we also talk about the triple commits. How they were able to win that first game is really counterattack off those double commits, off those triple commits. So maybe even something that they're used to, they can continue that same kind of play style. But speaking of Lil Chippies, we are going to be seeing them now in this next matchup against, I almost don't want to say this one out loud, but they're really good friends, might I add.
Yeah, I think, these are people who just, they know each other very well. They get along. I am trying my hardest to ignore the pun that is directly in front of me. It is painful, it hurts me, and it's exactly what you would expect from someone from House Vila.
Exactly right, and I love the fact, I love the team names, I love everything, I love the environment that we're in. People are here for fun, and look, if you're sick of it now, you're going to be sick of me by the end of today, because now this whole game, I'm just going to have to make really good puns. It's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to this one moving forward, and talk about those team houses, because me and you did find ourselves in boots, but they are doing really well. So as well as this team can go, they can start securing more and more points for their team.
Exactly. We already know Lil Chippies. We've seen this team already. You got the Shrew. You have Jake to the Izo. Okay, so we've seen some name changes. Chazi, Jake, and well, 4 and Shrew, at least they stayed the same. Meanwhile, though, really good friends has Vincent, Baron, and MVP. And in case you were sick of us saying it, the stakes for this match, win and into the, the semifinals, but the main event, but the best of 5s, but those money matches.
Exactly, so this is going to be huge, and we saw a bit of nerves coming out from Lil Chippies at the start of last series. Are they warmed up, or are the nerves just stacking and piling on top of them, looking to get into that qualifying match? A good shot coming out, but we are seeing some great defense from the really good friends.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start, but defense doesn't necessarily win you games. You've got to find those gaps in the offense, and that was something Lil Chippies did so well in their series earlier today. They were good at shutting down that midfield. They're not afraid to play a little bit deeper if that means giving up a little bit of offensive pressure in denying really good friends from getting that space themselves. And I think the big thing we need to be watching out for right now is how really good French manages their boost while on defense, because that's going to be the key to eventually breaking this offensive rotation.
Exactly, you need those resources if you want to be able to move forward, because it's all fine getting that big clear, but if the ball is just getting sent straight back onto your net, which we saw from Lil Chippies, they do like to play deep, so you can't really afford to give away the ball. And no, a shot coming out, almost the opener for the series, but couldn't quite confirm that one.
Yeah, that was a very risky pass, and the Chippies, again, get away with that one, I feel like. And it was a strange pass as well, because all the boost economy was on the Chippy side. They were doing such a good job at stealing it away from really good friends when they were on the attacking half, as maybe they'll get another chance. MVP with a little bit of an unforced error. We'll see Jake to the Izzo. Try to get across that midfield line. Eventually MVP steals that midfield boost. Trying to get the 4 and Shrew on a bit of a run. They set up Baron for the touch. Second play, it's going to be saved.
I almost thought it might have just gone in there, but is able to get there clear. Few good opportunities from both sides, but no one able to secure a goal just yet. As now for going shrewd, looking to put this one in. Good pass in field, but it's going to be met early by Baron as they look to send it into the corner. Jake trying to get this clear, couldn't quite. And they do able to get the ball into midfield, but right now, Really Good Friends doing such a good job at keeping that pressure on, not letting up and giving breathing space.
Can we put the camera on NVB for a little bit, please? Like, if that's at all possible, making a direct request for our spectator. Because I have a theory right now, and I need to take a closer look at NVB. Like, the car, you just hit it off that backboard right there?
You look, I assume you're going to be talking about the car choice there. Actually, a season pass.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. No, I'm talking about the wheels and everything about it. That might be, that's worse than what Lethal was driving.
And that's saying something too, but there we go. Jake finally getting one on the board. And look, it was the last season pass in Rocket League. I don't know if we'll talk about it, but you know, putting them on display, if you find a car that you play well in, maybe it's a little bit of a sleevo, but we're seeing all different kinds of cars making an appearance.
That we are, and well, we didn't see any of the cars on defense that time around. Little Chippies was able to find that counterattack, something they're very good at, and they convert it into a goal. So Chippies, similar style to what we saw in our very first series tonight, still finding success as they nearly get another one. Double commit from the defenders. Vincent, hits the post. Kind of went a little out of control right there. But, well, they should be able to recover. Shrew tries to run disruption. Under 100 seconds left. Really Good Friends still looking for that first goal.
When I think of the Little Chippies playstyle, I really start to think to ping pong or tennis, where they're just happy to keep hitting the ball back. They're going to wait for you to make that error. And then when you do, they're going to counterattack. They're going to send the ball long, be able to get on it. But right now, they're just happy, constantly rotating on defense, getting those saves, clearing the ball out into corners into good spaces. And the minute you start to creep up that pitch, they're going to send it long, look for your net. And right now, it is paying off them so far, but still only a one-goal game.
Yeah, this has been a much slower paced game actually than our first two that we've seen thus far, and I think that's really benefiting the Little Chippies because they are that team that seems to focus on just, making sure you make solid contact, making sure you're always in control of the situation. That's where they excel. Really Good Friends has to be the team to increase the tempo, and that's how you do it. Straight down the middle, the Toothmobile gets it done.
The Toothmobile, that is, I'm never forgetting that one, but goes long to put that one away. 47 seconds on the clock. Tie game, and that seems to be the way that we're seeing goals going against these two teams, is they're just finding awkward rotations, cutting in the midfield, and they're just happy to go long, put it on net, and it's working so far.
Yeah, it has been. And with that equalizing goal right now, 40 seconds left, a much lower scoring game than what we've seen right now. Ooh, that angle almost finds its way through. Vince is still going to keep the pressure on. A chance for another shot. It nearly goes in. The Shrew will make the save on the line.
30 seconds left. Which team will come out victorious? Or will we see yet another OT as going Shrew trying to get that one in the midfield? Couldn't quite. Baron looked to get to pass one, gets demoed for their troubles. MVP, the scorer for the game, trying to get something happening, but can't quite. No one able to hit this in the corner. One more attempt, can't quite. 4 seconds left. Going Shrew off the backboard, it is high. Baron can't quite get the read, it touches the ground, and we do find ourselves in game 1 OT.
Lil Chippy's second overtime in a row. Last time they were able to get that win over the Parmesan House. This time they'll get the goal off. They kick off. Foreign Shrew puts it away.
We saw many a kickoff goals in that previous series, and now they're still coming true. Being able to just get the read. We talk about that read. That is a hard angle to hit, and to be able to do that in OT. Now, one thing I want to ask you is we talk about how these players are when they're on the big stage. They're at a LAN environment. They need that first win to try and calm those nerves. Chippies have already had a whole series getting to play on stream. Now we're Really Good Friends. They kind of figuring out the same thing of what it's like playing under this pressure.
Yeah, I think that actually could be playing a larger effect with that one. However, Really Good Friends playstyle doesn't seem like one that's too risky. Like, both these teams are rather risk adverse, I've noticed in this series. Like, both of them are content to give up space. They're content to try and minimize those unforced errors. The couple goals that we saw were situations where the teams got a little bit over aggressive. Obviously, the overtime goal was actually an amazing read and shot, especially through traffic, which is another thing I want to add to that goal right there. That was a fantastically well played, but I don't know. That was a good win for Little Chippies, but it wasn't enough to make me say, yes, they've definitely got this one guaranteed. I think Really Good Friends with a couple strong touches, maybe a mistake or two from the Little Chippies side, which they've been known to make, they can easily get right back in the series.
Yeah, and a few things I'm noticing from those goals, especially the one Really Good Friends scored, was that all players found themselves on the same side of the field. They were all kind of clustered on the same side, so being able to kind of spread yourselves out, get that infield option, might work as well. As shot already coming out from Little Chippies, but unfortunately couldn't secure that one.
Yeah, Jake to the Izu really quick off that, but I feel like the kickoff game is something that the Little Chippies have had over both their opponents thus far, and that's something that's going to be really interesting to watch as we advance through this tournament. Kickoff can be so vital for quick offensive pressure, and then especially for a team like Little Chippies, who does such a good job at maintaining that ball on the offensive side just by playing behind the midfield line. They're like one of the better deep rotating teams I've seen. That is a very dangerous combo, but all you need is that first defensive clear from Really Good Friends, and all of a sudden you're right back in it.
Yeah, and I got to say yet again, that backboard defense is really working because they're doing a good job from the side of Really Good Friends to put the ball high onto the backboard, force out an awkward touch. There's no awkward touch to be had. Their defense is so good. They're able to get those clears, always pushing the ball into the corners and out of a dangerous area. And that's when they're looking the best, as beats out one, beats out two. Little Chippy still on the attack, but couldn't quite get that one.
Yeah, still hunting as Jake to the Izzo. We'll try to play something through the corner. Doesn't get the read on NVB, who was able to find that corridor. Chazuri, though, is going to go for something off the backboard. Foreign Shrew was there, wound up cornering it, and I don't know if that was an intentional touch.
Yeah, it works for them in the previous series, just constantly putting the ball in. No! Couldn't get around the opposite side of the ball and just put it in for yet our second own goal for the day. But unfortunately, couldn't quite get on the outside. Had to kind of make that last-second ditch effort. Couldn't quite get it, and now Little Chippies, I don't think they're complaining. They find themselves with a goal lead.
Yeah, that was a desperation, and that's not an own goal that you necessarily feel too bad about because you're trying to make the save, and you get redemption off the kickoff as well. Vincent Chavez equalizes the game.
Yeah, that's a big sigh of relief, finally being able to just get that straight back. And we just start from square one, all right? The last minute and a half didn't happen. We're fine. We've still got 3 minutes, 21 seconds left. High game here. Little Chippies looking to secure this. They're only one game away from finding themselves in that qualifying match. Sorry, this is the qualifying match. Yep. They're finding themselves into that final, but it doesn't matter. Really Good Friends, they're looking for the lead.
And this is surprising to me because back-to-back, Little Chippies have just had a horrendous kickoff. And this was a team that had been super strong in the kickoffs up until this point. It shows how important things are for the Little Chippies that they really get like their momentum going in their favor and they win these kickoffs because I think they're going in almost with the expectation like, yeah, we have this, we need to start setting up that midfield line. And twice they just left no one back to make a save.
It's one thing not a lot of players talk about. You can talk about team rotations and passing plays, but kickoff's something that gets really overlooked, I believe, with most teams. And it's good to have a set standard kickoff that most teams do. And I feel like they're sending their last player, the one that goes back to get boost, sending them upfield instead of securing that goal line defense. And I think that is where it's starting to really come back on them here as they do find themselves a game down. They have been in this situation before, so don't count Little Chippies just yet.
No, I think Little Chippies is, you know, they have that ability to bring things back, but first they got to get it back to the Really Good Friends side of the pitch. Chazari will be able to do it. Eventually Baron, though, will collect. Foreign Shrew, though, centers the ball once more. Vincent Calvas. Is that how that would be pronounced? Calvas?
If you don't attempt to, you can never be wrong. It's great. We got Vincent doing really well.
Coward!
Calves, all right? That's my attempt at it.
Yeah,
no,
there we go.
I'm right, I'm pretty sure, so it's fine, it's fine.
I think you are right. Either way, I'm not letting you weasel out of these ones. If I'm going to struggle, so are you. Ball off the backboard as we see Chazri take the shot and goal. Little Chippies tie us up.
Yeah, being able to do that in the clutch, fist bumps all around, and I can't get over that because we're at a LAN environment. It is so cool that when you score a goal, you're able to lean over to your teammate and say good job in person. This is amazing, and they are doing so well, really engaging in the environment they're in, and they're looking to take it all the way. Tied game, just under 2 minutes left. Vince are going to pull one early, but it will be saved out and sent back to Really Good Friends corner.
I mean, yeah, and that is something that's just been lacking for such a long time. So again, a big shout out to Fortress letting Rocket League take over the Alienware Arena right now for this event because it's been so long since we've been able to have these. And again, I want to emphasize, it's not just for Rocket League fans out there. There's been, both house events run by Fortress as well as, other local events being put together or run here across all of the esports titles. And just being able to once again watch players get own goals that possibly knock them out of the event. We couldn't do it without, events like this.
We set ourselves a standard here. We're at least try and keep it down to 1 per series, but unfortunately that is the second one, and it's the exact same as the last one, just not able to get on the other side, the goal side of the ball. Unfortunately putting that one away, and Little Chippies almost had their work done for them here as they do get the lead, but it will be a shot straight back. How many times are we gonna have an own goal to a straightaway goal on the other side like nothing happened?
So the problem with this strategy, really good friends, is when you score the own goal, your opponents get a point. I know it's great at motivating you to get something in return. That's fantastic, but you're always going to be from behind. You're going to have to, pretend you just own gold next time so you can score the quick response goal.
Oh, that's the way to do it. Maybe that's a new strategy they need to implement, is just always imagine that you're a goal down, because that's where they seem to play their best. If they can get back on kickoff, they seem to be thriving well. I think Little Chippy's definitely something to sort out there. In future, just figuring out how exactly to approach those kickoffs as a good midfield pass, but no one going to be there. Chaz trying to put this one on, plays it high off the backboard. Might be able to get the read, plays it, but couldn't quite get it. And now will be sent down. Good defense by Jake there to keep that one in play. Doesn't matter. Really good friends. They're looking to end this in regulation.
Yeah, they are, as we have 30 seconds remaining. That's a good little pass, though, back across. Vincent, no! Misreads it, and the save from underneath by, I believe that was Chazzery who made the save. Foreign Shrew is the one who takes it up the side. Ball's going to fall in front of the net. Double commit from the defenders. Jake, too eager. The MVB saves the goal once again. 10 seconds, last chance to end this one in regulation. Foreign Shrew gets it past one. Isn't able to stay underneath it, loses control of the car. Baron throws it back. Chaz throws it to nobody. Vincent gets there first, but they wind up cornering it down. We got it overtime yet again.
Nearly just trying to get the ball down, refocus up in overtime, and we know kickoffs are where really good friends strive, but couldn't continue on that play. High off the backboard, Shrew is really awkward, might be an opportunity, but no, just able to get on the other end to keep it out of harm's way, but the shots aren't stopping. Double commit, no! MVP pushed too far up, it might be an open net, but they are able to get back. They are keeping us on the edge of our seat.
Little Chippies and overtime is a dangerous combination for my heart right now. This team, they just play on the edge out of nowhere. It looks like they finally found that defensive clear. Foreign Shrew through the corner. MVP will center it, and Jake, not quite ready for it, puts it in another awkward spot. Chazzery has to put this one deep, actually slows it down, gets a demo, but loses control of the ball.
An infield pass play might work out for the really good friends, but Jake now able to get that clear, going downfield. An awkward touch in midfield. Now both players left back trying to regather themselves and continue on this attacking play. Baron trying to get a midfield pass, will be beat out by Chazzery as they're looking to send. Right now we're just playing in the midfield. An awkward touch will put it into mid, but going Shrew able to read that one.
Those deep rotations coming in clutch right now for Little Chippies, who again score a goal here, qualify for the semifinals, get to the best of fives, get to the money matches. They just needed the goal. That's not it. Baron, no, post it. MVP post it as well.
How is that ball not got in any net on the field? So close, so many misses. The pressure right now. My co-caster has hands in the head right now, trying to just understand what is going on, but couldn't quite put it away. Shot after shot. We still find ourselves in game 2.
Little Chippies, they have, it's like witches' curses that they put on teams when we get into overtime that just doesn't allow them to score. Really good friends. They need to salvage this somehow. They've been on the attack for the past minute. Vincent has a chance. One defender to beat, but Foreign Shrew locks it away, gets the second touch as well, but they're unable to get it past that midfield line.
Little Chippies just doing enough to keep themselves alive. Another opportunity. MVP couldn't quite put that in as well. Now 2 players on the ball. We'll give Chaz a little bit of time. Plenty of boost to work with to try and get this midfield. Will be beat, but does dribble out into the center. No one there to kind of put that away. And now going shrewd, trying to get a touch, ends up centering it for the other team. Will they be able to get the clear high off the backboard? Dangerous there, but able to give themselves some breathing space.
Yeah, that was super dangerous, yet it pays off momentarily. Foreign Shrew gets a dunk, but again, the follow-up isn't there. Little Chippies are playing so far back, they're unable to capitalize, but that goal line defense is continuing to hold strong. 3 minutes into this overtime right now, Tins. We've seen it all be really good friends on the attack. The demo, the shot, the goal! Little Chippies advances to the main event.
If there is a team you don't want to meet in overtime, it is Little Chippies. Time and time again, they have been able to clutch up in the dying moments of a game, and now they find themselves in the money, in the playoff tournament. Such well played from them here. And they can just do it all. It doesn't matter about the pressure. Yeah, we saw a few nerves come out of there, but when it matters most, they were able to secure the dub. What a game that we just got to witness.
And that's just it, though. When it matters the most, they're the team that stays cool, calm, and collected. Yeah, they were rotating deep. Yeah, they were making a lot of backboard and goal line saves, but they were making them. In contrast, when opportunities were presented, I should say, to their opponents, they're not connecting. So many open net misses at the end right there. And I know we talked about this last time we saw, Little Chippies play and how heartbreaking that must be for their opponent, but it just happened again.
And you got to think back to the previous series that we got to watch them. Same thing, the other team having an opportunity, couldn't quite put it away, and Little Chippies being able to secure the victory. They are just tiptoeing their way to this bracket, and now they've done what they needed to. They've found themselves in that playoff run. They get to take a break now, and they will be played after the qualification too.
They get to eat some chippies.
They get to eat some chippies, yeah, downstairs in the lovely tavern that they have here. They get to eat some chippies, chill out a little bit, because my heart's racing. I can't believe what their heart's doing.
Yeah, they've played 3 overtimes in a row now. They've won all 3. 2 of those were, match point type overtimes, and they've come through in the clutch. And it just shows that importance of being able to not make mistakes when the pressure is at your hardest. And yeah, they had a couple unforced errors again at the end. Their opponents just had a few more. This is a team right now that is surviving by the skin of their teeth, but you can't take away the wins from them because they're rising above their opponents.
Yeah, and you talk about their opponents. They have some hard matchups on the other side of the bracket, and still a team that we haven't seen yet in the tournament, so very excited for that. But well done to Chippies. They find themselves secured, and we talk about it, when it mattered most, they were able to get those victories, and 2 really close games, but they took it in a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, that they did, and I think that's something that probably shouldn't go that understated. That was a sweep. They may have been 2 overtimes, but it was a 2-0 victory, so you could argue more dominant than their first series. This team has warmed up. I'm going to be curious when we get to, the later stage of the evening, when we get to the best of 5s. Are they still going to be warm when we get there? Maybe, maybe not. Let's take a look, though, at the replays, though. Only 2 games this time, and they were 2 very close games.
Yeah, you look at really good friends, and you talked about the play style mixes while they were playing. Both teams are really looking to play patient, looking to play deep, and go for these long arcing shots, as we see NVB getting on the goal score there. And 2 play styles matching together, and we did see a lot of space in the midfield from the 2 play styles. Chippies just doing it a little bit better.
That said, the hit and miss kickoffs is something that I'm going to be concerned about moving forward with the Chippies as well, because we saw both Chippies succeed in the kickoffs and find, big successes, but when they didn't win the kickoffs, really good friends, they were lethal at finding those goals. As, all right, yeah, that might look a little bit disturbing, but here's what comes right after that. Vincent Chavez looking for redemption and finds it.
Time and time again, we talked about they just were better at playing from a goal down. They had that motivation of we need to score, and they were able to do it. They had to score themselves to be able to put themselves in that position. So you talk about the moments and what could have changed and how that series could have been very different. But yet again, this is a brutal single elimination bracket. You've got to be playing at your best from the get-go.
As we watch NVB kind of put that one in towards the end right there. And again, this game would continue all the way into that overtime. As something that I'm noticing, every team, when they score a goal, it's always giddy laughter. We've had so much giddy laughter today.
It's just players being in this environment, I believe most for the first time. And it's just, as I said, I do want to say I did play the last one, and it's so much fun Can we? Yeah. Let's get that one. Don't worry about that replay. That's fine. That's fine. We don't talk about what happened in that overtime. Just that the little chippies were able to get the victory there. And you just, if you're watching back the VOD of the Twitch stream or something, you're just going to be looking at that moment as those players. But I'm sure they had a lot of fun. They had a good laugh from it. And yeah, they don't imagine.
Yeah. That's what they had from a good hearty laugh. And hey, you know what? Maybe we'll see them again later tonight. Who knows where they're going to be? I mean, I would like to see that team get redemption. I feel like they deserve it, but I still also feel Blob as well from the first series also deserves a bit of redemption. Maybe they can combine their forces and we can get something from everyone right there at the end. We still have one more game, though.
We do, and that is going to be a good one. We got to see the sights from the side of Chugga. I almost don't want to say it, but I'm very interested to see how the rest of this tournament plays out because we are now in that qualifying match. It's going to be great to see how these teams really start to compete.
That said, we might have to wait a little while to see those because we are going to be taking a little bit of a break back here. But when we return, we'll have more Rocket League here at the Alienware Arena. I should know because it's like so freaking cool. But yes, we're going to have more of our House Cup presented by Telstra and supported by Alienware when we return. First, it was Little Chippies. Then it was Chugga Wugga. Two teams have made it to the semifinals. Two more are going to be looking to qualify through our second qualifier. I am Formal. Joining me is JR Tins, as we have a much larger pool of teams now trying to fight their way into that top four.
Exactly, Ryan. You know what that means? It is all that much harder. There are more games you're going to have to win to be able to get into those final moments. And look, my heart was racing from a few of those first games. A lot of the OTs that we saw just felt like they went forever and had so many good moments. And if that is a little bit of a taste of what's in store for us right now, I'm really excited to get forward.
Yeah, so am I, especially considering the fact that some of those teams that we saw kind of fall a little bit short, that had those heartbreaking moments, they're going to get that second chance because I did see they were competing once again. They're going to be trying to make that next run. However, I think we have our actual tournament favorite playing in this second group.
Are they a tournament favorite, or do we just really like the name? Because I don't know if we're thinking about the two teams, but I'm thinking about the team we got to see last time around, and that's Big Goose. And how can you not love a team called Big Goose?
I mean, it's actually scientifically been proven to be impossible. Like that the math was done. It involved very advanced calculus that I won't be able to repeat on broadcast. I'm sorry. However, yeah, that team, they're here, they're playing, but they're not the only one that is super strong. I mean, there is a Pepsi's team as well, which I think actually looks quite strong in their own right. So I think they're going to be up there competing. Again, a couple of the others that we saw before, including Parmy House. I think the Parmesan House kind of got a little bit of a rough opening draw. Same thing with the Plat team, a.k.a. Tolendida's team. They're going to be back. They're also a scary, threatening team. There's a lot of strong players in this group.
I really think if there's teams that deserve redemption, it was those. They played so well. I think, especially Toledina's team, Wheat and Platts, they got so close, but such a hard first-round matchup, which is very unfortunate. But now they get round two. They get that redemption to see how they move against different opponents and get more than a one-game or two-game chance in this tournament today. So really good to see them back. And then Parmesan House, I'm hoping to even see those two match up against each other because that's going to be amazing.
Yeah, especially, you know, for Blob, who, if you don't remember, almost got the play of the day. With the very first overtime, it would have knocked them through. It was so close, but they're back there getting a second chance as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Not to mention all of those other teams that are right now behind us that could be looking to be that next surprise, be that next threat. As we take a look, it is a full bracket right here, as all the way from the Oreo down to team name, max 20 letters / numbers.
Yeah, and you know what? Looking at this bracket, we can see 3 wins that is what it is going to take. And it doesn't seem too hard, right? How can it's just 3 wins. It's easy to do. But if you've played Rocket League before, try doing that in ranked. Try doing that in a private match. 3 wins in a row to make yourself into that finals bracket is going to be brutal. Yet again, we talk about the single elim bracket. Will they be able to do it? Will these players be able to handle the pressure?
I mean, big names that we want to look out for. Again, Parmesan House is something that I think could be scary. The Cola Patrollers, they're the other one we're talking about. Weed and Platts still in there. I don't see. Okay, so Big Goose has changed their name. So I'm not sure which ones they are. They're hiding in there. It's the roster we're familiar with. They changed their name on us. So there is a, shark in the shallows right now that could be biting any of these teams.
I'm going to have to go over and talk to them about that because it's such a great name. If they've changed it, I'm going to have a few words. But definitely one of those teams, they had a very strong showing. They made, I believe, the grand final of the previous tournament.
I believe they did as well. But now we have to play the guessing game because we know who they are. We know their style. Which team would they be looking at this? Because, it's hard to figure it out. Like, would it be 5 at Freddy? Would they go for the 5 Nights at Freddy meme?
Actually, I know that team from somewhere, so I'm not too sure. But regardless, look, with the way that they play and their ability, I do believe that we will be seeing them at some point on the mainstream, moving forward, getting into that qualification. But now it's just going to be what team's going to challenge them, what teams are going to challenge those reigning grand finalists from, as I said, the Week 5 team in the last Rocket League tournament.
Yeah, that is what we will be looking to figure out as well soon. We will be getting into this again, though. This House Cup, presented by Telstra, supported by Alienware here at the Alienware Arena. It is a special event. It is something super cool. This is only the 5th of 6, House Cups that are happening. The 2nd of the Rocket League events 2 weeks from now. Again, it's Apex Legends kind of taking to the arena for one last time as well. And all those House Cup points coming to an end. Something that I've been happy about. Little chippies, they're from our house, right? So I'm really excited to see good old, Boots starting to rise up tonight.
Look, they are. I think Boots is a little bit far behind in terms of points, so we might need a really strong showing. We're going to have to put little chippies. They're putting their house on their shoulders. There are only a few more tournaments left, an Apex Legend one in a fortnight, I do believe, that will be determining the points. So this is one of the last times for those houses to really make that break for the last second points, and I'm really excited to see which House Cup will win.
I'm kind of keen to figure that one out as well. And for those of you who might be a little less interested in the House Cup and more interested in the prize pools that are happening today, again, it was a 1,500 prize pool for our top 4 teams. So it's all about getting to that final, which is where these guys want to be. As we take a look right here, you can see first place 700, second place 400, 200, 200 for third, fourth. But those aren't the only prizes. You also have the play of the day, the Alienware MVP, as well as the Jester. And I've got a list of notes for all 3 of these awards right now. They are heavily contested.
We've been having to talk about it, and there are so many options for each of these prizes just yet. We've seen a lot of Jester moments, but now we've seen too many to the point where which one do we choose from? Will we see more happening in this qualification event? We'll have to find out. And the MVP is so many names that could be in contention for this. But that was only the first qualifier. We have 16 more teams of players that we have to choose from of who's going to take away these special prizes.
Yeah, that we do. As we take a look at our next matchup, it will be Leg V2 taking on 5 at Freddy. So, I get to find out if I was right, although you don't think that I am when it comes to the 5 at Freddy team. Maybe it's Leg V2. Maybe that is where Big Goose is hiding.
Maybe, but we'll have to see when we get onto the pitch. But yeah, Leg V2, 5 at Freddy going at it. And yet again, we talk about the first series of the qualification event. The nerves, have these players played in such an environment? This is such a huge arena and this amazing environment. Will they be able to play how they do in the comforts of their own home? Or will they start to show those nerves as we look to get involved? We have a few names actually that I believe we both have seen these names before, and for a first round matchup, everyone watching right now, you are in for a treat.
Yeah, this is a good one. On the Leg V2 side, I see Chris X and I say, yeah, that is going to be a dangerous team. But then you have Fisco as well as OY over on 5 at Freddy. Both these teams have explosive players that, we've been seeing grinding out a lot of events similar to this in the past. This is going to be a fun matchup.
And we did see this 5 at Freddy's roster in the previous tournament as well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to. They had a very tough first round matchup, couldn't quite make it through. But now they've actually replaced, they've got their full lineup that we see them play other tournaments with. So this might be the synergy. They have their completed team. Will they be able to make it further this time around?
Maybe, again, though, Chris X, Buddha, Noska, JJ, like, this is a strong team out of Leg V2. So I think we're going to get a very close series. OY almost gets the first shot in. Wolf will have to try and center it through the corner. Chris X puts it in a dangerous spot, but with the space given, looks as if Leg V2 will be all right.
And I'm looking to see the challenge game, but there's no challenges to be had. Clearing out the defense, and Chris will put that one away.
Yeah, I mean, again, unfortunately, defense not really visible right there. The counterattack a bit too quick for 5 at Freddy, and Leg V2 is able to find that first goal.
And that's something I'm actually looking at seeing for the side of 5 at Freddy's. They do like to play very aggressive, always having someone challenging the ball early, looking for those demos. And already they're being scored on in the same way, but they're trying to get something going, couldn't quite. And an awkward 50 will send it back down to their own side of the field, looking for the midfield pass. But Butthead just in time will clear that down. Now looking to send it the other way. Has the boost, goes for the backboard, but backboard defense is going to be something that will be crucial for both teams in this series.
Yeah, with how aggressive each of these sides are, being able to not only make backboard reads, but also avoid the inevitable bumper demo that's probably coming your way is going to be something I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. As nice little reset from Wolf, able to get some distance on it. It will be followed up eventually by OY, who has a chance to center it right now. A weird pinch from Noska, actually nearly found it into a clearing pass up the other way. Fisco will go high, going for a ground pinch, stolen away.
Almost ended up being a fake, but they're able to get the clear, but the pressure's not stopping yet. A bump will clear Fanta's Wolf off the ball. Chris now looking to send it downfield. Good early challenge. Now, everyone from the side of Leg V2 on this one trying to get the midfield pass. A great touchdown, but no one there able to get to that quick enough. And Nos just having to send this ball away to regather some resources and go again.
Yeah, as we see, it will be Wolf who tries to get things set up through the corner. Ball could fall in a dangerous spot. The backboard read, it was decent, but not good enough. OY needs a second touch. The defense, however, able to rotate back at that last possible moment.
OY is going to be one of those players I'm looking for in terms of mechanics, but in terms of passing plays, look at Leg V2. Putting that in such an awkward position, Chris puts it top bins and gets it past the defense for the second goal.
Chris's second goal as well, to be more specific. And again, Chris just sniping that one straight down the center. That angle was disgusting. And for 5 at Freddy, 2 goals down in a best-of-3 game one. This is where the pressure is going to really start mounting.
Can they bring this back? And both of these teams, such high-quality teams, they don't want to find themselves having to pull off that best-of-3 reverse sweep. So we will see 5 at Freddy if they can just look to get going earlier here. 2 minutes left. And Chris just happy to go air dribble across the entire field. But what a challenge from Fiasco. Will get them on the board.
Yeah, as we kind of watch this one again, Chris just took a little bit too much time trying to cross up the field, and 5 at Freddy, understanding the situation, willing to send 2 players forward on that play, able to convert that into a goal, now only down by 1. We've seen enough comebacks already today to know it is more than possible.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we maybe see a higher quality of kickoffs, so no goal scored there off that kickoff, which is always a good sign, but that is something I'm very looking forward to seeing from the side of 5 at Freddy's. Shot off OY's car will find the top bins. Just not able to get to that one quick enough.
Chris is on point this evening right there. Super powerful torpedo of a shot, and even though the defense was there and in position, it was just too well hit, too well stricken out of Chris X, and once again, we have a 2-goal lead.
That's how you know when you've hit a very powerful shot, when it's into the player, but there's still nothing they can do except watch it go in. But pressure mounting for 5 Freddy's. They are not afraid to send 2 people at the ball, and they're getting rewarded with goals.
I love this bump from sorry, it wasn't from Fiasco. It was from OY who found the bump from above at the tail end to open up that door. So 5 at Freddy, they are able to respond. 1-goal game, minute and a half to go. Kickoffs are going to be important here as OY finds the gap, should be able to steal the boost and follow it up. No hesitation means no. Scott takes it away.
Yeah, trying to go for that mechanical solo play, but not when the defense is charging you like that. They do get rewarded with a 50. Fiasco in a 1v1 situation against Butthead tries to put it high, but can't quite. Will get the save, sending it downfield. Chris's turn on the ball now, seeing great things out of them. Can they secure yet another one for their team?
They're going to try at the moment, that's for sure, as Butta will get that ball off the backboard. Chris not allowed to strike before Wolf steals it off and still sets up no Ska. 4-2 lead as Leg V2 are so quick on these attacks.
The placement coming out, and you're just seeing Leg V2, once they've gone for the ball as the first player, they are getting disruptive. They're getting in the goal square, trying to bump or find anything they can to make the shot for their teammate easier. They've been rewarded twice for it now. Minute to go, 2 goals up. Can they secure this one, or 5 at Freddy? Can they find what is needed to get back into this game?
I think they're going to try and find something right here. Chris X goes up, and well, they're able to keep it off the attack for now. Time really running out for 5 at Freddy. If they can't find at least a shot in the next 20 seconds or so, we are going to be done with this game, as Chris X almost really put it out of reach. Save was made. This attack has to find its mark.
Trying to go fast on the offensive end. They need something, but a great clear downfield. Leg V2 are there to follow it up as well, not letting any ball go uncontested. Good demo, might free up a chance. The double touch, but it will be read by 5 at Freddy's right now, being smothered on the offensive end. They can't do anything to clear this ball. They finally get time, looking for a solo play, instantly challenged by Leg V2, and that is the challenge they needed to buy them enough time. They walk away with game number 1, and they are 1 away from walking up and already securing their first series win.
1 win in the book. Then, even though there was a couple brief moments of brilliancy coming out of OY in particular, it never really looked like our blue side had any troubles in that game. They were cool, calm, collected. Chris X is striking the ball so well at the moment, and against all the teams right now, Chris X is the type of player, when they are on their game, they can absolutely take an event like this over. Yeah,
when I think of Chris's play style, I just think consistent. They're going to be able to make sure they get the touches needed on the ball. Might not be the fanciest touches or heavy solo plays, but setting up teammates for great positioning, making sure they're controlling the ball, not giving it away, and they're able to just really get goals off that, and main reason why they were able to walk away with the dub.
Yeah, it was a big win, but again, when we kind of take a look at this other side, players are no slouches. Like, these are 2 super strong teams right now. When we look at these rosters, each of them we could see making that deep run. So we'll see how it goes. 5 at Freddy already down 1 in this series as we get ready to go into our second matchup. Fiasco is kind of the player who I want to see a bit more of, actually, because I know Fiasco is another player who can take a game over. They were kind of quiet in that first one. I'd like to see a bit more from them here in game number 2.
Exactly. I think the main thing from this 5 at Freddy's team is they just have such good synergy. They've been playing together for months at the minimum. So definitely looking to find that secret formula that they need to move forward. Because when they're firing on all cylinders, when they're trusting in their teammates, playing that real aggressive play style, they're able to walk away with it. But Chris just snipes the bottom corner.
That one knows he feels good, because it looked like the defense from 5 at Freddy, they tried to pick the line that would be like, if we don't hit it, it's because he missed it. That 1 pixel to the right, and it's not going in the net. That was frame perfect.
Exactly. You think about one side, you're missing the goal, and the other side, you're hitting the defender. So it had to be paced perfectly. But Fante's Wolf just going to answer straight back. And today in this tournament, we are no slouch to seeing an immediate response off a kickoff.
So many kickoff goals happening tonight. It makes me wonder, you know, what has gotten in these players to make these games as dramatic as possible?
They're just doing it for the content, you know, making sure that we are at high energy all the time, having such excitement in these games. 1-1 so far.
Do they not realize that we're here like all night, right? We need to conserve some energy. We can't be popping off every 10 seconds now.
They just want us screaming at the start. They want us absolutely excited, off our chairs, going ham with these goals from the get-go, as both these teams have the capabilities. It's an awkward touches in the midfield. Might give an opportunity, an early beat, but no, Chris is back. It's fine. Chris has got the touch.
Yeah.
All our faith in Chris at the moment.
New rule, all right? Kickoff goals, they're not exciting anymore, so don't force them. And I don't care if everyone disagrees with me. I'm just putting my stamp on that right here, right now. What is exciting? Strong team play, good clutch saves, and strong, hardy defense.
Hey, and don't forget, we have a play of the day, all right? So maybe a few mechanics won't hurt that much moving forward. You know, we gotta see that real drive, that one that's gonna win it from the get-go. As it might be Chris right here going for the double, but couldn't quite get it. Fantaze Wolf looking for the clear.
As we do see, actually the ball gets centered in a dangerous spot, but looked for the double themselves, wasn't able to find it until Phantasmawolf tries to clear it out of the box. But racing back, will get some boost. Now needs to find the play on Fiasco. Instead only centers it for OY, who misses the second touch. That leaves only one defender middle of the field. Wolf buys time. That's still going to be Noska, who follows it up as a double commit on defense. Eventually lets Wolf clear it down the middle of the field.
Yeah, now all teams rushing back to try and get on the end of this one. Fantaze Wolf does get a good demo to give some time on the ball, but couldn't quite get it down to the teammate. Now Nos looking to send it the other way. Just over 2.5 minutes in this game. And we are neck and neck, completely different from what we saw in that previous series. Both teams looking to try and fire on all cylinders. Flip reset coming up from OY, but couldn't quite get it.
Couldn't get it this time, might get another chance though, as the ball's still on that side of the pitch. OY's second attempt does find a second touch, enough to get the ball into the corner. Noska will try to take it away, misses the play underneath. That will allow Fiasco to center. Wolf going up for it, net looks open, shots off the post, and not in.
That's one of those moments where you just see that they're going for the top bins. They need to place the ball well. Miss after miss, another one. There we go. FaZe Wolf will put it away. Look, I was scared. I was worried a little bit there, but they do walk away with a goal.
I'm worried watching that replay still. I know they scored, but there's a lot of worrying things that were on the screen. I counted 4 of them.
Look, it's not the first time. We're no stranger to a moment like that. So I think we do what we did last time, and we just completely forget it happened. It's fine. If we don't remember it, it never happened. A pitch coming out, though, almost happened on the pitch. Fiasco walking away with a save. And look, we're talking about plays of the day. That's looking pretty promising if it went in.
Yeah, but if it's a solo award, who gets it?
The person who scores? Is that how pinches work? I don't know. Please no one score pinches, because that's going to be confusing.
Or if you score a pinch, just make sure it's not a good one. Make it really ugly and not interesting. As Butta almost finds a dunk. Instead, it'll be Noska with the deep clear. Wolf has to corner the ball. 1.5 minutes still to go, though, as Lake V2 trying to find an equalizer. They're not going to get it on that last attack.
Yeah, and they're trying to get it on this one. Good 50 opportunity, but Fantaze Wolf too quick. Now looking to get a center in the midfield. Does bounce off the top corner. It is awkward, but awkward for both teams. No one able to get on the other end of it. Chris having to force the 50, playing very methodical, which I do like to see from this player. And now 50 after 50 challenge. One player left in net, going for the bump, but couldn't find it. They are trying everything to get another goal. They're not happy with this 1-goal lead.
No, and why should you be? Because Chris X has been on point. An awkward miss, though, as it comes off the top crossbar. Butta will try to follow it up. Eyes should be on Chris underneath. Gets the demo. The net is open, but the ball placement was awkward, and Noska unable to capitalize.
Forcing, I feel like it's been a lot of challenges that have been really holding up for both teams. It's whoever's winning that midfield 50 game. And right now, both teams having such great challenges. Who is going to break first, though? Can they bring this back? Butta in the corner. We'll look to follow this one up. Trying to get a pass one. Doesn't. Fantaze Wolf on the end. Trying to just waste time. Keep the ball out of the hands of the opponents. There's 20 seconds left. It's looking pretty strong right now, but anything can happen.
Yeah, if it is going to happen, though, it's going to take kind of a miraculous drive back up the pitch as we hit our final 10. 5 at Freddy. They're closer to scoring the goal than Lake V2 is. Ball will get centered. Tris own goals it, and it's going to give credit to OY.
I spaced out a little bit there, I'm not going to lie to you, and I forgot which goal was which. I thought we might have had a tie game, but no. We'll put that one away. 2-goal lead, 5 at Freddy. Look, we talk about our kickoffs. Make sure this kickoff is correct, please. My heart can't handle anything more.
I'm still just writing down yet another own goal on my own goal list. All right, that's what I'm doing. That's how I'm celebrating the end of that game. Look, that was the comeback that we needed to see, right? That's the response that we had to come through right there. 4 or 5 at Freddy. They were able to find more success mechanically. They were able to create more space for themselves, and they shut Chris down. Chris had 0 open shots. They were always being pressured. There was always someone on them. They found the recipe to success. The question is, can they keep moving forward?
Exactly right. And we go back to the first qualification and the first series. It always just seems that people are constantly needing this warm-up. The first game is always completely different from what we see from the second one. It's happened twice now, it's happening here. The question is, you're right, who is going to keep it alive for this game? Because best of 3, next game, will walk away with the victory and continue.
I like that. Next goal. Let's just play best of new tournament format idea. Best of ones, first goal wins, overtime, best of ones, single elim.
The best part is that is a mutator you can put in the game. You can have first goal win. So imagine how defensive players would play as soon as that started up. Just no one wanting to concede a goal. Maybe next time. This one we got to focus on the Fortress House Cup.
I would love to do that gauntlet style. That would be fun, actually. So only 1v1s, like 1v1s gauntlet style. You win the goal, you go on to the next, ladder up. That would be an interesting event.
That would be brutal. Imagine the 50-50s that would just lead to like a goal or like a one bad challenge. You would have to be so consistent. But as I said, got to talk this game here. Best of 3, game 3, final match to determine who. I've got to be honest, after seeing the first 2 games, I don't know who's going to walk away with this.
Yeah, I mean, both teams were kind of dominated respectively for the winners in each sense. So we'll be curious to see who gets that first goal. It actually could be a dangerous situation here as Fiasco wasn't able to get the flick I feel they were looking for. It was a bit too tight. Next shot from Wolf isn't able to bridge the defense yet. Instead, we see the ball get popped up just for Butta to try to find a defensive pass. That will get intercepted for a shot. No Scott makes the first save, but goes too far forward for the second touch. A chance for Wolf. They're looking for the double, and they down it.
Fanta's Wolf getting the double touch into the top corner. And so just an amazing mechanical play to see. Leg V2, such awkward challenges twice. They just hit the ball off the sidewall, not able to keep it close and not able to get the follow-up. 5 at Freddy punishing that one. And look, if you came here for mechanics, that is what you're going to see from a player like Fanta's Wolf.
Yeah, our first really solid double, actually, of the tournament so far on stream. So shout out to Fanta's Wolf for that one, and see if they've got any more tricks up their sleeve at the moment. 5 at Freddy, unable to clear that ball past that midfield line. It's No Scott with the shot from the corner. Tie ball game.
You talk about counter-attack plays, and when you got a player upfield, being able to hit him that well, not only hit it that well, but then to put it into the top bins, that is such a hard save to make. OY did such a good job, but it just wasn't good enough. Yet again, this early into the game, we already have a tie game, and if it's anything like the previous, we might be in for a tie game throughout the rest of it.
Whoa, so we're going to miss from Fiasco, or is it? They went for the bump instead. Still, Butta able to make the save on defense, and that opens the door for Chris to try and bring it back the other way. Chris has been quite silent since the first game. Can't do too much with it here. Ball kept high enough for Fiasco to follow it through. As we watch the defensive leg V2 eventually slow the pace down, and back and forth we go.
Just save after save, shot after shot. No one really able to keep the ball close and make a very good solo play. Just kind of really forcing out pressure and forcing out awkward touches as that one goes a little bit higher, but Chris is on the other end of it, looking to try and get something happen for their team. But can't quite find it, as just seems to be kind of at a stalemate in midfield now.
Yeah, back and forth, stalemate situation. Fantas Wolf will try and get some distance on the touch. Chris X corrals it, but they're unable to get it past that midfield line. Eventually, Butta will be the one who goes for the deep clear. As the ball waterfalls down towards the net, Wolf goes up, but they needed someone to challenge that. Instead, a lot of space was just conceded. Still, it might get punished. Butta comes through, and 5 at Freddy. I'm not sure what happened to their clear.
Such an awkward touch there. The player coming down didn't have the boost, maybe a bit of miscommunication. OY not feeling comfortable challenging early as the last player and getting punished for it. A play that we're not used to seeing from the side of 5 at Freddy, and might be the one that haunts him here in this series.
Yeah, it was just awkward realistically on both sides, I feel like. However, Leg V2 was the team that capitalized on the awkwardness first. Still halfway through the game, though, so plenty of time for 5 at Freddy to find something. They're going to need to find that offensive mojo once again. Fantas Wolf unable to get the clear, but it's OY who gets the dunk, and now through the backboard, Butta trying to do what they can. The ball's still in a dangerous spot till Chris pushes it to safety.
Now looking to go the other way with it. Nosk in the corner. We've seen this a few times. But couldn't quite convert on that one. Never mind. Ends up being a pass to Chris. Butta's there for the follow. The bump coming out in net, and it's going to find the back. What a play coming out from Chris.
Yeah, Chris with the setup, Chris with the bump, and Chris, well, setting up Butta for the goal right there. That is a very nice lead now. 2 bulls up, leg v2, less than 2 minutes to go. If they can just lock down 5 at Freddy, they should be advancing to the next round.
And from what I saw in the first game, I think they know exactly how to do that. They just have to make sure that they're keeping the ball high, keeping possession, and always making that they're challenging the ball. They can't allow too much space on the field for 5 at Freddy. Can they really look to shut this team down? 2 minutes in Rocket League feels like it goes forever when it is such a high competing game like it is now.
Yeah, an extra goal would definitely help. Fiasco almost lending leg v2 a helping hand. Still, it will be Chris through the corner. Ball in front of the net. Chris will take it themselves, and now they can start to relax a little bit.
Look, Chris, I think you're just stat padding at this point. You had the touch in field, but no, decides, don't worry about it, you're getting bumped. I'm going to take this myself off the sidewall. Bit of a doomsday dish, which we do love to see. Now a 3-goal lead for leg 2, and this is just not what we thought we would see, considering the games we've seen so far.
No, it actually, it isn't, right? Like, yes, it's a tight series. Yes, both teams have had their strong moments. But we haven't seen a close game, I'd say, between these two. Each game is kind of dominated by one team or the other. And Leg V2, in the Game 3 situation, has been the team to start popping off. However, it hasn't been through Chris X like Game 1. I feel like actually Butta has been the standout player right now in Leg V2. They've had a lot of consistent touches. They've been the one who's been going for the most challenges, as Noska also showing defensively, they're on point as well.
And Chris looking for saves to try and just buy this time. Last thing you want is to give a goal up and put that little bit of doubt in your mind. So doing a really good job at just playing that consistent game. A few nice touches on the ball. Couldn't quite find a teammate on that end, but you're definitely right. Butter being a very good presence on the field right now, being the player to get involved on all aspects of the game. But I still got to say, Chris doing a really good job. If Chris is the one putting it away, Chris is the one that is getting the plays, setting up for their team, getting the demos, bumps, or even the assists needed, as now looking for it yet again in the midfield.
Yeah, Chris has teammates there. This time they opted for the pass. However, No Scott wasn't able to beat out the defense. Doesn't matter, though. 8 seconds left. 3-goal lead. Leg V2. They can take their victory lap because they're going on to the next round. They just have to miss one last open net.
Yeah, almost put it away, but just a little bit of icing, a little bit of sprinkle on the cake there, but definitely well played from the side of Leg V2. I do want to point out to Nosk as well, seems to be doing a really good job of kind of holding the fort down on the defensive end, letting the two teammates kind of run wild, and it's just something that really worked for them. 5 at Freddy's, if I am recalling the same team from last time, they got very unfortunate with their first round matchup. Definitely a team that we could be seeing much later in the tournament, but having to go up against the likes of Leg V2, you can't really hope for a better matchup.
That's twice we've seen like a couple tough first round matchups, because we saw that in that last one as well with Weedem Platts taking on Chugga Wugga. So that's kind of how the House Cup be sometimes. It's random seeding. You don't know who you're going to be up against, and sometimes you get blockbuster matches like we get right there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's always good to see. Like, yeah, we say that it's unfortunate to get these matchups so early, but being able to watch these matchups is just so much fun, especially to set this as the standard for the first series. Going to be amazing as we go through the Telstra replay here to see just how Leg V2 would manage to do it.
Yeah, I mean, again, some of the passes that Leg V2 was going for were threatening and dangerous. They didn't really convert on many of them, but at least in game number 1, it was Chris X who was carrying that team when the team plays didn't work out, and with so many strong touches, they were able to get that win.
Yeah, and we see so many opportunities. And we talk about the 5 and Freddy, I believe the goal that should be coming up soon. That double touch from Fanta's Wolf, absolutely amazing to be able to pull that off in the moment of playing at the Alienware Arena. So really good props to be able to pull off those kind of mechanics for the crowd here.
Yeah, I believe that double touch happened in game number 2. So by the time game 1 was over and dusted, that's when we saw, a little bit of life again come from 5 at Freddy. But it goes back to the point, this series never had the close back and forth games. It was always so one-sided. It was just one team kind of taking control early and never really looking back in it, which is going back to the notion and idea that Rocket League is as much a mental game, I suppose, as it is a mechanical game. And
I love that, because so many people talk about this. Like in sports, if you go to an OT, you have that timeout. You have a moment to regather yourself as a team. In Rocket League, it doesn't. When that ball touches 0, when the clock touches 0, you have 3 seconds to get back in order, get your mental sorted, and go straight back into the action. So having that mentality to be able to keep that alive, you're right, is I think something that is very underestimated in the game of Rocket League.
As we see, a little own goal action right there to kind of finish off the game. But then we move on to game 3, and similar to game number 1, it was all about legs.
Yeah, all about legs, exactly right. And just, I feel, there we go. There's the double that we all wanted to see. Fantaze were absolutely amazing to pull that off. But so many opportunities, all players from League V2 getting involved, which is what I love to see. Everyone seemed to be getting those saves, getting the shots, getting the passes, as those kind of corner pass plays really seem to work well for them in the series.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it was a go-to for both of these teams, I feel like, that were trying to set it up, either a corner pass or sometimes we saw the odd corner strike. However, what wound up letting 5F Ready down in the end, I feel like, was just slow reaction time to a lot of these defensive plays, particularly when down the middle. I think the 2 points are correlated. When you're so used to trying to play at the corner, sometimes when the shot comes down the center, you might not be prepared for it. And in this situation, in a best of 3, where you get less time to adapt as compared to a best of 5, it's kind of what let 5F Ready down.
Yeah, exactly, because they're trying to wait for these long clears downfield, and they're prioritizing waiting off the wall, and then when the ball gets sent down mid, no one's there for it. They're leaving that one player back, and that's how they got punished a few times. So really good for Leg V2 to be able to get the win there, move on, because they're going to be very exciting to watch in the games coming up.
Yeah, and there's still so many more games coming up as well. This was only round number 1 of our second qualifier. They still have our second round, not to mention both of the qualifying matches themselves. Taking a look at our updated bracket, Leg V2 now has to go up against Parmesan House, who was able to get a win over Oreo, so there we go. Apparently, Savory is stronger than Sweet, but I feel like they're going to run into some trouble right there against, Leg V2.
Yeah, they're going to have their work cut out for them in that one. Good to see them on the board getting a win, though, so huge from that team. The Parmesan House.
Oh, there's
definitely
Big
a team
Goose.
to look out for. And Big Goose are back. It's fine. We can stress. We can rest easy. Big Goose are back. We will hopefully be seeing them later. But a lot of these teams, we don't know. There might be some hidden gems, some superstars, teams that are going to make those runs that, upsets that we're used to seeing.
I want to make some predictions right here. Leg V2, the Cola Patrolas, Weedem Plats, Big Goose. Those are going to be the top 4 teams in this group.
All right, you heard it. Quote that. Someone write that down somewhere. Formula's made a decision. That is the script. That is what's happening going forward.
I got the papers right here.
Yeah.
Like, I can tell you the script's right here. I like spoiling things.
Yeah, exactly right. But that just makes it all that sweeter because everyone's sitting here going, is there actually a script? Is that true? What's happening? But definitely going to be looking forward to seeing the games coming up.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fun ones again. I mean, if that goes as I predicted, right? Those 4 teams that would be all playing then in qualifying matches, I think would all be strong enough to be considered a team that could kind of take the whole thing out. So we're going to get some very good matches, I feel like. This next round, there's always one upset. Those are the 4 teams that I would predict to win, but there's always one upset. I feel like that's a rule, as we are going to get fast but not so furious taking on the Cola Patrolas.
I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who's signed up and has come up with these names, because I'm absolutely loving calling out these names in a cast. So much fun. Fast but not so furious, Cola Patrollers. I'm very interested to see how this one goes. We've seen such good matches on stream right now, and will that continue moving forward? Will we see more close matchups? Will we see more game 3s or even some OTs?
I'm glad you like the names. I kind of want to give you that Jesser award right now, because these puns, they're dealing damage, all right? Not critical damage, but every time you mention them, it's just more and more chip damage. Fortunately, I'm a tank. I can handle it. Fast but not so furious has Boppo, have Taco, Myrtle, and Happy Blue 8. The Cola Patrolas, Agitator, yes, MEV Thoughted, and Pepsi Cola.
Pepsi Cola, I got to give a quick shout out. One of the names I'm looking forward to
AJ
seeing
Tiger,
in this
by the
tournament. AJ Tiger, see, you just got to look at it in depth. You got to break it up. We need some commas. Can people start putting some commas in your names?
Bappo have Taco, underscore it. Thank you. 10 out of 10. AJ Tiger X, I don't know. And look how you're rewarded. Underscores equal scores. It's in the name. 1-0 lead.
Yeah, it first. Underscores equal scores, and they're going to get one on the board nice and early, getting that first goal out of the way on the stream, and absolutely amazing. Yeah, they have a breakup. We can tell. We look at the screen and we know exactly what's going on. We do love to see that. It makes our job 10 times easier, but now they're trying to get on the defensive end. They're trying to make their job easier by tying up this game. Couldn't quite do it on that attempt.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because Cola Patrollers, as I was saying before, kind of my favorites to lead this game. Some of that comes from name recognition though. Pepsi Cola, a more known streamer here in the OCE scene, actually playing with an all-women team playing out here today, which is really cool to see. This start, however, probably not what they were looking for.
Nah, Myrtle being able to put that one away, securing their domination nice and early, saying we're here to play, but definitely looking forward to Cola Patrols. I'm hoping that, look, knowing the name Pepsi Cola, I don't know how we didn't really make the connection on that one, but here we are.
Wait, no, don't lump me in on that. How did you not make that connection?
Look, I have selective memory. I only see things I want to. It's fine. Don't worry about it, all right? We're moving forward in the game. 2-goal lead here to Fast But Not Furious. And right now, they might be seeming a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they have no reason to be furious. They've got that 2-goal lead as Pepsi, unfortunately, can't win the 50 in front of the net for the Cola Patrollers. The ball will come back up the other way. Balpo have Taco. Awkward touch collected by Myrtle, who passes it back to Happy Blue Ape. And the team play coming from Fast But Not Furious, actually looking quite strong.
Yeah, they're really working on that team play. Myrtle, I think, going to be one of the players to watch out. Name seems familiar that I've seen maybe once or twice in the ranked scene, so definitely one to look out for us. As we say it, getting the goal yet again. 2, I believe, 3 goals already for Myrtle.
Yeah, they had a chance to keep one straight on the level, but instead they kind of just make it look fancy. Not a traditional double touch, but still 2 touches nonetheless. 3-0 lead, Fast But Not Furious running away with game 1.
Will they be able to bring this back? We talk about first game time and time again, and the difference that it can have. Will we see a different second game? Bepsi trying to get this one away, couldn't quite get the touch, will be saved aside. The pressure is not stopping yet. 3 players on the ball will force them behind here. Bepsi, 0 boost, has to make a save, couldn't quite get there. Gets demoed for their troubles, and Taco yet again scoring another one.
Yeah, I feel like Cola Patrollers are just unfortunately lacking the pace that they need to keep up with Fast But Not Furious. I mean, Fast But Not Furious, they're living up to their namesake. They're always the faster team to the ball. They're always the one kind of making those more proactive touches, and Cola Patrollers feel like they're chasing the entire time. They've had a couple moments, yes, but even in those moments, it's only with one player there to challenge, whereas Fast But Not Furious frequently is having all 3 players get involved.
Oh, shot opportunity there, just couldn't quite put that away. Now being sent back into their side of the field. All players on the retreat as they look to try and get back on that counterattack. And I feel like the way that they're playing is with a bit of nerves. They're seeming like they're not calming their touches. They're rushing things when they do have time on the ball. So maybe starting to notice that, knowing when you have time on the play, utilizing it to best suit your team and really take control of the pace of the game.
Yeah, that's something that we're definitely going to need to see from the Cola Patrollers if we're going to give them a chance to come back in this one. Not just in this game, but in this series as well. A 4-0 lead. It's quite a dominant showing, and game 1 isn't even over yet. Third member, Happy Blue Ape, gets a nice touch. It nearly gets returned back. Pepsi Cola has been having some quality touches. It's kind of the other 2 teammates right now. Emily Thoughted as well as AJ Tiger. They just haven't had that same impact.
Yeah, not able to get, I think, the touches they're wanting, but definitely something that maybe a little bit of a warm-up will go forward. A bit of a bump might leave that awkward, but a high bounce will save them this time around as they look to get the clear. Myrtle, the player to watch, in my opinion, now going for the Doomsday Dish as well, following in footsteps of Chris's last goal, but not quite able to put that one away.
It was still a threatening approach, and it's one that the Cola Patrollers is going to have to remember. Eventually, Pepsi will get a nice pinch off the attacker in order to clear it back. Happy Blue Ape, one of the more awkward defensive touches they have, but still finds the gap in the field as we start to go back and forth once more. 1:20 remaining in game number 1, and with a 4-0 lead, Fast But Not Furious, they're on that fast track to take game number 1.
I want to give a quick shout out to Enemy, I believe, going for that demo. Maybe that's what they need to start doing. The physicality of getting those demos bumping once you've gone for the ball as the first player. Look to still be active in the play, disrupt the defense. So definitely good to see there. If we can see some more of it, we might be able to see a change in pace here and really look to start getting some goals on the board.
Yeah, I want to see just more shots in general come on the board right now from the Cola Patrollers. Only 1 shot throughout the first 4.5 minutes of this game, and that is, a little bit concerning, I'd say. Well, now they have 3, actually. Pepsi apparently got 2 while I was talking. So 3 shots over the course of this game. Not great, and especially when your opponents have more goals than you have shots.
Yeah, look, that last one we talk about, it, final moments of a game, if you're ever watching a replay or you're trying to figure out, what went wrong, you can't really look at the last 30 minutes because you're forced to really start to play aggressive, and that's when you can force to overcommit because you're needing a goal, you're needing to make that comeback.
I saw someone playing Valorant in the background.
Yeah, look, there's 48 computers in this arena, it is amazing, they're able to play. Fortress always has free time that you can come in and play whatever game you want. I've been on these computers. I don't even think I could count on 17 hands how many games are on these computers.
I think Boppo have Taco is the right idea, all right, and just getting that goal right on back to bring the attention. No, this is a Rocket League event. We score Rocket League goals. Hat trick for Boppo, hat trick for Myrtle. More goals scored than shots taken by the Cola Patrollers. A very rough start for the team in orange.
Yeah, and a very dominating display from Fast But Not Furious. And they're going to get another one for the road. 6 seconds left, and they're just stat padding it this time. They're wanting to, shoot for those MVP awards, try and get the player of the day, because they are looking really unstoppable.
Little do they know that the secret to make a happy production side is to stay on schedule and you run up scores. Oh, I kid, of course. Kind of. But we still have a chance for the infamous Brazil scoreline if something crazy happens here. It doesn't, and the blue side takes a dominant 7-0 win.
Yeah, they're looking really strong here, coming out firing on all
Rocket
cylinders.
League's back. There it is.
There we go. We're back. We can all rest easy. Everyone is on track, knowing what we're here to do, and that is play some Rocket League. And Fast But Not Furious, they showed us some Rocket League. They know what they came to do. They know what they're trying to achieve as a team, and they came out firing from the get-go.
Yeah, that they did, and they've been doing very well. I think, again, it's the boost management. It's being constantly on the attack. It's winning a majority of their challenges. Whenever Pepsi is able to get a quality touch, she is immediately jumped upon. Like, I'm noticing heavy bumps, heavy demos, but only realistically against Pepsi so far as well. So they've also targeted who's looking to be the strongest player on that side as well, and they've done a good job in taking her out of the game. So it's a very good start right now for our blue side.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of good touches from the Cola Patrollers. Sorry, just a lovely name. I love all the names here. I'm going to say it time and time again.
I know, and it hurts. It's the puns are doing damage. All right.
I love it. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of good touches, but I think it's more a credit to the side of Fast But Not Furious. They're always rotating correctly. I don't think I'm rarely seeing a double or triple commit. They know exactly what they're trying to accomplish, and you might finally get a good shot on target, but their rotations are so clean. There's going to be someone sitting in net saying, thank you, I'll easily brush this aside, and that is what is working for them so well here in the series.
Here's the thing, though, as a near dunk almost goes in, Pepsi might be getting, a majority of the bumps and demos against her. She is a streamer, and streamers are used to that. Like, that's not going to affect her mental, I'd have to think. She can take that, brush it off, and then all of a sudden get that sick clip on you. And that's what I'm waiting to see from the Cola Patrollers. Where's that sick clip going to come from? Maybe it comes through the corner right here. Pepsi Cola doesn't win the challenge against Myrtle.
Yeah, where's those stream snipers coming out? When are they going to try and snipe their game and then just constantly bump the creator? But anyway,
that's all what this is, though. It's a game against stream snipers, and I think as soon as Pepsi realizes that, she's going to bust off the crazy moves.
Exactly. Yeah, look, still plenty of time, 4 minutes on the clock. Will we be able to see it here? Because it does seem to be going a lot better than the previous game. They haven't got that early goal. I'm really looking for Myrtle to start to step up here. Bappo have Taco, definitely a player to watch on the striking end as well.
Oh, Bappo, well, almost struck it the wrong way. Eventually, we will see the clear back up to the opposite side of the pitch as in the corner, AJ gets a bit of space, fall through by Pepsi, back down over to AJ. But however, the speed of Bappo, again, wins out on the challenge, misses the pass, though, and that could have been the goal.
Yeah, first double commit we've seen from this side in a while, and could result in a counter-attack, but a good early challenge to regain control. High touch off the backboard. Great half flip on the wall from enemy Thodded, but couldn't quite convert on that play.
Ooh.
Hey, don't ever please say that in my presence again. I'll always, till the end of my day, say that you should get boost over ball, all right?
Did
you
you
need
see-
boost to make a play.
Did you see where the other two teammates were?
No, you need boost, all right? Anything that, if you get scored on with 0 boost, then, you know, if you're just not there, you don't get scored on technically. So you need the boost. Boost over ball 99.9% of the time, all right?
If you are driving away from the ball while both of your teammates are on the opposite side of the pitch, I show no mercy to you.
No, you can't flip reset without boost. It's fine. That's how we're working, all right? As they look to get a goal, they're going to stop us from chatting away. Happy, I believe, first goal of the game. First goal of the series. We'll also get the first goal of the game.
Yeah, no, that is their first goal. That's right, because it was all Myrtle and Bappa that first game. So Happy Blue Ape does get their goal. They have been playing majority third man, I feel like, in both these games. So it's good to see them get that a little bit more involved. Again, looking at some of the star power on some of these teams in the future, I mean, all 3 members of Fast But Not Furious, assuming they win this series, are going to have to be on point. Pepsi unable to clear it out. Myrtle, though, is going to have a chance. Shot, target, saved on the line. Follow-up in an awkward spot. Bappo has to rotate back.
Yeah, but still keeping it going. Looking for the musty, couldn't quite make contact. And talking about that play style, it is something we're not used to seeing these days, is having that player all the way back, having a considerably third-man dominant person on a team. As the new meta is kind of everyone getting involved in the play, but it is still something that works a lot. Myrtle, that works for them as they're putting away the second goal.
That's just such a tough spot right there, unfortunately, for AJ to be in, because you know the attacker is going to be right behind you. So how do you play that? Do you try to corner it, but you're coming at an awkward angle? Do you try to bounce it off the center? Well, you know that's just going to be set up. So it looked like AJ went to try to go for the save and wound up hitting the post instead of the ball.
Look, any other series that we've seen today, that probably just would have ended up being an own goal. So it
True.
is such an awkward situation to be in. Myrtle now firing on all cylinders, gets 1, gets 2, and 5 goals in just 2 games, and we're not even over yet.
Yeah, Fast But Not Furious just piling on the points once again all of a sudden. This is looking dire for the Cola Patrollers. They're still yet to score a goal in this series, and they're going to need to score 4 goals if they're going to win this one out. Nearly had to score 5 because Myrtle off the kickoff was already threatening.
Yeah, definitely good redirect angle there as the shots are coming on net time and time again. There's nothing you can do. There is always a player there to challenge you. Every single clear you get, you've got to start looking to clear to the corners, because that is where the ball is not in that dangerous position. Unfortunately, dribbling out in the midfield, Fast But Not Furious, they're waiting for it.
Yeah, and it just took, a couple goals against them, and now all of a sudden it's as if the floodgates have opened one more. Fast But Not Furious piling on the points. Although with that touch, Pepsi nearly was able to bring it back. Follow through from AJ, will center it. Where's the third member? She's wait, where is she? Oh, she was collecting boost again. And hey, this time she actually gets to use it. However, it wasn't enough to clear it out.
MVP, my favorite. All right, boost over ball. I'm going to say it over and over again. Myrtle now going up for this one. Puts it on net. I think going for the backboard. Couldn't quite get the read. Struggling to get the clear now as have Taco on the ball. Emily thought it does get a past 1. Good 50 in the midfield. Bepsi is there for the follow-up, but will be beat out by Happy as looks to continue the pressure on this play.
Yeah, Bappo have Taco, shot on target, save made. Myrtle with the follow-up, winds up putting it high. Follow-up shot as well, not in just yet. And Bappo actually loses out. Ball's rolling back towards the fast net. Myrtle was able to rotate back, though, and clear it back to safety. Under a minute to go. 4-goal differential. Tins, I'm going to call it here. Fast But Not Furious, they're going to the qualifying round.
Yeah, dominating display here. They've come out with a goal, and they are going to try and reach it. And I think that is to make it into that playoff bracket. 4 goals here, and previously getting 7 goals in the victory. Definitely one of the teams to watch out for here in this bracket. I know a few other of the teams that are in this qualifier, and they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, because they were on the top half of the bracket, right? And that was the one with Parmy House, I believe. And that, I think, could be perhaps a tough challenge for them. Also, Legs V2 was the team who they were playing. So it'd be one of those 2 teams, I believe, that they would be coming up against. And yeah, that could be a challenge in its own right. Bappo have Taco going to try and race back. 5-0 lead, 10 seconds left. Fast But Not Furious will be advancing to the final 4 of our second qualifier. 1 game away from making it to that main event as soon as the ball hits the ground, which it does.
From the countdown, they were here to play, and they've shown as such. moving forward in. Definitely one of the teams to watch. I'm really loving, I think, the way that Myrtle was playing. Just seemed to have such an impact on the ball at all times moving forward, and definitely going to be one of my players that I've got my eye on.
I have a question. Are there any other types of Myrtle besides lemon?
Look, you've called me out here. I don't know what Myrtle is.
I don't know what a Myrtle is either, but I know lemon Myrtle exists.
Well, the way that I see Myrtle is there's plenty of bots in Rocket League. Myrtle is actually one of the name of the NPC bots that you can get in private matches. So maybe I think that was the inspiration of the game. That's what I'm thinking.
You're not calling Myrtle a bot. That they are too good of a player to be considered a bot.
I'm saying that's where the motivation probably came from.
Okay,
A lot of, the most well-known bot player was that of Boomer. Everyone knows Boomer rocking the Roadhog.
True.
That's one of the players to watch out for. And in this tournament, Myrtle, one of the players to watch out for.
I feel like this just showcases our different mindset, right? I think food, you think robots. That's just where we're at right now. And more importantly, where we're at right now, only 4 teams left in qualifier 2, which means it's now time for those qualifying matches. Hopefully this time around we'll be able to catch them both, because these are 4, I can tell you right now, just based on my expectation and from what we've seen, these are going to be 4 very strong teams. And I said there was going to be one upset. I was kind of right where that one was going to be. It was the match we happened to see. Parmesan House versus Leg V2. I think Leg V2 probably has that and will be going on to take Fast But Not Furious. Dem Platts against Zealous Zoros. Big Goose already through. Oof.
It's going to be a tough one. 2 great teams. I'm really looking forward to the winner of Parmesan House and Leg V2 versing Fast But Not Furious, and we'll be interested to see. They're going up against Big Goose. That is the team that they have that has that previous experience in the last Fortress House Cup Rocket League tournament. So will they be able to continue that run? They fell just short last time, maybe even coming back with a bit of vengeance.
I'm also curious to see how Fast But Not Furious is going to go against Leg V2 as we kind of watch some of these replays right here. It's all going to be Fast But Not Furious highlights. They shut out Cola Patrollers 2 games in a row. They were constantly putting on the points. Were they the flashiest goals? I mean, not really. But they were consistent, they were strong, and they were always on point. And something that we've already learned in this event is consistency that gets you places.
Yeah, and they had consistency from the word go. They were so good at just being able to rotate perfectly as a team. And I think the rotations for that team describe them best. They just always seem to have one player on the ball. I think I counted a double commit from them maybe once out of the whole series. So they know how each other play. I really hope that a lot of these teams are coming in are players that have been playing ranked, a bunch of friends that have been playing ranked for ages, coming in to display their talents on for us here.
And again, I also liked how they were targeting their bumps and demos to take out Bepsi Cola, who was looking the most consistent on the Cola Patrollers. She was getting the most consistent touches. She was the one who was putting the threatening shots in when they were on offense for those moments. Even though they were few and far between, it was usually off of Bepsi's plays. But then she would immediately get bumped, she would immediately get demoed, and the team just wasn't able to play around that.
Yeah, I really think a credit to Fast But Not Furious there in that one. And definitely all 3 players getting involved. Happy not able to get a goal in that first game, but still had such an impact on the pitch. So everyone, they got such a hard matchup for them next. Look, my heart says Parmesan House is going to make it through on that one. We're going to see him on stream again. I don't really know how that one's going to go. I think I've got to go Leg V2, but for the people's champion, for the crowd favorite, we got to go Parmesan House.
Blob won his game now, all right? He made it through. He's feeling better now. If that's the game we're getting, I'm kind of leaning. I'm kind of leaning on the legs, all right? I've been standing on him all day, and we know how good Chris X is. We know how dangerous he can be, and that to me, I don't know if we are going to compare, best player versus best player from what we've seen, Blob versus Chris X. I don't really. If we go back to consistency, what was the iconic moment of the Parmesan House's match before?
The iconic moment for today was just that double touch that we talked about that Blob just fell short on. I'm still thinking about that now. It still haunts me of what happened. But
it's a haunting moment. And for those of you who may have missed the start of this stream, overtime situation, game 3, the dream kickoff, past 2 defenders, net open there. and the ball wound up going all the way back in the opposite direction and in. Like, it's the dream to nightmare, and I mean, a redemption story would be sweet. Obviously, the heart is with them, but the brain is in the legs.
Yeah, I say time to time, I'm trying to be like the really nice guy, you know what I mean, and say it was such a hard shot to pull off. But it's not even the fact that it missed. It was the fact that it was like sidebar and out. Yeah. And then turned into an immediate counter-attack for the other team. So
I'm sure, as we heard them cheering, they are appreciating us just talking about this so much right now. I'm sure they're just like, yes. As yeah, okay, so Parmesan House did beat Legs. So, yeah.
We are talking about it now. The redemption story. Parmesan House, they're going all the way. They're going to make it through. They're going to redeem themselves, and they will be on the big stage. We're going to see it.
So now we have to have the debate between lemon myrtle versus chicken parmesan, all right? That's where we've gone right now. I'm kind of with you. If they beat Chris, as I was just saying, nah, Chris asked this. Well, no, they just beat Chris. Okay, maybe they are going to go all the way. Maybe the redemption story does happen. But we just saw Fast But Not So Furious. We saw what they did to the Cola Explorers. That wasn't pretty. This is a team that is clearly hitting their stride right now. Win and in. Again, this is a qualifying match. You win this, you are into the money. You are into the main event. The best of fives. Redemption versus consistency versus strength. This is going to be a fun match.
I am so keen at these players playing. Remember, they're Alienware Arena, sponsored by Telstra, supported by Alienware. These players are playing on such high-quality PCs. I got to mess around with them earlier, and I just felt better at the game. Like my frame rate, it wouldn't actually have a number. It was just capped. It was so good to play on. These players are going head-to-head. Will they be able to bring it back in? I believe we actually might have a bit of a name issue going on. But
oh, no. Oh, no. It's not Parmesan House.
I was so happy.
As I believe, we're just going to continue on right now as we watch No Scott try to clear that one out. But I'm looking at that lineup, and that lineup looks like Legs right now that is playing. Look, I'm going to say this right now. Going back to the PCs these players are playing on, Alienware Aurora R9s, they're pretty sweet tech. As we take a look at them right there, everyone using them to rock out, getting motivated, playing hard. It's pretty good stuff.
Oh, and it's even better to be involved, you know. So we do get the matchup that we kind of thought that we would be seeing, and I feel like as much as I do love Parmesan House, I am even more excited. Chris, we get to see Chris on the big stage.
No. I'm not letting you be excited. I set this whole thing up to build you up just to tear you down, and you're attacking me with the optimism right now?
You can't. I'm optimistic, all right? Look where we are. This place is amazing. I feel like it is just almost impossible to be down. But that being said, like, quick shout out to Parmesan House.
Yeah, so just to confirm for everybody, it was Legs V2 that did move on. The players that you saw were the Legs roster, and yeah, they were the team that won. I mean, just playing with our heartstrings right now, but I will say this. If we want to talk upsets, I would pick Leg V2 to win this one. Fast but not furious, they did take the first game.
This is going to be very interesting because both these teams, I think, are going to be highly matched. If Leg V2 are able to control the pace and control the ball like we saw in the previous series, I would have them as the favorites here. But Fast but not furious, their play style, their trust in each other are going to be working really well.
So the other thing, again, that Fast but not furious was really good at was shutting down Bepsi. They could do that same thing to Chris, and I feel like Leg V2 could struggle a bit. I feel like this game is almost ride or die on Butta, of all players, because Butta did step up in the match that we saw before. Butta looked, well, smooth as Butta. But now they're going to have to kind of rise to that level once again, assuming Fast but not furious is able to play as lights out as they did before.
I'm not letting you have a go on me for making puns all day, and you're going to hit us with that one, all right?
It's a food pun, and I'm hungry, all right?
I can't let you pass that, all right? But we're going to keep going. Everyone just know that that actually did happen, all right? That happened live. I can't believe it, but Leg V2, definitely, if they can shut down Chris, maybe even start to get really physical on the play, go for those bumps. Nosk was kind of that player I saw chilling back a lot of the time, really that last player in defense. So those two players being able to step up might help, but first 2 goals here for the side of Fast but not furious.
Yeah, Happy Blue Ape, just wide open net. Butta and Chris X each rotating back. And yeah, Noska, who was super strong defensively in that first series we saw in this group, not able to get back in time for this one. 2-0 lead, halfway through game number 1. Fast but not furious. I have not seen a team like just ride momentum quite like these guys seem to be riding it right now. They are just on fire.
Yeah, they just are coming out the all gates swinging as they're looking to take this one, cement their place in early. We always talk about there's that one team that we're not too sure, and a quick turn in field. Myrtle gets the credit, but such a good infield challenge.
You know what? I'm seeing the Chiefs jersey being worn by this team. All I'm saying is we need to send this guy to the States right now. Like, get them on that, because if they're playing this hot right now, supporting the Chiefs, you can put 2 and 2 together there. I mean, yeah, they're looking good.
Oh, yeah, and it's been a while since Chiefs have been in Rocket League, so it
has been.
It hits a little bit in the feels being able to see that here at a Rocket League event, and they are dominating. They are holding true to that jersey here, but they're looking for a nice corner read, but Nosk will be there. Not quite the power on the touch that they were looking for. Myrtle looking to send it downfield.
Yeah, as they cross the midfield line, a nice pass over to Happy Blue Ape. This time it will be stopped, and Butta goes too far forward to be able to make the read. Chris X with a fake, and Bappa reads it through. Now it's going to try to bring that one back through the corner. Noska in reverse, doesn't make the touch, but is ready for the shot. Happy Blue Ape, as a third member, has probably been the most consistent third member we've seen so far on stream.
Yeah, definitely. They're doing everything. They're holding that role. And look, when you got Myrtle and Bappo have Taco on your team, doing such a good job at being able to just let them run free, as right now Leg V2 letting Chris run free, finds the open net. Really good beat in midfield by Budde, and they're looking to come back.
And that is why, as we were saying before, Fast But Not Furious needs to keep someone on Chris X. They need to play that same sort of shutdown that they did against Pepsi in the matchup before, because Chris X, if given space, is going to score goals.
And those goals will be placed top bins, as we've seen a few times as well. So you've got to make sure you're bringing your A game. Happy that third player getting a good touch downfield. Buddy with an awkward one into mid, but Chris too fast, going to find themselves on the other end of that play, looking for the double, can't quite find it. Myrtle with a great touch to clear out to a teammate.
As Chris X is going to keep that ball held up high. The Happy Blue Ape will try to challenge, but Chris is able to avoid him. That will set up Noska into that back corner. Chris X tries to follow through. Didn't even really get the boost on that play, actually. I'm surprised. I didn't see who stole it out them, but what I am seeing is the ball waterfalling down. A chance for Chris to get another one. Double commit, not enough, and we're back within one.
We talk about that placing, and you just got to be on your A game. How can you read that into the sidebar? Both players trying to get there, but couldn't quite. They are back in this game, 1 goal down. We talk about how crucial that first game is, and Leg V2 are not willing to give it up just yet.
Chris, though, up the kickoff. The cheat was stopped by Myrtle. It's going to be Noska who pushes it forward. 30 seconds remaining. Plenty of time for Lake V2 to get the equalizer. Fast but not furious. This defense needs to hold. Boppo able to clear it back up to the opposite side. Into the corner we go. As there's another challenge won by Myrtle, who's going to look for a corner read. Gets a light touch. Chris is out of position, and Boppo have taco and goal.
Denying all hope of a comeback there, securing that 2-goal lead. Now all you got to do is worry about that kickoff. You managed to get the safety goal, which in Rocket League is huge considering the mechanics of the 0-second goal. So huge to get. Now, we've seen kickoffs time and time again. Can we just rotate back post, have a soft cheat? It's fine. There we go. Now they're looking to still bring that back. 7 seconds. It's high, but they're not going to be able to bring that down. Has to play off the backboard. Will be a big clear by Myrtle, and with that, they will take game 1. The underdog team that we thought coming into this is holding strong.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize that. There's plenty of players here at this event right now that we are familiar with. We've seen play. They've been grinding, in that semi-pro scene. Some of them pro players as well, or retired pro players. I say retired with quotations because no one ever truly retires.
Yeah, Riv.
Yeah. He's right there. No, he's right there.
I have to give a call out. I have to give a call out. But nah, definitely a thing in OCE. So having these players just come out, so I believe I've seen Myrtle in the ranked game a few times, but definitely a player to watch. And they're coming out and they're competing at the top.
And you should now say what rank you are.
I'm GC2, all right?
So that's where Myrtle is, and that's
So,
important to know.
yeah.
So it's not like Tins is, part of the Plat Patrol, and it's just like, yeah, I see Myrtle all the time. No, this is a higher-ranking player, and they've been showing it time and time again, which makes me think, when you were playing, how come you didn't win? Because Myrtle's looking like a winning contender.
Okay, look. I just want to say I don't want this being thrown at me. I lost to the team that won the whole tournament, so technically that is the best team I could have lost to. Well, I lost to them in the second round, and they took it through and won. So technically, I came second. I don't know what roster you were looking at.
Well, the roster I'm looking at right now is Fast But Not Furious, and Myrtle has been the key player on that lineup, and they have been doing so well as we get ready to go into our second game. Fast But Not Furious, a chance to qualify.
Will they be able to bring this back? They have looked so strong, but definitely some really good signs from the side of Leg V2. They have the abilities to be able to bring this back, but can they do so? They need 2 games in a row to bring it back in this series and get the win. But right now, Fast But Not Furious, it has been all them so far.
Yeah, it has been super strong by them. And something that I've noticed from the Fast But Not Furious team is they've been very strong at the team plays. I think they've been one of the best at passes. However, Chris X has also been a beneficiary of passes as they get the first goal.
Yeah, definitely been doing it on all ends, whether it's passing, whether it's saving, or getting at those goals, finding the bottom corner. But really good pass across field there from Butter as they look to secure the first one here. And definitely different signs already that we've seen from the previous game. Can they keep this momentum and bring it back in their favor moving forward? Because it is do or die for them now in this tournament.
Yeah, I think there's a very strong chance of it because, well, Chris X has been able to find space this game, this time in an attempt for a pass, but we'll throw it back to Noskov. Now he's going to try to rotate back. Boppo have Taco is not able to make that defensive touch they were looking for. Chris X again going to try to set something up. Happy Blue Ape avoids one, can't avoid the second. Boppo have Taco putting up high. Myrtle with enough boost will be able to follow it through. However, there's a lot of resources spent, a lot of players forward. Still, they keep it on the blue side.
And a lot of boost that's running out with these high arcing shots. They're having to force these challenges out, but they're going for a nice redirect upfield. Couldn't quite make contact on that run. And right now, we are just seeing players use all of their boost needed an open net, but no one's there too far back, and that one goes unanswered.
I can't blame them for being too far back on that. There were 2 players on Fast But Not Furious that should have read it. Now, Boppo, not only does he have a taco, that taco has sauce, and that's how you tie this game.
They are doing it in the clutch. They have everything in their arsenal, and they are firing on all cylinders. Bappo Taco has, I believe, got to be one of the leading goal scorers for this entire tournament. I think that's like 7 or 8 plus for Bappo.
The only player who might have more actually is Myrtle. This team just puts on a lot of goals normally, and they almost get another one here. I don't know how they missed that, but I think that was it was a double commit. It wasn't a triple. Myrtle was back, and they do make the first save. Butta, though, no, can't take advantage of the demo, and now Boppo have Taco loses out on the 50.
There's the physicality that we're so used to seeing, and it almost works there for the side of Leg V2, but now a double gets the flip reset, got a little bit greedy with the mechanics going for play of the day. I believe it could have just been put in.
Oh my goodness, but then you have Leg V2 players taking each other out. A recovery from Chris X, though, will be able to push it to safety. There was a lot on the line right there. The panic mechanics coming through as Boppo Taco has to keep it up high. No Scott's going to look for the shot. Myrtle underneath pushes it to the safety of the corner.
Yeah, 2 misses in midfield. Now might give Butter a little bit of time on the ball. Double commit is going to put Nos in awkward position if Myrtle can go fast on this one. Good turn and good beat. Now waterfall down. It's going to be hard to read, but a player on the backboard, Happy, bails out the teammate in net, and they're able to secure that save. Now looking for the midfield. And Nos choosing not to go for this. They're trying to really hold down the fort at that midfield.
Every time we're looking at Fast But Not Furious on defense, we're seeing blue streaks and blue blurs just go across the screen. Usually Chris X looking for the bump and demo. And while that's well and good, Chris X really should be the striker right now. They've been the one with the most consistent touches, and we haven't really seen that from the other members. However, if Buddha with this beat can find a goal, it doesn't matter. Leg V2 take the lead.
Butter has been a player to watch in this midfield, constantly beating out players and just prioritizing speed to the ball. to then set up their teammates to an easy goal. And that is how Chris has scored, and that is now how Buddy has put one on the board. They are looking to make this a best of 3, go the distance, but still plenty of time on the clock. Fast but not furious. We've seen high-scoring games from them before. Can they bring this back?
I think they have a chance, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them because they're already on their own defensive side. Chris X with the setup, Noska with the beat, and that's going to go in. 2-goal lead in favor of the Legs.
You know, we spent all this time talking about Buddy and Chris, and Nosk says, I'm here, I can do it too, all right? Puts that one away, giving their team that safety goal that just makes you feel so much more relaxed while playing, but you can't let up. These teams, look, not furious, but they're looking pretty furious on the pitch, right? They have what it takes. They have the fire to bring this back. Will it be in time, though?
Oh, that's going to be a bit of a challenge as another shot goes in. And, well, they've given themselves some more time with that goal from Myrtle right now. Fast but not furious. You cannot write off how explosive this offense can be.
If you can't tell how hyped they're up, you might be able to hear it because I'm hearing screams in the background of just how excited they are to be in this environment. They are pumped, and they're using that energy in this game, as we're seeing. They're looking to bring it back. 1:20 on the clock. Buddy up high, trying to look for a touch. Will be a whiff in net, though. They have to get back, but no one's there to get it. And just a mistouch in field is going to put you back on that safety goal.
Yeah, as we watch this one again, Noska just finding that shot straight down the middle. 2-goal lead once again, and it's the kickoff bug. Time and time again, these teams with these kickoffs, whenever they get momentum going, the kickoff has been letting them down. Now Fast but not furious is going to have to find that response. Myrtle didn't really win the 50 in the way they would like. Leg V2 I thought would get there, but it says Happy Blue Ape. They put it high. Chris misses. Ball still put in an awkward place. However, Fast but not furious not able to capitalize.
Still plenty of time in Rocket League terms left as the ball goes high onto the backboard, but it is there for a big EU clear downfield. They're just going to meet the other team. Straight shot on net. They're continuously shooting on all cylinders, but nothing is finding the back of the net. Constant rotation. They are just playing turtle mode. They're in their shell, and they're not going to let up a goal easy.
No, they are not. However, Boppo doesn't care about defense. Boppo does not care about you wanting your comeback. Boppo says, I want goals now, and we're back to a 1-goal game.
Top bin shot, and that is what you need to score. Just missed touches are the detrimental factor here for Leg V2. The few times, a few missed touches, a few whiffs in midfield have led to the goals for Fast but not furious. Really need to start cleaning up their play, looking to get that consistency, because you can't afford to make touches like that again. But it doesn't matter. They're constantly shooting. It doesn't matter that they're up by a goal. They're still trying to put shots on net.
Yeah, but that's a really weird touch from Butter right there. They are able to get to the backboard. Oh, no boost for Bappo. Say in 7 seconds. Chris X puts one on target. Myrtle will push it to the corner, but it's so tough to turn this play around. Ball hits the ground. We go to game 3. And no teammates get in each other's way. And that's how we go to a decider.
I think this decider is the most justified one we've seen today. These teams are neck and neck, fighting and battling it out here. And I do just want to give credit to Butter there, because that big, long clear, you don't understand the mechanics that goes involved in that. To go from your backboard to then dribble it all the way out to midfield not only buys your team time as the clock winds down, but also can usually beat out 1 or 2 players. So very clutch moment there to buy your team enough time for the ball to touch the ground. And now, walking away into game number 3.
Dude, I love this right now. You can see this is, they're hyping each other up. They're getting themselves motivated. That loss was close, but Fast but not furious, they feel like they can take this one. I'm sure they've been hearing us all games long talking about all these players, all these names we recognize, and I know Myrtle. I'll give you that. You get a chip on your shoulder when this happens, and they want to kind of rub it, I guess, in my face more so than anyone else, and they're playing like it. Meanwhile, Leg V2, they have their moments where they look unbeatable, but then some of these awkward touches, how quickly they're capitalized on, it has you unsure that they can really seal the deal. Game number 3, this one's going to be a big one. Win and you are in.
Can they make their way into that final bracket for that prize pool? We will find out here, and I believe it is just going to be, they're going to be their own worst enemy here. Those touches we saw towards the end of the last game were the reason they gave up a lot of goals, where they could be competing a lot better and even securing an easier win moving forward. So 4 minutes 30, completely different game here, complete reset. Who's going to take this one away?
Oh, at the moment, it's looking like Chris goes for the bump, but Bob was able to avoid it. Follow-up shot, though, is close, but not quite close enough. Buddha can't make that play through the corner. Babo tries to go along the corridor instead. A demo from Chris, but they don't find the touch. And Fast but Not Furious, great job at keeping the ball in the corner, but they can't get it out of danger till a big win by Happy Blue Wave. No one there to punish, though.
They're still keeping this alive, choosing to play it to a teammate instead of just putting a shot on target to maintain possession, but it's not enough. Buddy now sent the other way. Both teammates having faith and cheating upfield. Nosk with a touch, couldn't quite, but Chris gets back just in time. Couldn't see them till the very end, but they're not going to leave their teammates out to dry.
Oh, that was spooky right there. However, Chris X really trying to be everywhere on the pitch at the same time, and it feels like they have to be to keep Fast but Not Furious down. Happy Blue Ape has been looking stronger and stronger with each passing minute, and this goes back to that last series we saw as well. I'm going to try and make a prediction right here. Happy Blue Ape is my pick for the player who might find the game-leading goal.
Definitely, I think they can be anywhere at any time, and they're really good at playing off their teammates' positioning, knowing when to come in as that third player, and Justin Weller putting it on net. Nosk a bit too early for that one, couldn't quite secure it.
Oh my gosh.
Happy trying to go the whole length of the distance, but not enough boost, and now ball being sent the other way. Buddy trying to ceiling pass down to Chris, couldn't find the contact. Nosk with a shot on target.
Good
All
save.
players there to get the save.
Yeah, it was Happy Blue Ape with the touch. Now a double commit. Could be dangerous. Babo doesn't have too much to work with. They're using all their boosts to go up high. It will be caught by Chris X underneath. Now for another demo attempt. Here comes the shot. No, it's off the top post. And the follow-up is not immediately there. Leg V2 tries to keep it up high, but it looks like they may have fallen back for boost, but so too has Fast but Not Furious. Buddha with the redirect, unable to get the touch that they're looking for. Another setup through that corner. Happy Blue Ape takes it over the top, and eventually Fast but Not Furious can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, they get the clear, but to what cost? They're just giving the ball away to Leg V2. Now looking to send the other way, but gets it beat out on two defenders. Now Nosk on the ball, trying to set it down. Buddy gets the beat. Myrtle's last back, gets an awkward save. Chris, no, came in at a tough angle, made that shot harder for themselves and couldn't quite secure that one. 2 minutes left.
Ape was there though. Ape was in the goal just off camera, so he couldn't really spike it down. I think the corner was actually the right touch. However, the follow-up still not there, and once again, Leg V2 gets kind of jammed in the corner where they're unable to get really dangerous touches. Ball's going to go to the opposite corner now. First one there is going to be Butta. Bappo from behind makes a touch. Still the midfield is being controlled by Leg V2. They've controlled a majority of the offense in this game, but they haven't been able to break that defensive line. An opportunity now. Myrtle goes for the fake. Bappo, is unable to put a dangerous touch on the ball.
Now a pinch actually will send it down the other side of the field. Myrtle is there, but gives the ball away to Buddy. Trying to find a player on the backboard, getting physical, but not only with the other team, ends up bumping on Buddy, who now has to just send this aside. Not really sure what to do. The team is in scrambles now. Chris trying to regather, passes to Buddy, back into midfield. No one there. Nos playing a little bit too far back. Now Taco will put it into the other team's corner, trying to amount that comeback again.
1 minute remaining, 0-0 game. Next goal probably sends a team to the top four. Probably will be enough. Chris X shots up Butta, and Leg V2 take the late lead.
Gets the flick past one. Butta is there to follow it up. 52 seconds left. They have got the first goal in this game. This is what we thought Game 3 would be like. Both these teams heavy competitive.
Fast but Not Furious, though, has responded quickly in the past. We can see him do it again right here. Kickoff goes in their favor as the ball gets behind Butta, who will try to slow it down, going for the dribble. Anyone up to challenge? Anyone low to challenge? Not really. We're playing that little bit of back and forth. Chris off the post. Very risky touch. Might get punished, however, too eager. Fast but Not Furious give up possession.
And now Chris leading into an open net, but couldn't get the touch, doesn't have the boost. Nosk is there for the follow, couldn't secure that victory. We're still in a one-goal game. Buddy with a shot, it's off, it's high in the goal square. Chris is up early, goes to the flip reset, off the backboard, puts it away. Chris to secure the game nearly. What a touch.
That is how you get yourself to the top four. The flip reset double touch. Chris X, do not give this player space. He will punish you each and every time. And in this instance, he will send you packing home. Leg V2 are going to win this game.
That is why backboard defense is so crucial. You can't allow time with a player like Chris on the field. What a touch to nearly secure this game. It isn't over yet, but with 7 seconds left, Leg V2 in a hard-fought victory will find themselves in winning the qualifying game into the final. What a game we got to witness here at the Alienware Arena.
That was a fantastic turnaround for Leg V2 and a fantastic way to punch this team into the top 4. I can't tell if they're celebrating or breathing sighs of relief at the end of that one, because for a team that, you know, was a big question mark for us, fast but not furious, they were legit.
They were a team that could have gone all the way, but if they didn't get a matchup like Leg V2, that was a hard-fought battle from both teams. We saw such a change from the first game to the second, close games all the way. And I think the only thing that would have probably been more justified is an overtime between those two players, because both would have deserved it. They find themselves into the finals bracket.
And joining them will be Big Goose, who did get past, you know, our flat team. Toladina, unfortunately, won't be making into the top 4, but instead we are seeing a personal favorite of the both of us, as well as, you know, some international fame as well. Shout out to Mockfish, who I had to turn down to be here today. I'm breaking some behind the scenes. He was like, hey, want to cast some EU stuff? I'm like, no, I'm at Fortress today, but I will shout you out. Big Goose supporter. Well, hopefully he'll be able to turn in, because this top 4 is going to be hype.
Exactly right. And we got the mashup of, you know, I don't know if anyone here has seen Big Goose's logo. I don't know if we'll be able to get it, but
Probably
it is
not.
one of the funniest logos I've ever seen in my life. The more you look at it, the more confusing it gets. And that is, I think, describes the team. They have so much fun playing together, and they have been for ages.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we're talking about them is because we've seen all the other teams already, right? You have Lil Chippies, the team that refuses to lose in overtime. They just keep punching it through. Heart with them. Let's see if they can keep going. You have a Chugga Wugga Choo Choo, a team of a bunch of coaches who are putting it together. And of course, the team we just saw win right there, them Legs, which looks so dangerous. All of these teams will be playing in our top 4. But before then, we're going to have a little bit of a break as well. When we come back, it's time for that main event. So do stick around. The hypest Rocket League when we return. We are back and moments away from our semifinal and grand final matches. But before we get to that, Tins, we get to do something pretty special. We got some awards to give out. We were talking about them all day long. We have our MVP, our play of the day, and my personal favorite, our Jester.
We had so many options for these awards. It is so hard to pick out of all the amazing and even funny moments that happen throughout the day. So huge shout out to all players, but it was plenty of fun to be able to reminisce.
Yeah, so we're going to start getting into this right now, starting with the MVP. Honorable mention to Chris, but our MVP pick was actually Myrtle, who is able to get that out right now. So they're going to win that Alienware prize pack. Myrtle from, you know, Fast But Not Furious. I think they're going to be pretty happy with this one. Why did we select Myrtle, too?
Myrtle was just so good from the get-go, was helping on all ends of the field, whether it be goals, whether it be assists, whether it be saves, just seemed to be the real driving factor for this team and got them so far into the tournament and just lost in the last moments of the previous game that we got to see on stream. Myrtle, definitely one of the players to watch for.
I feel like, yeah, Myrtle, someone who you've run into in the past, definitely stepped up today. We really saw that against the Cola Explorers that we saw before. That's where Myrtle was shining. They did come up, unfortunately, a little bit short later when they went up against Legs V2, but Myrtle was always that constant threat, was always kind of applying pressure in that regards. And for an MVP to MVP, you have to kind of wonder where the team would be without them, and I feel like they would not have made it as far without Myrtle.
Nah, definitely one of the players that helped them get to where they needed to be. Unfortunately, just falling short, though.
Yeah, they did fall a little bit short. Now we, though, do have to move on. Our player of the day, or our play of the day, I should say. They didn't win MVP, but at least they got this award. It is going to go to Chris X, and how could it not, Tins? It was the reset double, a classic that will always get a pop.
Amazing. It's one of my probably favorite mechanics in this game, but to do it in the clutch moments, that was the goal that secured them the victory, and I could have this on repeat all day, and I would still love it by the end of it.
The crazy thing about that as well was we saw it lined up, right? We knew it was coming, and he has to hit it, right? He has to hit it, come on, and then absolutely drains it. And you can see celebrating that award right there. Congratulations out there, Chris. You got the play of the day.
Yeah, and much deserved. It was so good to watch. And you could see we saw it lining up, but we do have an award that you've been really looking forward to. So I'll let you take this one way for the Jester Award.
Oh, boy. There was two strong options, and this was a tough pick at the end of the day because on one hand, you had a Scarab doing musties and getting goal steals. However, that's just the status quo for Lethal for Life. So we had to give it to Baby Brother, a.k.a. Blob, for a play that I know they kind of want to forget about, but a moment that set the tone. It still hurts looking at it.
I almost feel bad having to make them watch this again, as we just know it would have been so painful. That was the one that knocked him out of the tournament, but you know, Jester's all about having some fun, so we're looking back at that in a fun way, and if
there's
so
any moment I'm going to go back and kind of have a laugh and a cry at the same time, just thinking of what could have been, that would be that moment. So congratulations out there, Baby Brother. You do win a cool little Fortress pack for that, and you are getting the Jester Award for the day. I love these awards. I want to, this is such a cool idea.
I love having awards that players can strive for. You know, we might see a few players come out and just go for great goals the entire time, trying to get that award, but we're not done yet. We've given out the awards, but we still have a finals bracket to watch.
Yeah, we still have a Jester runner-up to watch, too, in this upcoming match. You can see it right there. Chugga Wugga taking on Big Goose. Arguably the two strongest teams in this event. That's going to be our first semifinal. Following that, Little Chippies, the team that refuses to die in overtime, will be taking on Chris, you know, the Play of the Day recipient in Leg V2.
Hey, I got one bit of advice for Leg V2, and that is don't go in overtime. You don't want to have to meet them in an overtime, but we got to talk about first Chugga Wugga versus Big Goose. Big Goose, a team that we saw last tournament, but haven't seen so far on this stage, and it's going to be interesting to see just how they've adapted, because I believe they came runner-up last time. They got that fire, and they're wanting to take the granny out this one.
And this does look to be like a stronger chance for them. I would call them the tournament favorites coming into this final matchup right now. And even against a team with, you know, a lot of strong players like Chugga Wugga, again, Riv still in form despite maybe not playing as competitive as they used to in the past. Vive, always going to be a threat on no matter what team they are on. Even if they usually play as a coach/sub, they're still always at that top level. And then there's Lethal for Life.
Anyway, so nah, definitely all players in their own right. I'm really looking forward to seeing Riv play. It's been a while, and I always have fun, but we got to talk about Big Goose now. We've got Toby, we've got Schmoopinator, which is just a name that I love, and we've also got Scout, players that have played together for, I believe, a year, or if not more.
And I mean, they played together, they've changed names, broken up, come back together, but they've always been around each other, and I mean, they're a fun team to watch as well. Schmoopinator, if they had been on stream, and if you know the guy, arguably in the running for Jester as well. Scout, always someone who is just a strong, consistent force, and Toby on his day can be just as mechanically gifted as sort of others out there on the pitch. This is it, the semifinals. Winner goes to the grand final, best of three, kicking us off. We are underway.
And we're still going with these best of threes. We're still being brutal with this format. You've got to show us your best from the word go, from the countdown. I'm very excited to see the level of play we're going to see from this matchup just here, and both teams already seem to be going at it.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one as well, because going back to that $1,500 prize pool right now, $200 for making it to the top four, $400 minimum for getting into that top two. So this is a $200 best of three. Toby nearly gets the first goal. Instead, he actually saves the first goal.
They are coming off getting a part of the recent prize pool. Can they go back-to-back and even secure first place? Seems to be a stalemate yet. Both teams feeling each other out, seeing exactly what's in store for this series here. Just under a minute gone already in this game, and we've seen attempt after attempt. Toby trying to get that one going, couldn't quite. Scout off the side wall, trying to find a teammate, only going to find Lethal, looking to go the distance. Vive here to take over.
As we see, a little setup through that corner as well. Riv from underneath will try to set something up through the corner. Schmoopinator will throw it back down. Lethal for life. Still rocking the Scarab, by the way. Unable to get the dunk on Scout. However, Vive does. Unfortunately, it's a bit too high.
Love to see the commitment. Picks the car at the start and stays into it. But Riv going, the play of the day has already been given out. We're still going for absolute bangers. Almost did a double flip reset in the previous series. Riv is such a good and fun player to watch.
Remember what I was saying about Cabo and Riv? I'm going to take that back. Riv is like a mix between Cabo and Levi, for those who know who Levi is this scene. You put them together, you get Riv.
A mechanical comp player, which is just so much fun to watch, because it's, look, if you can do this in free play, being able to do it in a competitive environment is just nearly impossible, but making it look easy.
Yeah, and then you throw in the, not wanting to go too hard on the competitive environment as well. That's that Levi coming in. And I mean, being around Lethal for Life means you're going to get that musty down, and I still think Levi has one of the best musties in the region. Either way, though, we're talking about a player who's not even here at the moment. It still is Big Goose trying to find that goal. Instead, we clear it back up the other way. Toby will collect, Vive will demo. However, Scout's already cheated forwards. This
is looking like a grand final matchup. Stalemate here. Half a game gone by. No one able to get on the scoring end. Vive looking to play it downfield. Couldn't quite get the follow. Lethal is there. Over to Riv. Not going to go for that one as Scout plays it downfield. I'm looking for this aggression. I know players from Big Goose love to cheat upfield. Give those upfield passing options. So that is something to watch out for. They're going to go long and they're going to keep the play in their favor.
Yeah, and especially when they get on that attacking side as well, they're going to do as much as they can to make sure they can keep it there. So expect a lot of challenges, sometimes maybe even slower pace, just to be forward up the field. However, when you approach that style, you can be left exposed to the counterattack, as we saw right there. Still Scout able to take it right on back to Chugga side of the pitch.
Yeah, but I believe with Schmoop and Scout, they're going to get that consistency. They're going to get those players that know what to do under pressure, know when to give the ball away, when to keep it close, control the pace. But it's going to be a pinch from Vive, nearly finding the back of the net. And they're firing on all cylinders, but no goal able to find the back of the net.
Schmoopinator still trying to get some power forward. Vive's going to go ahead and block it. Riv with an attempt to clear, shut down by Toby as well. And this is what we were talking about. Big Goose, they will challenge every touch. It doesn't matter what side of the pitch you're on. They love getting squishy, and Scout loves scoring goals. 1-0 lead in favor of Chugga.
Just cheating too far out of net there, not able to get the read. Scout beating out two players to put that one away. 1-2-3 on the scoreboard, and they got a 1-goal lead.
1-0 in favor of Big Goose, and with the way how they're playing, that could be lights out enough to take this first game. Kickoff will fall right into the waiting grasp of Toby. Going for the reset. Do they have it? Doesn't matter. Rip steals it off of them.
Now Scout looking for the infield pass, finds a player but couldn't quite make contact. Now Vive sending it downfield, has a player upfield off the option. Riv back into the middle, the pass team plays coming out but can't convert on that play. Lethal left to pick up the crumbs, but what a good opportunity, but they couldn't quite get on the scoring end.
Still from underneath, Vive trying to stay with it. In the end, though, Big Goose will be able to push it across that midfield line. Here comes Lethal, though, tries to get the pass to Vive. Read by Schmoopinator. Still left for Riv. Scout will make that save. Lethal waiting for a moment to go forward, but winds up just leaving it for Toby, who will find that second touch. And so much space given, so much respect given by Chugga. There's only a minute left, Tins.
There's only a minute left, and I feel like it's still a tie game. Both teams having such good opportunities. Big Goose now the only one able to convert. They're not letting up just yet. They're looking for that second goal, that safety net. An awkward touch might give it to them, but Lethal is there to clear it aside. 20 seconds to go. They need to get that counterattack happening now, or it's going to be an early game here for Big Goose.
Yeah, Toby just keeping it pinned down forward. It's so tough to get that ball to flip the map against a team like Big Goose, but they have to do it now. 5 seconds remaining. Riv maintains possession. Ball gets popped up. Vive actually just didn't have the boost to commit for it. Toby still keeps it alive, however, as Riv and Lethal each go up. That leaves greener fields down below, but it's not put there. Instead, Riv, lob shot off the backboard.
No.
Lethal can't get there in time. Ball still up. Vive still pressuring, looking for the double. Gets it low, can't find the musty, and the save saves the game.
You have to just hands in head for that one. So many opportunities, but the defense scrounging enough to be able to get back to get that save. They couldn't get that one, and that is a way to end the game. Both teams, such good opportunities, but you got to think about it. If you're Big Goose, you are one game away from $200 more added to your prize pool at the minimum, and your second grand final appearance at a Fortress Melbourne House Cup event.
Yeah, that was super tight, but 5 minutes away. Things looking good for Big Goose. I will have to say this, though. I love Lethal for Life at the end of that, just kind of leaning over and like telling Big Goose, hey, did you really have to stop that? Did you really have to save that? Come on, man. Let us have it.
Lethal's here to make sure we all just get a show, you know, and both these teams are good mates. We were talking with them before. They're both here for good spirit. They've played with each other a lot. I know Lethal and Scout have played together previously on a team, so definitely a lot of fun coming out there, but Scout says, doesn't matter if we're previous teammates, I'm getting one on the board.
Appropriate reaction from Vive after seeing that goal right there. But yeah, like what can you do, right? What can you do with redirects like that one? Fantastic opener, and Big Goose picking right up where they left off with that late goal. Now they have that early lead.
Considering it took so long to get that first goal on the board, and we're already 15 seconds in, we've got that one already. Chugga Wugga, they're yet to get in on the scoreboard yet to get a goal, and if they don't do something fast, they're going to be driving that big red car all the way home.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to bring it back out in this one. Riv, oh, it's a dangerous touch, won't get punished, and I'm actually a little bit surprised with the space given by Big Goose right there. They're still going to use it to control that offensive side of the pitch. Boost collected from Vive, as they are going to look to try and touch it. Oh, the net looked so open, but it was so tough to reposition yourself there.
Still to be able to read that is a play in itself. Opportunity off the backboard. Rivers left in the net, but we'll be able to get the save, and great opportunity there. Just couldn't quite place the top pin. Shot again. Vibe with the save. If we're talking about ability to get those saves, that's where I'm looking at. Did I just cast the curse midway? I was just about to say Vibe someone you want to be in net.
First it was Riv, and then it was Vive.
All right, Formal, just for the sake of like the content and the great stream, I just can't talk the rest of the stream. I think it's all going to have to be you, because every time I speak, the opposite happens.
Well, you know what they say is that it sucks to be wrong all the time. It's an old classic saying, believe it or not.
Yeah, you know, if you're right all the time, you'll never be wrong. So that's something I definitely need to work on in the future. But
yeah, just be more correct.
Yeah, exactly. Just if you never get something wrong, then you'll always be right. That is a lesson for everyone here watching today. And right now, they need to get something right, because they're yet to get on the scoreboard. A minute and a half left.
That looks very good. Riv up off of Lethal. A great pass in the box. And there's a little bit of banter coming down.
I love that Lethal's turned around and given it to the other team. They're letting them know they're getting in their head, playing the mental game. They're saying we're not going to go down easy, and you better be playing at your best.
I just got pointed at and called out, I think. I don't even know what I did. Either way, it's a 2-1 lead still for Big Goose right now, as Vive off of that backboard. Going to try and clear a bit of space right now. Scout from underneath, though, already getting it around 1-2 defenders. Riv keeping it slow. Schmoop centering it up, and Vive will be able to clear it out.
Now on the counter attack, Toby. I've seen a few Cooks of pinch attempts. No one able to connect just yet.
No!
Schmoop with a miss in net. Almost ends up detrimental, but they do get away with it, as now it's gone the other end. Riv gets the clear, down to Vive. Shot opportunity, gets the double. No! Can't quite get there. We're having flashbacks to the Jester Award, but no, couldn't put it away. Now Scout sending it downfield.
I mean, that was a tough read to make from Vive, who has been consistent with them, but at that speed, it was always going to be a challenge still. We're seeing how explosive Chugga Wugga can be. Hunting for that equalizer. They're now going to have to find two, because Scout will waterfall it down and in.
Yeah, Scout just reading that one perfectly, being in the right position, taking out every single player. No one's left, and you can take all the time you want, Scout, to put that one away. hard reads here from Chugga I believe on that previous play, Vibe not having enough boost to get back to that one, but
yeah,
definitely these are the moments you're going to be looking back afterwards.
As we see Toby try to clear it across the middle of the field, immediately challenged by Riv, who gets the second touch. Not quite accurate enough. Lethal a little bit too wide. Vibe, though, with a powerful strike, will be stopped on the line by Scout. Chugga they're having their moments. They're getting close. But the difference is they spend so much on these attacks. If they don't score, it will come back against them. Riv with a chance. It's a little too tight and a little too light. Big Goose continue to hold on.
You have millimeters to try and place this shot into the net. Anything else is just not good enough, so that's why they're going for such tough shots. They're looking for top bins because that is what is required. They can't find one just yet. Trying to go into the midfield. Scout's going to play downfield. Always having these quick counterattack options has worked for them so far, and such a great team play to have in your arsenal. Lethal now playing it downfield. Toby waiting on the sideboard, playing it high. Vibe's going to have to get the EU clear here.
Yeah, as Vibe will be able to clear it through that corner. Gets the second touch as well. Ball centered for Riv as Lethal went for the fake, but then is able to get back on it. Big Goose not knowing what to do. Triple commit. Minute and a half to go. 2 goals required, and Chugga struggling to clear that ball to the orange side of the pitch. Finally, they do get it there.
Now Schmoop looking for the clear. Still plenty of time for a comeback. Not if Toby has anything to say about it. A perfect catch. Beats out one. Gets the flip. Looks for Schmoopinator down. Couldn't quite find it. Now Lethal get a touch, gets it past one, gets it past two. Lethal 1 goal away from tying it up.
Yes, and that was, I think, catching a few people off guard right there. Lethal straight down the middle. Great example of some car control to keep the dribble moving forwards. And now Big Goose, this final minute, 10 seconds is a lot more stressful. One errant touch, and we could be seeing an overtime once again.
I love that shot from Lethal. That is one of my most overpowered mechanics ever. Just that single jump, faking that second jump and using it at your disposal. Getting away with that one. Less than a minute remaining here. Can Chugga go into game number 3? Or will Big Goose clear it out here? An awkward touch might give an opportunity, but both players misreading that one.
Case of the Whiffles right there. One player misses and then everyone does. Still, the Big Goose keeping Chugga pinned on their own backboard. Toby keeping that ball held up high as well. That will allow Schmoopinator off the backboard. Nowhere for Lethal to go. Has to try to keep it cornered that little bit longer. Actually gets a good touch over the top of Scout. And to the orange side of the pitch we go. Half a minute remaining. 1, maybe 2 chances left for Chugga, and Scout wins a massive 50.
Great play there, choosing the slow play. All you need to do is get the win. You need to keep the ball out of your possession, not get hard beat on a 50, and that is exactly how you want to achieve it. 10 seconds remaining. They have it in their side of the field. Can they make a quick counterattack? Vibe on this one. Gets the win. Might be an open opportunity. Rip for the shot. No! Can't quite put it away. The ball is still up. Who's going to get to it first? Schmoopinator gets it, plays it downfield, and Big Goose are headed to the grand final.
You saw what they were looking for right there. Riv tried to buy as much time for the bump or the demo for the shot as possible, but the bump never came through. The save was made on the line, and that allows Big Goose a second opportunity at a House Cup final.
And you see there, they're all mates at the end of the day. They've played together for years in online play. Now finally getting to verse each other at a LAN environment. Hugs all around. I guarantee you they're going to be rooting for their friends in their grand final. Because what a performance. First time seeing Big Goose on the screen here today. And I don't think we were disappointed.
No, absolutely not. Big Goose again. Like, this is a team that has probably come with the most prestige. We've seen them play with this roster in the RLCS in the past where they've gotten some pretty deep runs, as a matter of fact. So this is a strong side, a tough team for anyone to beat. And even though there's RLCS experience as well on, Chugga, it's a different kind of RLCS experience. It's the brain kind, not so much the mechanic-y, fingery kind.
It's the coaches versus the players, and right now the players did prevail, making their way through. If that was any indication to what we've got in store for the next match or for the grand final, I think I'm not going to have a voice by the end of today because that is such high-intensity game, and there's nothing you can do but yell.
Do you need a voice for tomorrow?
No, not at all. I completely rest the whole day, so I'm using it all up tonight. It's fine. Don't try and contact or call tomorrow because I'll be talking like this. I won't be able to speak because this is just such good quality as we look at the Telstra replays.
I mean, in a lot of ways, I feel like, again, this could have been our grand final, and it would have felt so right in that regards as well. But, I mean, it still was a 2-0 victory, right? Like it still was Big Goose, I would say, decisively winning that series.
At the end of the day, on the board, it goes down as a sweep. It doesn't matter whether it's best of 3, best of 1, or best of 5. It is a sweep at the end of the day. And I guarantee you that is something Big Goose are going to hold over Chugga for the rest of the days.
Oh, that was almost.
Flashbacks of Chris on that shot. I was hoping that we were going to see
that would have been better. Because that would have been a double touch, like, into the musty. Like, from a fluid point of view, that would have been...
To tie the game as well, like, that's huge.
Someone pulls off a shot like that in one of our old, like, freestyle tournaments, that would have actually, I would have been just as popping.
It looks so much better when it's just in that competitive environment. You're able to do it in such a clutch moment. Unfortunately, Chugga not clutch enough. They will be walking away with $200 in prize money. And definitely deserved. They came out firing. They were playing so well to get to this point. Big Goose, they've been in the grand final before. They were just hungry for it.
How good are you at lip reading?
Not at all. Absolutely horrible, I would say.
Yeah, I would have to say, because I'm really curious what Lethal was saying in some of those moments. But at the same time, I'm not sure they may have been broadcast appropriate. But, like, very, very chirpy team.
Exactly. You know, if anyone I know, especially when you're playing with your mates or playing against your mates, Lethal's someone who loves the banter. And if you've ever had a conversation with him, it will be nothing but banter. So a lot of fun there, and glad to see that it doesn't matter whether it's an online environment or a LAN event. Lethal is going to talk back to you, and he's going to let you know he's there.
So is Vive.
So is Vive. Exactly right.
And you know what? Probably so is Riv as well. Like, I don't know. Good team. Happy they made it to that top 4. We'll talk more about Big Goose when they get to the final, but we need to start, looking ahead. We need to start thinking about our next semifinal matchup, because this is going to be a fun one. Legs versus the Little Chippies, and I had a feeling we'd get a surprise team in our top 4. Little Chippies, man.
They are back. I'm so keen to see Little Chippies on the big screen, all right? I need everyone to start rooting for them, all right? Because I'm so excited to see them make it this far. They're going to need it, you are right, because they're going up against a pretty tough opponent.
Yeah, but we also have to be repping them as well. Something about Boots and being part of that gold team right here. Leg V2, though, and Chris, they've been looking so strong. Little Chippies, however, 3 overtime wins out of 4 game wins. They kept it dramatic. You can argue, yes, in every single one of those overtimes, there's an own goal miss against them. But hey, they didn't miss. They got the goals in the end. This is their chance to make a big impact.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what happens during the game. All that matters is at the end, there is a tick next to your team as to who won, all right? So it doesn't matter whether they missed an open net or anything happened. They made it to this point. They've got their work cut out against them, going against the likes of Butter, Chris, and Nosk. Again, we've seen them a few times, as we might just be having a bit of technical difficulties waiting for a player to get in the lobby. Yep. And I'm really excited to see these 2 players. And Little Chippies make a return.
Yeah, I'm keen to see Little Chippies make that return, but I want to see them make the return with all 3 players. So we're going to go ahead and get that lobby reset before we get ourselves back into that semifinal. Look, as fun as this team has been, and maybe, the Little Chippies is, a team of the heart, too many chips in the heart, you get a heart attack. And I just don't know if they have what it takes to get past the legs.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I think Legs are going to run them around the track. They're definitely a fast team. They have the mechanical ability, as we see from the play of the day, Chris making a return back on the stream. If we can see anything like that previous series, we are in for a treat here. But all players, they've played together now, made it to this point. They know what they need to accomplish. Them playing together is just getting scarier and scarier as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, it absolutely is, as we are looking like we're back in this game right now. So both sides with all 3 members. A minute has passed. No goal has been scored, at least until No Scott tries to take it straight down the middle, gets the bump on to Leo Chun. Another name change, by the way, for Little Chippies. They've had different names every time we've seen them. Chris doesn't care. Chris gets the first goal.
Already getting on the board. A minute and 20 seconds into the game. Chris looking to keep that firing on all cylinders attitude, but it is funny. Yeah, every time we've seen Little Chippies, there's always a different name change, always making our job just a lot better and a lot more, a lot easier. Thanks for that.
Also, I realized that's just Chaz Rocket League. I thought it was Chazri because of I thought it was an I. I think that's just a lowercase L. Oh, wait, no, but everything else is uppercase. No, so that still would be Chazri. Okay,
I was going to say, my whole life is a lie if you're telling me that that's actually not Chazri, but it's Chaz RL. So hopefully, I think it's Chazri. Look, I'm not doing this to myself. It is Chazri. Chris X888. We said the player to watch, and already 2 goals on the board.
Yeah, that goal, I mean, that one was pretty straightforward, wasn't it? Again, through that corner, Chris is always still going to be good at finding those angles. And again, secret to beating this team, you've got to not allow Chris to have much space on the pitch. You've got to be able to get in Chris's face. But so far this game, Chris has been allowed to kind of get free shots like that.
Yeah, we talk about the kickoffs, especially how we started the kickoff conversation was with little chippies. Can they work out how to start these kickoffs, how to confirm that they're at least not giving up a goal, because that is a fair few kickoff goals that we've seen happen on the side of little chippies. So hopefully something they can sort out, because with the mechanics and the kickoff prowess of Leg V2, it's not something that you want to go unnotified.
As we watch, a little bit of a musty attempt from Noski. Instead, they wind up catching it underneath. Still good to see some of the mechanics coming out from Leg V8 as we see another play through the corner, pass down to Chris, shot, just goes wide.
And I just realized this is actually, right, hold on, never mind, I got to talk about that. What a shot from Chris. Pass coming in from Nosk. Was that Nosk that got credit?
Yeah, it was Nosk that got credit.
No, it was Chris that got credit. Nosk ended up being a ghost touch. I thought Nosk just hit the redirect of the entire tournament, but went through as a ghost touch, couldn't quite get the touch. Now 4 goals in, but I've just realized this is a fight between Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2. If Leg V2 win, it proves that Qualifier 2 was the superior. They have 2 teams now in the grand final if it goes the way that it has been.
I mean, yes, that is true. A little chippy still representing that first qualifier. Not really going so well for them, though, in this first half of the game. Already 4-0 up, Leg V2. They're starting to slow the pace down a little bit, and which makes me think we're going to see more mech coming from them. As, unfortunately for little chippies, they've just been on their own backboard this entire game. That's the mistake, though, maybe they can capitalize on.
It's all right, I have hope. We talk about the previous series, the first one we saw on stream. Little chippies took a while to warm up. They, I think, lost 5-1 in game number 1 and brought it back game 2. So hoping that they can warm up, bring themselves back in this game, because right now, firing on all cylinders is Leg V2, and Chris, all 4 goals, not willing to share the ball at all.
The thing that has me concerned, though, is Leg V2 seems like they're playing a gear down from what the normal tempo that they would be at, and they can always just sort of flip it up to that next level at a whim's notice, as we kind of see right there. Fast pass across the middle, all of a sudden turns things into a goal. 5-0 lead now, Legs V2. Super strong position in this game.
Yeah, they've definitely got some tricks up their sleeve moving forward. And if we do see that extra notch come out, it might be tournament over here for little chippies unless they can find a counterattack. This is the best of 3, so you don't want to go down in that game number 1. We'll see how they go as a good touch downfield. Buddy up nice and early, looking to find a player in the midfield, but Jake will get the intercept.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to go down in game number 1, but I don't think they have much of a choice. Noska, gets yet another goal in, and with that 6-0 lead. Little chippies, it's a struggle. It's a struggle, Tins.
It is. It's such a hard opponent that they've come up against. All these players having tournament experience, and little chippies, they're like my self-appointed crowd favorites. They're still representing our hearts. They're representing qualification 1, but right now, Leg V2, they're playing at that different gear, and if they do have to go up that gear that you were talking about, I'm nearly even more worried.
Well, I think assuming things continue the way as they do, and we go to a final situation where Leg V2 is going to be going up against Big Goose, they will have to take it to that next gear. I mean, that's just a straight up given. But, oh, Buddy almost gets one right there. The Butta going to be stopped on the line. A chance now for Chaz, already shut down by Chris. Only half a minute remaining left in this game, and little chippies, they only have 2 shots on goal.
Yeah, maybe need to start getting more aggressive. We saw their playstyle is a very turtle shell type of playstyle. They're happy to rotate on defense, get those saves, and when needed, then look to start pushing up the field, get those counterattacks. But with a team like Leg V2, you're not going to be able to have that time. If you let them do what they want, you're gonna get burned. Like Buddy off the sidewall, pulling it off to get that one. 7th goal here.
14 seconds. I want to believe Lil Chippies can get a goal here. I want to believe they can avoid that shutout. A, because of the ha-ha funny meme, but also they needed, I feel like, to have any momentum going into that second game. They were still able to find one back in our first series of the day. Maybe they will get one right now. Chris X, though, steals it off of them. Chance to go straight down the middle. The pinch in front of the net does not go in. The follow-up gets denied on the line, and our final score line looks to be 7-0 unless, no, Scott doesn't want to even tease a Brazil. We're going back the other way and onto the ground. Leg V2 take game one.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a Brazil here today. If you, as a Rocket League player, get up 7 goals, your mind straight away goes to, we need to let it go. We need to continue this meme going forward, but right now, Leg V2, they are looking unbeatable.
Okay, so you're making the bold statement, your mind as a Rocket League player goes there, right? Is there a reason why you're not on a team right now? Are these two things related?
Not at all, all right? Look, there's a reason why we're up here, because those two can't do past.
True.
That is why we are up here. That is why we're not on the stage right now playing in this tournament. Hey, maybe next one. I reckon we get some of the casters last time, Quicksand and Matsy, me, you. We'll put together a team and we'll show them how it's done. We'll show them how it's done.
You don't want me on that team. You do not want me. There is a good caster team you can put together, all right? And it involves you, Yummy, and Jake. That is the good team.
Oh, look, yeah, I'll stay third, man.
Wait, yeah, we're going to stick with that, you, Yummy, and Jake.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, look, I've seen Yummy's mechanics. I'll let him take. I'll stay third man, all right? I'll stay third man. Let them go attack the ball. But right now, we're needing...
CJ. Sorry. I forgot you existed.
We're needing Chippies to go attack the ball here. We're needing something from them, or this is just going to be a straight repeat of the previous game. They've only got one more chance to secure that prize pool, but hey, both these teams regardless guaranteed walking away with 200.
Actually, legitimate question. Do you think you're a better player than Yummy?
I will say that I am till the end of my days.
Okay, so in that case, yeah. So removed Yummy, put CJ in there. Obviously, there you go. That's
perfect.
the team.
There's the dream team. Next Fortress Land winners. You've heard it here first. Right now, I'm hoping that we can find out who the Fortress Land winners are going to be for this House Cup. As a double coming out from Buddy. Buddy has had so many opportunities, has one mechanical play on the board, but that's his second double missed this series.
Yeah, that one just unfortunately not going to go in right now. Chaos in front of the net, no one able to put it through. Here comes No Ska as well, can't get it in, but can, however, and that's the 1-0 lead.
Already starting off nice and early with these goals. 50 seconds in, so it took them a bit longer than last game, but look at them. I don't think they're worried at the moment. They're playing as they want. They've got full range of the field to work with. So we'll see how this goes on. Kickoff goal possibly happening again. It is going to go top bins. Chris with another goal. Chris wants most goals today. I think I'm calling it in.
I think Chris is probably going to get most goals today at this rate. Granted, we don't know how Big Goose, like how many goals they got on their journey here, but it does feel as if Chris, again, kind of that runner-up MVP. One of the big reasons why they didn't get MVP was because they got that play of the day, and we didn't really, 2 awards. Seems a little bit greedy
I'm not gonna inflate his ego that much. We can't give him 2 awards,
exactly.
Right? We gotta let him earn player of the day, MVP. And right now, well, I think we'll have to wait. But right now, he's seeming like he has something to prove out here.
I mean, yeah, just running little chippies back and forth right now from corner to corner, almost single-handedly until Noska will bang it in. 3-0 lead, Leg V2 continuing to run away with this game.
Noska has been the silent assassin for this team. The one that we don't talk about as much, but is doing so much on the field, trying to push their team, get that warm-up. There's 3 goals here. 1 minute and 20 seconds in. This is looking all Leg V at the moment. Little chippies. Look, I'm hoping that they get one on the board. For my heart, I'm hoping that they get that goal. And I just want to see the loudest celebration from everyone in the Alien Arena if it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Alienware Arena should pop off should we see that goal. First, they got to get it to the opposite side of the pitch. I mean, to be honest, I think the Alienware Arena should be popping off for every goal and just treat every goal like it's the most important one you've ever seen, especially if Buddy can find that there. Doesn't quite go as far forward as they would like. A chance for Chaz to play along the corner. Ball gets centered underneath. Yeah, it's going to be Noska there first.
Can they do it on the sealing a very hard clear. Couldn't quite make contact. Butter now. We've seen a few mechanical plays, but always just fallen short. Goes for the flip reset. Ends up getting into the ground. Look, Butter, I'm going to call you out here. Where's the double? I wanted a double reset. I wanted a mustard. I wanted something, but still gets the flip reset. And as a player, how do you read that that's happening?
Yeah, that's a tricky one to read. It's interesting, though, because from our point of view, watching it, like, it looks obvious that's what he was going for. But when you're on defensively watching that happen, the second you see the ball hit the ground, you forget that that flip's still coming, right? You're thinking, you know, he's just going to try to corner it, or maybe you'll get a delicate touch. You won't get that late flick to just try and muscle it in. So super well done. As there we go, another goal, this time no scoff.
We talked about the goals, and now Noska's wanting into it. Gets second for the game, 5 here for leg V2. And look, I'm already starting to see, maybe they hurt us, because I just saw Chris try and go for a double flip reset. And I'm looking to see something spicy from this team.
Well, they're not going to be able to do double flip resets against Big Goose.
Well, maybe there's a bit of a factor that you got to realize you need to start for the next game. If you do get this win, you are going up against the team who has proven time and time again that they can handle the big stage, and they are going to get their work cut out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know maybe getting a nice Mechie goal could raise your confidence going into that matchup, as we see, you know, just kind of playing around with their food almost in front of the net right there. Lake V2 aren't able to put it in. Leo Chun going up high, but it's going to have to fall at that midfield line. That will allow Lake V2 to again try and press forward. Ball off the roof underneath, no one there.
2 minutes to go. Chris now trying to get a touch to keep the ball in play. And here we go, Nosk off the sideboard. Seen a doomsday dish from this team, and for a few times, Chris trying a perfect recreate of the goal we saw earlier, but way too quick, not being able to put that one away.
As time continues to tick down, so too do Lake V2's, well, journey, I would say, to the grand final, but also so too does Little Chippy's chances at making it to the grand final themselves. Good save by Chaz right there. Not enough, though, to clear it back that other way. Only a minute 20 left. Can Little Chippies get on the board?
Will they be able to? I'm praying, I'm hoping for it. We've got a high flying shot there, but Chris will be there to stop it. Here we go, got the boost, gets the touch, going for the pinch with a teammate off the backboard. Juicy shot there, but not able to put it on target. Definitely looking to give us a show.
Yes, Chaz will clear it back up that other way. It's Chris off the backboard looking to set up Jake.
No.
And that was it, Tins. That was the moment. They don't capitalize. Maybe they get another one here, though. Chaz again through the corner. Ball in front of the net, but it does get cleared out.
I got out of my seat for that one. I was so hyped. I was ready for it. Please, Little Chippies, you got to do it for me. I'm putting all my money on this. And Chris is going yet again. I think that's 2 goals apiece, evening it up. Nice.
Yeah, so who's going to get the hat trick on Lake V2? That's the big question.
All of them will be. They got 35 seconds left. There's plenty of time to make that happen, but absolutely padding those stats on the side of Lake V2.
Yeah, 35 seconds away from a grand final appearance against Big Goose. Lake V2 will be going on. Little Chippies, 30 seconds to avoid the shutout. There's the 7-0. Do we go South America in this game?
Look, I don't know if I was saying that I wanted that goal from Little Chippies, but now I don't know if I want it, because then they do end up getting Braziled if that is the case. But Chris going to secure the first hat trick. Other 2 teammates might follow suit. 30 seconds left on the clock, and what a journey it has been for both these teams.
Noska almost ruins our Brazilian dreams with another goal. 20 seconds remaining as Chris tries to hold the ball in the corner. Leo Chun makes the play out of the goal. Noska, next player forward again through the corner. Chris is there. Challenge one out by Jake. This is all well and good for Little Chippies. They're making the saves.
Shot.
Well, at least until then. Chris X really putting the knife in the heart as it is now an 8-0 lead.
Such a great shot from Butter too, to be able to put that one in. I love a good doomsday dish, and Chris, gonna take credit for it, not letting anyone else get a hat trick. Chris, I gotta say, you gotta share the ball around a little bit. You've been kind of hogging all the goals in this series here.
Yeah, it's been very intense for Lake V2, but it's definitely setting a standard. As another goal goes in, and with 1 second left, we could see double digits.
If there is time on the clock, you're gonna see a goal as Chris puts another one away. 1 second to go. Kickoff goal yet again against Little Chippies. Can they do it? Can they pull off the 10?
Double-digit club, it's still up in the air. Chris, though, won't be able to get underneath, or will he? Well, not enough. That's going to do it, and in the end, we have our grand finals. Legs V2, they're going on to take on the Big Goose.
And that is going to be a matchup for the ages. You're not going to want to miss it because we've seen both these teams firing on all cylinders, and this is going to be a battle. Now, I do have to say, you might want to get some popcorn for this replays because we're going to be going through every single goal, and you know, definitely going to want some popcorn for it.
I mean, all right, sure, we can go through every single goal. Just replay the entire second game, I guess, while we're at it right now. There were so many goals scored by Legs V2 right now. They were definitely kind of stretching them and getting ready to go.
Yeah, and we're going to see them all here with the Telstra replay. And look, this is just going to be an absolute goal fest here for the side of Leg V2. Unfortunately, Lil Chippy's not able to get on the board, but I got to say, my self-appointed people's favorites, I loved watching them play. They got to top 4, they got in the prize pool. Big congratulations to Lil Chippies.
You know, when that jersey comes out, I'll buy one for you. How does that sound?
Please, if a Little Chippy's jersey comes out or any kind of merch, I need that now. I need to be wearing that. I'm going to wear it the next time you see me casting because I could just imagine the logo would be like a little like fries packet or a chips packet. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's a little chips packet with like 3 chips in it, and all of them are like smiling and blushing. They're the Little Chippies. It'd be adorable. I totally see that right there. Look, they had a good run. They got into the money. Like, that is $200 to Little Chippies, $200 as well going over to Chugga Wugga. So they are the semifinalists. They each had a good run, but at the end of the day, qualifying Heat 1 just doesn't compare to qualifying Heat 2.
They are the superior qualifier, as we've seen, both players finding their way in the grand final. And, you know, I love to put you on the spot because I'm going to do it. Our 3rd and 4th place, we unfortunately don't get to see that matchup. Both players walking away with 200. Who wins out of Leg V2? Okay, well, I'm going to say Leg V2 then because... sorry, Little Chippies versus Chugga Wugga. Yeah. Was something... Did we see that matchup? Everything's blurring together right now.
No, we did not. We did not see that. If they had played, it's single elimination.
True, that's true, actually. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. It's been a long day, but these players are still going, and I do want to talk about just the grueling event of a long tournament. By now, these players would have to be getting tired. You have to start digging into that mentality to keep yourself active because now this is the game that matters.
Yeah, this is the one to win it all. All those other money games they've been to for $200. This one is for $300 technically, or if you want to put it all together, $700 for first place in this matchup, the biggest slice of that $1,500 prize pool. This is going to be a big one. The grand final here of the Fortress House Cup presented by Telstra and supported by Alienware, live from the Alienware Arena here at Fortress Alienware Arena. It is just like what we've been waiting for. It's going to be a fantastic matchup, Tins. Let's do predictions. Who's winning this?
I've got to give it to, you know what? I think I know who you're going for. So just to have a little bit of caster friendly banter here, I'm going to give it a Leg V2. They have the energy, they have the teamwork, and they're going all the way.
All the way to second place. I agree, because Big Goose, I mean, this roster has the history, they have the legacy, they have the experience. And you know what? They want revenge for coming second place last House Cup. How could you deny Big Goose their chance at redemption?
That's why they're not getting it. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They are finishing second place again. They don't get to lift up that trophy. They don't get to come first place. They are going to stay in this second that they finished that last time. Leg V2 on orange. Big Goose versus blue. Best of 5. This is your Alienware Arena Grand Final.
This is going to be a big one. Big Goose. They're coming in with as the favorites, dare I say, if you listen to reasonable people. They should be able, I think, to get off to that fast start. But again, with the way how Chris X has been playing, and I'll give him this, Leg V2, if Chris X is given space, if Chris X is allowed to continue to find these shots, there is that chance we could see Leg, make that upset. We just got to keep our eyes on Chris.
But I am worried because we did see in the previous series, Riv is a player you don't want to be giving space to. And Riv never found that space because when they did, they were instant challenged by Big Goose, just like now Big Goose on the other end, instant challenged by Nosk, couldn't read the ball, and Buddy putting it away.
And we are already 1 goal in favor of Leg V2. Big Goose, not the start they wanted to see. Fortunately for Big Goose, best of 5s. No more best of 3s anymore for our grand final. It is, you know, a more traditional Rocket League series. A scout straight down the middle returns the favor.
We need a kickoff goal counter right now because it has been ridiculous. Such a great play there, getting what was needed to tie this up. And if this doesn't set the precedent to how this series is going to go, I don't know what will.
Yeah, 2 quick goals. Hopefully, I wouldn't mind seeing the pace slow down a little bit. I do like, you know, more defensive-oriented games and kickoff goals. They're cool and all, but come on, let's see some drawn-out plays. Let's see the passes. Let's establish ourselves right now and not have 3 people cross the midfield line at the same time like V2. That was a little spooky on the attack.
Well, speaking about those passes, that's what I'm wanting to see. Big Goose, such good at hitting up the player upfield. Looking for those quick counterattacks is where I'm going to be seeing that come out. And with the mechanics that they have on their team, that redirect is going in straight into the top bins. But they can't quite find that yet. Now Chris hit out into midfield. Toby is going to be the first one up for it, looking to beat out. Gets the 50. Schmoop there quickly for the follow-up. Couldn't quite get the read. This is a dangerous position. It's high in the goal square, but he has to go up for it. Gets the read and keeps him out of harm's way just for now.
Just for now, still though, scout pressuring from just outside the box. We'll try to cross up Schmoopinator, who gets the first touch, looking for the second. It's towards the backboard, bumping Buddha, but not able to get far enough. Buddha, Betta. We've been calling him like Butta all day long.
We're gonna have to. I say Buddy, like Buddy, but I feel like we're gonna have to have a talk afterwards. We need just another friendly banter debate we're gonna have later on, but gonna be interesting.
I'll just take your word for it.
I wouldn't take my word. I have no confirmation whatsoever.
Oh, unlucky. Well, what I do know is no save. That goal is not going in. It is the Butta getting the save behind the line, somehow keeping this game even for the time being. Big Goose, though, hunting for the go-ahead goal. Won't find it straight away. Scout still keeps the attacking pressure on.
Big Goose been on the attack for minutes now, it seems, not letting up. Constant aggression, controlling midfield boost, making sure they have nothing available, but now finally able to get the clear into the corner. Both teammates going for that one. Will send one player back, but it has to do it all. Does perfectly well to give their team some time to get back for now.
And we're right back to where we last left off. Again, Big Goose controlling the front third of the pitch right now. They feel so confident on the attacking side with these super tight rotations. And now we're going to see Scout looking for a dunk. That was read by Butta, so they're able to keep it down below. Toby trying to find something through the corner. Again, not able to find it. Leg V2's defense doing a super job actually at holding Big Goose back.
Yeah, and we see that playstyle coming back, that Leg V2 are happy to stay on defense. They know what they need to do. We saw a few common mistakes from them which led to goals in the previous series. So hopefully if they can tie that up, and it doesn't matter, what a touch from Schmoop.
And there's one of those little mistakes. A double commit into the corner opens the pathway up above, and the goal gets drained in. Finally, Big Goose take that lead, and with 2 minutes remaining, they're going to have to hold on.
I've never seen a team score in a grand final and just be so straight-faced. They are not phased. They are here with nothing but business, trying to get this win. It's just another work day for them, really.
Perhaps, but then I'm also watching them musty off the kickoff, and I'm thinking like, all right, that's one way to get power in order to drive it forward. Yeah, they are focused, Tins, because they know Leg V2 can pose that challenge. They can pose that threat. They've been spending so long on attack and being stifled for so much of it. It's going to be a bit draining.
It is, and it is a long day, so the players themselves would have to be draining. But can they keep it alive? They have one more best of 5 to play as another attack coming out. Toby backwards in the corner, but still gets a perfect touch to beat out one defender. Goes for the musty as well. The ball control, to be able to do that is unfathomable.
Said this back at the start in that last semifinal. Toby has the mechanics that can bust them out sometimes when you least expect them. Going for a second touch right there, instead just kind of bumps Noska away from the play. Under a minute to go. Leg V2 still looking for that equalizer, but they've got to get the ball out of their own half. Schmoopinator set it up perfectly for absolutely nobody.
I was hoping that the pancake was going to come out. I haven't seen that mechanic pull up in a competitive game. I don't think so. So really hoping to see that one. Couldn't quite. 40 seconds left. Leg V2, sorry. They do find themselves on the scoring end, but quickly sent back. No one there for the challenge. They need to start finding teammates up the field to be able to clear the ball. It can't just be relied on one person. Now looking to get it going. Nosk on the other side has the option in field, goes for the flick. Schmoop easily brushes it aside.
Yeah, Butta was almost there, but they weren't able to kind of keep it down and in. Schmoopinator now will take it all the way back to the opposite corner. 12 seconds ago, Leg V2. Can they even find one more opportunity right now? A goal would seal the deal for our first game. Toby tries to center it, will eventually find Schmoop. 2 seconds remaining, pass down to Scout, who keeps it up. They want to score because why not? Well, Leg V2 might have time to recover. They do get underneath it. Butta has a chance to follow it, but doesn't have the boost. Will collect the full tank, but the ball will not get down. No Skull got underneath. Toby will eventually have an awkward touch, and Big Goose take game number 1.
That ball was so close to still being on the wall, but just touches the ground, and first game goes to Big Goose. Definitely felt like it should have been more in favor of Big Goose. Leg V2, just happy to be in the playstyle that they were in, making it work. So interesting to see how that didn't seem like a heavier one-sided game on the scoreboard, considering how much pressure Big Goose had.
Yeah, that was like 3.5 minutes spent meters in front of, Leg's goal line, or at least Leg's backboard right there. Big Goose was so good at those side offensive rotations, but the thing is, because they're so controlled by them, yeah, the score line might have been tight, but it doesn't, you'd only need to win by 1 goal, Tins, and I kind of feel like that's almost Big Goose's way of playing defense as well. It's where they're most comfortable and where they feel the most in control. So they are just going to try to keep that ball there. Bump from Toby almost leads to a kickoff goal.
Well, if I look at these players in Scout and Schmoop, 2 players that are so good at playing consistently. If they need to get a touch on the defensive end, they're going to at least get something, which means that if they're on the defensive end, they're happy to be there and they will do exactly what they need to. As now, Leg V2 needing to find out the formula. They need to start getting as aggressive as we've seen them in previous series. We'd love seeing them score goals. They've scored plenty in this tournament so far, but they're just being stuck in defense.
Yeah, they've been on defense for so much this day, as Scout almost was able to get that Doomsday through, but isn't really able to get it. Now Toby might have a crack at it. Ball's a little bit too centered. Either way, though, off the backboard, Chris can't get that clear. And I have to admit, Chris has been silent so far in this grand final.
I definitely think they are just getting shut down by Big Goose. The pacing that's going on, they're not getting the space to do anything that they need. Now, Toby trying to keep the pressure alive. Over to Schmoop, he plays it off the backboard, but no one anywhere nearby. They're starting to rotate very deep.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising compared to what we saw in the first game, but now they get beaten. Buddy is going to get that first goal.
Talked about Chris being the leading goal scorer, and Butter now having both the goals for the leg side in this series so far. Definitely the player that's forcing those early challenges as the first player on the pitch. 1 goal lead, same exact thing that we saw in that previous game. Can they hold it this time?
It's weird that the deeper rotation is what allowed the counterattack, though. Like, that's not something you would come to expect. I just feel like Schmoop was just a little slow in reacting, unfortunately. Now, though, a chance for redemption. Schmoop gets it past multiple members. Chris, though, will get the backboard read and stop the waterfall.
Yeah, that waterfall read is dangerous if you are not on the backboard. Having to sit in net and just watching that come down at you is never a good sign, but they do able to get the clear. Toby now always forcing these awkward challenges, never letting Leg V2 have any time on the ball that they want. Now looking to send it back the other way. Good catch by Toby upfield. Chris on the other end of it trying to stop this attack. And the amount of times this ball has been in the midfield, but no one from Big Goose is there. Another 1v1 opportunity, but couldn't quite. Schmoop gets it clear. Big Goose regain possession.
Yeah, the middle of the field, though, has been a big weakness so far in Big Goose in this game. Still, though, past the Schmoop. Off the backboard, here comes Toby. They didn't have a good look at that. Still will find a bump, and the bump actually works out in Leg's favor, at least till the demo comes out. Chris with the chance. Chris had space, tried to slow play it, doesn't get the read on Schmoop.
Uncharacteristic miss there from Toby, but in a crucial moment, they are still a goal down, nothing on the board. And last time, Big Goose did counteract on a kickoff, so you take away that kickoff goal. Were they able to bring it back in that previous game? I guess we'll have to find out.
Schmoop, though, with the chance for a double, keeps it high. Toby doesn't like that initial read, still gets a good touch off the sidewall. Gonna have to try to go for something again. Still with the have it take a boost. Actually leaves it for Schmoop to create the offensive pressure, but it tries to go through the corner. Ball's gonna fall in a very dangerous spot. Toby, late touch. He got it away from the defender, but it got away from Scout as well.
Right now, I'm just seeing the play style of Scout and Schmoop letting Toby have reins of the pitch. If he wants to force an early challenge, they can. If they want to go on the ball and turn, the other players will stay back, and really just allowing Toby to cause so much disruption on the attacking end, which has been a reason why they're able to stay in attack for so long. But now it's just not working. Leg V2, they've found what they've needed. They're able to break out of the defensive end, and they're looking so much stronger here.
Yeah, they are. It's been a great little turnaround, though. All you need is one goal from Big Goose to kind of break it apart, and they're hunting at the moment. Still Scout unable to stay in position. A minute 13 remaining, and Leg V2, this defense has been absolutely tested so far this game, Tins, and they are rising time and time again.
Yeah, they're not letting any shot in easy. If you want to score against them, you're going to have to get physical. You're going to have to disrupt their near-perfect rotation right now, and you're going to have to place their top bins, or you're just going to have to force out an early challenge midfield. They tie up the game 1-1.
And there was the gap in the rotation right there. You can see all three members driving to that left side of the pitch. An easy cross-up for Scout. Heads-up play. Tie ball game with just under a minute to go.
We are back in the situation that we've been in before. Will this be the first OT in the grand final? Or will the team be able to close it out in regulation? Toby now in the corner looking to get a pass. One does just that. Two players underneath, forces a challenge from the third. No one there to follow. Scout does get the win. Looking for the ceiling pinch mid. Couldn't quite get it, but Schmoop's there to follow it up. Open net if he can get up in time. Schmoopinator puts it away. 1 goal lead, 30 seconds left.
And for the second game in a row, Leg V2 gets that early goal, plays lights out defense, and in the dying seconds of the game, kind of watches it slip away. This is very unfortunate for the Lake side. They still have time to try to equalize once again, but we don't really see this team on the attacking half. They're just playing defense non-stop.
This is where we talk about their mentality, needing to dig deep. You are in the grand final, you're in a best of 5, you've already gone 1 goal down. This will mean you have to pull off the reverse sweep. It's been a long day, but you can't quit yet. Leg V2, 10 seconds left. Can they bring it back? Opportunity, but is now on it. Playing it into the goal square. Noska's up nice and early, couldn't get the touch. Had the angle, but couldn't quite get there. Double commit, trying to get the clear. Schmoop will put it down, and Big Goose put themselves on match point.
But here's the thing about that match right there. Yes, it was a 1-goal game. Legs V2 only put 3 shots on goal the entire game, 2 of which happened in the final 15 seconds.
So they're under the impression that if you're going to put a shot on target, you better do it well and you better make sure that's in. They're finding that one opportunity that they are getting against Big Goose, and they are making sure it is a good one. Unfortunately,
you need more than one opportunity.
You need more than one opportunity because you're not going to be able to contain this the whole time, right? Something in your defense is going to give if you're not applying that pressure.
Exactly, and I feel as if it comes back to that first defensive touch, and when they're able to center that first defensive touch, that's when they've been able to get the pressure. That middle of the field has been a weakness for the Big Goose side. But Big Goose is so good at keeping you in the corners, keeping you on those corridors. It's so hard to center that ball against them. We'll see if we can turn it around. Game number 3, it could be our final game here at the Alienware Arena. Big Goose, tournament point.
Can they secure this grand final? Or are we going to see a first goal yet again? Leg V2 has scored first every single game so far. Will they follow suit? Toby now trying to get a pass. One will have to give away possession. Schmoop there for the follow-up. Almost forces an awkward touch, but now, we've seen plenty of these long air dribbles cross field. Toby stopping that one early.
As the ball gets centered, but there's no defender immediately there. Schmoop with the dunk, nearly goes the distance. Butta has to rotate all the way back. Pressure off the backboard in the midfield. Yeah, there's Scout who was there. Wasn't able to keep it straight. Gets a nice little wheel on it. Schmoop shot. Good save by Noska. And somehow Leg V2's defense again continues to just hold on.
But they're trying something now. Been the leading goal scorer for their team in the series. Can they continue it here? Chris with a shot. Schmoop will brush it aside. Nosk playing in field. Chris with an early turn. Might have an option here. Plays it low past one defender. Scout trying to get the clear. Can't. Schmoopinator downfield. Has a few options. And Scout will play it down. Not going to be a good opportunity, but does get the ball out of their defensive end. Schmoop shot on target, but will be saved. They're going to have to start digging deep and put some better shots on target if they want to score.
Yeah, I mean, we could start to see something soon, but at the moment it's defense time for Big Goose as Toby tries to get it forward to Scout, who, well, you could call that a fake back down to Toby. Noska had it red, Butta, though, did not as they pressure each other into the corner. Here comes Schmoop. Doesn't get the 50 to go in the way they would like. Pressure again coming from the defense, who's playing a lot more proactive this game. That's a great passing goal. Lake V2 get on the board.
Butta yet again on the scoreboard from a great dish from the teammate. And that is what is going to require yet again. If this goes like it has last few games, they got the first goal, but they haven't walked away with the victory just yet. They need to find the missing secret. They need to be able to keep this lead and even put more shots on target.
You know what I think the secret is? A second goal. That to me seems to be the real secret, and I think you get it by continuing to play aggressively on defense. They were taking more risks so far in this third game. They were going for more forward challenges, and it paid off for them. Legs V2 need to keep this mindset. You cannot afford to ease up as, oh, Scout! That shot was so strong. Big save from Noska.
Couldn't put it away. We've already seen more shots on target from Leg V2 as we did in the previous game, and we're almost just under halfway through. Nos now up, forcing a touch to the corner. Chris will be on the receiving end. Couldn't get a touch, so now it's Smoopinator's turn. Infield pass, stopped by Nos. It's still alive. Toby up for it, puts it away yet again. Big Goose with a tie.
Yeah, as you can see, they're going to be kind of laughing at that one due to the double commit that was coming through, and eventually Toby was able to get there and down it in. Tie ball game, halfway through game 3 again. Big Goose, match/tournament point. If they can find that go-ahead goal and hold on, well, this will be it.
I'm seeing flashbacks to the last 2 games. It is following suit as the series has gone so far, but with a few misses in midfield, it's anyone's game. Toby will take possession over here, forced to give it away through a bump. Now tying the goal square. Schmoop, the first player up for it, looking for the follow, gets a flip reset, couldn't quite follow. Now Chris, time on the ball, beats out one, has boost, goes for the bump, Butter there for the follow, but couldn't put it away. Nosk, so far deep, couldn't quite get on that attempt.
Toby, though, was still able to get some touches in, and this is like the longest we've seen Leg V2 on the attacking side, Tits. They've actually had multiple chances, but they're not getting that ball close to the net. It's still only 3 shots on target, despite spending the past 30 seconds on the blue side of the field. Chris now might have a chance. Toby in a little bit of a strong spot. We'll get to that backward. Schmoopinator will follow it through. Eventually, it's the late dish down to Scout, and that's the go-ahead goal.
Scout putting the clutch factor in the team, puts it away. Great pass play up. Look at how relaxed these players are. They're sitting back. It's so easy for them. They've been in this situation before. Time and time again, they have been a goal down in this game, but it doesn't faze them. They know what it takes to bring it back. They know in the long game, they are going to hold true.
Well, they've got about a minute and a half to find that way to get them into it. 2-1 game. Leg V2 fighting for their lives. They're fighting on defense more so than on offense, however, and again, they're on their own defensive side. Schmoopinator, though, in an awkward spot, will be jumped upon. Noska through the corner, ball in front of the net. No one's there to finish.
Can they bring this back? Scout trying to get something going, but an early challenge. You can see Leg V2, they're getting more aggressive as ball in the midfield. Schmoopinator, first one on it. Toby couldn't get the beat. Now it's going long. It's over one. There's an opportunity. It's in the top corner, but it will be saved out. 1 minute left. They can't quite get away with that attempt.
But they're going to get a couple more chances. Buddha leading the charge off the backboard. Here comes Chris with space. Can't get the goal. Schmoopinator with the save on the line. Now Schmoopinator actually misses the ball. It's a fake for Scout. Didn't get the bump, however, so the defense will hold strong. 40 seconds remaining. 1, maybe 2 more chances. If this goes in, it's all over. Noska has to slow it down.
Great 50 attempt, but couldn't quite get it going. Toby now off the ceiling, might be able to get a 50, can't quite, but it needs to get it clear. Wins the 50, but straight to Schmoop in the midfield, who plays it to the corner. Toby has the ability to turn here, does so, forcing the defense to make an awkward touch. Chris trying to go for a demo, gets one out of the cloud smoke. Schmoopinator emerges with the ball.
Yeah, but still, there's 10 seconds left. Chris with space. Shot was on target. Too slow. Scout tries to corner it. Toby tries to provide backup. It's a slow play, though, and with the dunk, Schmoopinator now just needs to down the ball. Chris wants to read underneath. Keeps it alive. That's taken over by Toby. Here comes Fonny, and it goes to overtime.
What has happened? You had the win. You've kept the ball up. They're playing for the content right now. How have you allowed that to happen? You were 1 second, 0 seconds away from winning it, but they've kept it up. The sportsmanship coming away from these players, and we are headed straight in OT.
The OG Rule 1 coming into play. Big Goose, if they want to win this tournament now, they're going to have to do it the hard way with the goal in overtime, and it could come straight off the kickoff. Scout in position. Schmoopinator still rotating back. Does not matter. Eventually, a little bit of space is given. Here comes Toby, though. Wants to dish it back. The defense holds strong.
Can they keep this going? Can they keep it up? Scout going for a doomsy dish. Can't quite. Toby now looking to interrupt this player. Will be Schmoop half the backboard. A player waiting for it. 2 players missed. Pass in the midfield. No one's there. Schmoopinator even stopped the disbelief, but Scout got the last goal and gets this one. Big Goose, your Fortress House Cup grand finalists.
What a finish by Scout right there. Able to just keep the control, get the defenders to bite, get the defenders to miss. That game arguably should not have gone into overtime, but giving up the legs, V2 as well. They found a way to come alive at the very end, take advantage of awkward situations. That's how they got all their goals this game. But Big Goose's attack, too much for anybody to handle.
A lot of their goals were coming off those early challenges and it was working for them, but in the long run, in the long game, they weren't able to keep it alive. Big Goose, they came second last time. They were the bridesmaids. Now they have made it all the way. They'll be walking away with $700. They are the grand final winners.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm excited to see what new addition they add to their logo after this. I think a Fortress Cup somewhere, like a goose wrapping it underneath. I think that's the way they need to go. Look, this team, 3 friends. They've been playing together for a while. They're always fun to watch, always super exciting, you know, when they get together. And they're also one of the few teams with LAN experience coming into this one as well, with Schmoopinator, and as well as, you know, playing here last time. And it really did show in the end.
Exactly right. They had the experience, and we just talk about that main event from the last one. Such a close grand final, losing to the team that won it. Now they had that redemption. You know, it was the qualifier 2 team versus the qualifier 2 team, and Big Goose able to take it away. And after the last one, they're definitely going to be excited with this.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a strong victory for the squad. I imagine big celebrations are right around the corner for this team, but when we look at everything, when it's all said and done, it's not just them who we have to congratulate. I mean, congratulate as well to Baby Brother as well for getting our Jester, our MVP, even though he came up, you know, a little bit short earlier before. Your old friend Myrtle right there, and not to mention the play of the day as well, coming from Chris X. He didn't win the finals, but he still got some prizes at the end of the day.
Oh, he got the prize pool and walks away with a great clip of an amazing shot with that flip reset double touch.
Oh, wow.
As you can see, Big Goose securing 1,000 points for their House Cup, and we are in the final moments for these teams to collect house points for their house. Big Goose doing great for their team now, and that's 2 different qualifiers that they have led points towards their own house for.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. So much purple right there, like so much of that purple house right there. Where's our boots? We got Little Chippies and we got G-Force Megan, and that's it.
Little Chippy's holding strong for the team of boots. All right, as I said, our house favorites. You know what I mean? They made that top 4 placing. Also, Chugga Wugga, 3rd to 4th as well. Such a good performance from them. Leg V2 making it all the way into that grand final match. And now Big Goose, they finally managed to do it. They got away with that victory with the points towards their House Cup. And look, that Apex tournament, in a few weeks' time might be the determining factor as to which house walks away victorious.
Yeah, I think that will be the final, house tournament presented by Telstra and supported by Alienware event happening for this season. It's going to be Apex. It's going to be here at the Alienware Arena in 2 weeks' time. So after PAX, if you're into Apex, do make sure to come check that one out. It's going to be an absolute blast.
And speaking of PAX, there are plenty of events happening at Fortress. On Tuesday, you've got the Pokemon movie night, and that hits home. Pokemon, one of my favorite shows growing up. So
it's a movie marathon, too.
It's a movie marathon. It's a multiple, so you're going to have plenty of fun watching that. I cannot wait to come down and see a bit of that action. Hits close to home.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one, not to mention, the events happening around PAX in and of itself. If you've seen those barcodes around, get scanning, prizes to be given away. And when I say around, I don't just mean around Fortress. I mean around the entire city of Melbourne.
The whole city, that is going to be amazing. So a scavenger hunt, 55K in prizes. You're not going to want to miss out that. Have that QR code scanner ready and just go everywhere with your mates. Make it a whole thing. That's going to be amazing. And then Saturday, Fortress Gala. That is sold out. There are going to be so many people here. You got to dress up in costume. It's going to be an absolute blast for those to be able to secure tickets and come down. It's going to be 100. It's going to be so much fun. And then on top of that, there will be a booth, Fortress booth as well. So definitely, if you are going to PAX, make sure you go check them out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, PAX is going to be an amazing event. Fortress is going to be a part of it. There's so much happening all around the city. Taking one last look at the house standings after today's event. And, well, Boots is struggling, but a big day for the defending champs right now. Again, that purple house of good old Vela, they're still staying up there in front, 7,333. It's going to come down between them and I believe that's Jim up there in the top. That's going to be an interesting showdown.
And we talk about that Apex next game on October 15th. Make sure you register now. That's going to be the decider. Those two teams are so close that one tournament, one good placing from the players from those house will be determining who wins the House Cup. What we've spent so much time here with all these games, 2 Rocket League events, Tetris events, Apex events, all these events that have led up to this moment.
Yeah, there's been so much going on, and we want to thank all of you for being a part of it with us. So on behalf of Tins and myself, a big thank you to the players, those watching, those behind the scenes, and to Fortress in and of itself. It's been an amazing night, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks' time.